with spores. Spores are an important adaptation that allowed the ancestors of these organisms to reproduce on land. A spore is a single reproductive cell that is protected by a hard, watertight covering. The covering prevents the cell from drying out. Spores are small and can be transported through the air. This means offspring from spores can grow in places that are distant from the parent organisms. The green moss plants you are familiar with have grown from spores. They represent the first generation. Within a clump of moss are both male and female reproductive structures. When conditions are right, these structures produce sperm and eggs. Fertilization can occur only if water is present, because the tiny moss sperm move by swimming. A layer of water left by rain is one way sperm can move to the eggs on another part of the plant. The fertilized egg grows into a stalk with a capsule on the end, the second generation of the plant. The stalk and capsule grow from the female moss plant. Inside the capsule, the process of meiosis produces thousands of tiny spores. When the spores are released, as shown in the photograph, the cycle can begin again. Mosses, like other plants, can also reproduce asexually. A small piece of a moss plant can separate and can grow into a new plant, or new plants can branch off from old ones. Asexual reproduction allows plants to spread more easily than sexual reproduction. However, the genetic material of the new plants is the same as that of the parent. Sexual reproduction increases genetic diversity and the possibility of new adaptations. Check your reading. Compare and contrast sexual and asexual reproduction. Your answer should mention genetic material. Ferns are vascular plants. Ferns and two closely related groups of plants known as horsetails and club mosses were the first plants on Earth with vascular systems. The tube-like tissue of a vascular system moves water through a plant's body quickly and effectively. Because of this transport system, vascular plants can grow much larger than non-vascular plants. Vascular tissue also provides support for the weight of a larger plant. The presence of vascular tissue has an effect on the development of roots, stems, and leaves. The root system can branch out more, anchoring a larger plant as well as providing water and nutrients. Vascular tissue moves materials more efficiently and gives extra support. The stems can branch out, and more leaves can grow. This results in more sugars and other materials needed for energy and growth. Ferns reproduce with spores. You may have seen ferns growing in the woods or in a garden. The leaves of ferns, called fronds, are often included in a flower bouquet. The next time you have a chance to look at a fern frond, take a look at the back. You will probably see many small clusters similar to those shown to the right. The clusters are full of spores. Ferns, like mosses, have a two-part life cycle. In ferns, spores grow into tiny structures that lie very close to the ground. You would have to look closely to find these structures on the ground, for they are usually smaller than the size of your thumbnail. Within these structures are the sperm and egg-producing parts of the fern plant. This is the first generation of the plant. Like mosses, the sperm of a fern plant need water to swim to the egg, so fertilization occurs only when plenty of moisture is present. The second part of the fern life cycle is the plant with fronds that grows from the fertilized egg. As the fronds grow, the small egg-bearing part of the plant dies away. The fronds produce clusters, and cells within those clusters undergo meiosis and produce spores. The more the fern grows, the more clusters and spores it produces. The spores, when they are released, spread through the air. If conditions are right where the spores land, they grow into new fern plants and a new cycle begins. This is sexual reproduction. Ferns, like mosses, also reproduce asexually. New ferns branch off old ones, or pieces separate from the plant and grow. Check your reading. Explain one way that sexual reproduction in ferns is similar to reproduction in mosses. Explain one way it is different. 11.2 Review. Key concepts. 1. For the ancestors of the first plants, what were some advantages to living on land? 2. What are 3 adaptations that make mosses able to live on land? 3. What are 2 characteristics you can observe that distinguish vascular plants from non-vascular plants? Critical thinking. 4. Synthesize. Vascular plants, such as ferns, can grow bigger and taller than non-vascular plants, such as mosses. Does this mean they can also capture more sunlight? Explain your answer. 5. Compare. Make a chart that shows how the life cycles of mosses and ferns are different, and how they are similar. Challenge. 6. Evaluate. Consider the conditions that are needed for mosses and ferns to reproduce sexually. Sexual reproduction increases genetic diversity within a group of plants, while asexual reproduction does not. Explain why asexual reproduction is still important for both moss and fern plants. (11.3) Key concept. Seeds and pollen are reproductive adaptations. Before, you learned plant species evolved from algae-like ancestors. Mosses are non-vascular plants that reproduce with spores. Ferns are vascular plants that reproduce with spores. Now you will learn how some plants reproduce with pollen and seeds. About the advantages of pollen and seeds. Think about: is a seed alive? A lotus is a type of pond lily that is commonly found in water gardens. The plants take root in the bottom of a pond. A plant scientist in California experimented with lotus seeds from China that were over 1,000 years old. The scientist made a small opening in the hard covering of each seed and planted the seeds in wet soil. Some of the seeds sprouted and grew. What made it possible for these seeds to survive for such a long time? Is a seed alive? Seeds are an important adaptation. Spores are one adaptation that made it possible for plants to reproduce on land. Seeds are another. A seed is a young plant that is enclosed in a protective coating. Within the coating are enough nutrients to enable the plant to grow. Seeds and spores can both withstand harsh conditions. Seed plants, however, have several survival advantages over seedless plants. These advantages make it possible for seed plants to spread into environments where seedless plants are less likely to survive. In all plants, fertilization brings about the growth of the next generation of the plant, beginning with an embryo. An embryo is the immature form of an organism that has the potential to grow and develop. In seed plants, the embryo is protected. The seed coat protects the immature plant until conditions are right for it to grow. An embryo can remain inside a seed for a long time without growing. When moisture, temperature, and other conditions are right, a seed will start to grow. Germination is the beginning of a growth of a new plant from a spore or a seed. If you've ever planted a seed that sprouted, you've observed germination. Check your reading. What is germination? When a seed germinates, it takes in water from its surroundings. As the embryo begins to grow, it uses the stored nutrients in the seed for energy and materials. The nutrients need to last until the new plant's roots and shoots can start to function. Some plants reproduce with seeds. In most places, plants that reproduce with seeds are common and easy to see. Trees, bushes, flowers, and grasses are all seed plants. It's a bit harder to find plants that reproduce with spores, such as mosses or ferns. Why are there so many more seed plants in the world? The diagram below shows some of the differences and similarities between seeds and spores. One important difference between a seed and a spore is that the seed contains a multicellular organism. If you look closely at the photograph above, you can see the tiny leaves at the top of the embryo with the root below. Spores are just a single cell. Seeds can be spread by wind, animals, or water. Spores are mostly carried by the wind. The sperm of seed plants, unlike the sperm of mosses and ferns, do not need water to reach the egg. One important similarity between a seed and a spore is that both can grow into a new plant. Check your reading. Name 3 ways seeds are different from spores. Pine trees reproduce with pollen and seeds. Seed plants, such as pine trees, do not have swimming sperm. Instead, they have pollen. A pollen grain is a small multicellular structure that holds a sperm cell. It has a hard outer covering to keep the sperm from drying out. Pollen grains can be carried from one plant to another by wind, water, or by animals such as insects, bats, or birds. The process of pollination is completed when a pollen grain attaches to the part of a plant that contains the egg and releases the sperm. The life cycle of a pine tree provides an example of how seed plants reproduce. 1. The reproductive structures of a pine tree are the pine cones. Meiosis occurs in the pine cones, producing sperm and egg cells. Each tree has separate male and female cones. 2. In male cones, the sperm cells are contained in pollen grains, which are released into the air. In female clones, the egg cells are enclosed in protective compartments within the cone scales. 3. The female cone produces a sticky substance. When a pollen grain lands, it sticks. A pollen tube begins to grow from the pollen grain through the scale to the egg. Fertilization occurs when the pollen tube reaches the protective compartment and sperm travel through it to one of the eggs. 4. The fertilized egg grows into an embryo. The compartment, with its protective covering and supply of nutrients, becomes the seed. The pine cone eventually releases its seeds. The winged seeds can float through the air and may be carried long distances by the wind. If the seed lands on the ground and germinates, it can become a new pine tree. In the life cycle of a pine tree, meiosis and fertilization occur completely within the tissue of the mature plant. Fertilization doesn't require an outside source of water. The sperm cells in a pollen grain and the egg cells in a cone scale represent the first generation of the plant. The seed and the tree that grows from the seed represent the second generation. Check your reading. What do pollen grains and cone scales contain? Gymnosperms are seed plants. Pollen and seeds are reproductive adaptations. They did not appear in plants until millions of years after seedless plants, such as mosses and ferns, had already begun to live on land. Today, however, most of the plant species on Earth reproduce with seeds, and many species of seedless plants have become extinct. Some scientists think this is because, over time, Earth's climate has become drier and cooler. Seed plants are generally better adapted for reproducing in dry, cool environments than seedless plants are. Fossil evidence shows that species of seed plants in the gymnosperm group have existed on Earth for more than 250 million years. Plants classified as gymnosperms produce seeds, but the seeds are not enclosed in fruit. The word gymnosperm comes from the Greek words for naked seed. There are 4 types of gymnosperms living on Earth today. Check your reading. What is distinctive about gymnosperm seeds? Conifers. The conifers, or cone-bearing trees, are the type of gymnosperm you are probably most familiar with. The conifers include pine, fir, spruce, hemlock, cypress, and redwood trees. Many conifers are adapted for living in cold climates, where there is relatively little water available. Their leaves are needle-shaped and have a thick cuticle. This prevents the plant from losing much water to transpiration. Conifers can also keep their needles for several years, which means the plants can produce sugars all year. Other gymnosperms. The other types of living gymnosperms are cycads, cnidophytes, and ginkgos. These 3 types of gymnosperms appear to be quite different from one another. Cycads are palm-like plants that are found in tropical areas. They produce cones for seeds. Many cycads produce poisonous compounds. Neophytes are another type of tropical gymnosperm that produces cones. Chemicals taken from certain neophyte plants have been used to treat cold symptoms for thousands of years. Ginkgos are gymnosperms with fleshy seeds that hang from their branches. Ginkgos are often grown in parks and along streets, but you will not often see them with seeds. People avoid putting male and female ginkgo trees together because the seed coat of a ginkgo produces a particularly foul smell. 11.3 Review. Key concepts. 1. How are seeds different from spores? 2. How does fertilization in seed plants differ from fertilization in seedless plants? 3. Seed plants are found in environments where seedless plants are not. List at least 2 reasons why. Critical thinking. 4. Compare and contrast. What is the difference between a spore and a pollen grain? In what ways are spores and pollen grains similar? 5. Hypothesize. Gymnosperms produce a lot of pollen, and most of it blows away, never fertilizing an egg. Why might this characteristic help a plant species survive? Challenge. 6. Analyze. Like all plants, a pine tree has a 2-part life cycle. Look again at the diagram on page 101, and then make a new version of it in your notebook. Your version should show where in the life cycle each generation begins and ends. Hint: reread the text on page 100. Extreme science. Amazing seeds. Seed survivors. Not only can seeds survive harsh conditions, but sometimes harsh conditions make it possible for seeds to grow into new plants. Forest fires. Jack pine seeds are locked inside pine cones by a sticky resin. The pine cones survive hot forest fires that melt the resin and release the seeds. In fact, without the high temperatures from fires, the seeds would never get the chance to germinate and grow into jack pine trees. Bomb damage. In 1940, during World War II, the British Museum was firebombed. People poured water over the burning museum and its contents. In the museum were silk tree seeds collected in China and brought to the museum in 1793. After the firebombing 147 years later, the seeds sprouted. Dodo digestion. Seeds of Calvaria trees, which live on the island of Mauritius, have very hard outer shells. The outer shell must be softened before the seeds can sprout. Hundreds of years ago, dodo birds ate the Calvaria fruits. Stones and acids in the bird's digestive tract helped soften the seed. After the dodo birds deposited them, the softened seeds would sprout. Dodo birds went extinct in 1681, and no young Calvaria trees grew. In 1975, only about 13 Calvaria trees remained. Recently, scientists have used artificial means to grind and break down the Calvaria seed cover and foster new tree growth. Explore. 1. Infer. Why do you think the silk tree seeds sprouted? Think about how the seed's environment changed. 2. Challenge. If you were a scientist who wanted to help the Calvaria trees make a comeback, what methods might you try for softening the seeds? (11.4) Key concept. Many plants reproduce with flowers and fruit. Before, you learned, seed plants do not have swimming sperm. Gymnosperms reproduce with pollen and seeds. Now you will learn about flowers and fruit, about the relationship between animals and flowering plants, how humans need plants. Angiosperms have flowers and fruit. Have you ever eaten peanuts, grapes, strawberries, or squash? Do you like the way roses smell, or how spider plants look? All of these plants are angiosperms, or flowering plants. An angiosperm is a seed plant that produces flowers and fruit. Most of the species of plants living now are angiosperms. The grasses at your local park are angiosperms. Most trees whose leaves change color in the fall are angiosperms. The sperm of a flowering plant are protected in a pollen grain and do not need an outside source of water to reach the eggs. The eggs develop into embryos that are enclosed within seeds. Both generations of angiosperms and gymnosperms occur within a single plant. The reproductive cycles of angiosperms and gymnosperms are alike in many ways. Both angiosperms and gymnosperms have separate male and female reproductive structures. In some species, male and female parts grow on the same plant, but in others there are separate male and female plants. An important difference between angiosperms and gymnosperms is that in angiosperms, the sperm and egg cells are contained in a flower. The flower is the reproductive structure of an angiosperm. Egg cells develop in a part of the flower called an ovary. Once the eggs are fertilized and the seed or seeds form, the ovary wall thickens and the ovary becomes a fruit. Check your reading. What reproductive structures do angiosperms have that gymnosperms do not? The diagram on page 109 shows the life cycle of one type of angiosperm, a cherry tree. As you read the numbered paragraphs below, follow the numbers on the labels in the diagram. 1. The reproductive structures of a cherry tree are its flowers. The anther is the male part. The pistil is the female part. Meiosis in the anther produces sperm cells enclosed within pollen grains. Meiosis in the ovary of the pistil produces egg cells. 2. The pollen grains are released. When a pollen grain is caught on the pistil of a flower, a pollen tube starts to grow. Within the ovary, one of the egg cells matures. 3. Fertilization occurs when the pollen tube reaches the ovary and sperm fertilizes the egg. The fertilized egg grows into an embryo and develops a seed coat. The ovary develops into a fruit. 4. The fruit may fall to the ground, or it may be eaten by animals. If the seed inside lands in a place where it can germinate and survive, it will grow into a new cherry tree. Check your reading. What is the flower's role in the sexual reproduction of an angiosperm? Many flowering plants also reproduce asexually. New shoots can grow out from the parent plant. For example, strawberries and spider plants can reproduce by sending out shoots called runners. New plants grow from the runners, getting nutrients from the parent, until the roots of the new plant are established. Plants can spread quickly this way. This form of asexual reproduction allows plants to reproduce even when conditions are not right for the germination of seeds. Flowers. Flowers vary in size, shape, color, and fragrance. They all have some similar structures, although they are not always as easy to see as in the lily pictured below. Also, in some species, male and female reproductive structures are on different flowers. In others, there are distinct male and female plants. Sepals are leafy structures that enclose the flower before it opens. When the flower blooms, the sepals fall open and form the base of the flower. Petals are leafy structures arranged in a circle around the pistil. The petals open as the reproductive structures of the plant mature. Petals are often the most colorful part of a flower. The petals help to attract animal pollinators. The stamen is the male reproductive structure of a flower. It includes a stalk, called a filament, and the anther. The anther produces sperm cells, which are contained in pollen grains. The pistil is the female reproductive structure of the flower. The ovary is located at the base of the pistil and contains the egg cells that mature into eggs. At the top of the pistil is the stigma, where pollen grains attach. Check your reading. What are the stamen and pistil? Fruit. A fruit is a ripened plant ovary. Some ovaries contain more than one seed, such as an apple. Some contain only one seed, like a cherry. Apples and cherries are called fleshy fruits because they have juicy flesh. The corn you eat as corn on the cob is a fleshy fruit. There are also dry fruits. The shells of peanuts, walnuts, and sunflowers are dry fruits. The structures of a dry fruit help protect the seed. Some dry fruits, like the winged fruit of a maple tree or the feathery tip of the dandelion seed, have structures that allow the seeds to be carried by the wind. Animals spread both pollen and seeds. Reproduction in many types of flowering plants includes interactions between plants and animals. The plants are a source of food for the animal. The animals provide a way to transport pollen and seeds. As they eat, animals move pollen from flower to flower and seeds from place to place. Have you ever watched a honeybee collect nectar from a flower? Nectar is a sweet, sugary liquid located at the bottom of the flower. As the bee crawls around in the flower, reaching down for the nectar, it rubs against the anthers and picks up pollen grains. When the bee travels to another flower, some of that pollen rubs off onto the pistil of the second flower. Check your reading. How do bees benefit from the flowers they pollinate? An animal that pollinates a flower is called a pollinator. Bees and other insects are among the most important pollinators. Bees depend on nectar for food, and they collect pollen to feed their young. Bees recognize the colors, odors, and shapes of flowers. Thousands of species of plants are pollinated by bees, including sunflowers and lavender. The relationship between angiosperms and their pollinators can be highly specialized. Sometimes the nectar is located in a tube-shaped flower. Only certain animals, for example hummingbirds with long, slender beaks, can pollinate those flowers. Some flowers bloom at night. These flowers attract moths and bats as pollinators. Night-blooming flowers are usually pale, which means they are visible at night. Also, they may give off a strong scent to attract animal pollinators. The advantage of animal pollination is that the pollen goes to where it is needed most. The pollen collected by a bee has a much better chance of being brought to another flower. By comparison, pollen grains that are spread by the wind are blown in all directions. Each grain has only a small chance of landing on another flower. Wind-pollinated plants produce a lot more pollen than plants that are pollinated by animals. Check your reading. What is the advantage of animal pollination over wind pollination? The fruits produced by angiosperms help to spread the seeds they contain. Some seeds, like dandelion and maple seeds, are carried by the wind. Many seeds are scattered by fruit-eating animals. The seeds go through the animal's digestive system and are eventually deposited on the ground with the animal's waste. Wide scattering of seeds ensures that some seeds will land in an area with enough resources and room to grow. Animals also help to scatter some types of dry fruits, not by eating them, but by catching them on their fur. Have you ever tried to pet a dog that has run through a grassy field? You might have noticed burrs stuck in the animal's fur. The seeds of many grasses and wildflowers produce dry fruits that are covered with spines or have pointed barbs. Seeds protected by these types of dry fruits stick to fur. The seeds travel along with the animal until the animal rubs them off. Humans depend on plants for their survival. Without plants, humans and all other animals would not be able to live on Earth. After plants adapted to life on land, it became possible for animals to live on land as well. Land animals rely on plants for food and oxygen. Many animals live in or near plants. Plants also supply materials humans use every day. Food and oxygen. All organisms must have energy to live. For animals, that energy comes from food. Plants, especially angiosperms, are the main source of food for all land animals. Plants capture energy from the sun to make sugars and carbohydrates. Those same energy-rich materials are then consumed by animals as food. Even animals that eat other animals depend on plants for survival, because plants may provide food for the animals they eat. Photosynthesis, the process that plants use to produce sugars and carbohydrates, also produces oxygen. The oxygen in the air you breathe is the product of the photosynthetic activity of plants and algae. Animals, including humans, need oxygen to release the energy stored in food. Energy resources and soil. Plants are an important source of many natural resources. Natural gas and coal are energy resources that formed deep underground from the remains of plants and other organisms. Natural gas and coal are important fuels for many purposes, including the generation of electricity. Even the soil under your feet is a natural resource associated with plants. Plant roots can break down rock into smaller and smaller particles to form soil. When plants die, their bodies decay and add richness to the soil. Other products. Plant materials are part of many products people use every day. Plants provide the wood used to build houses and the wood pulp used to make paper for books like the one you are reading. The cotton in blue jeans comes from plants. So do many dyes that are used to add color to fabrics. Aspirin and many other medicines made by drug companies today are based on chemicals originally found in plants. 11.4. Review. Key concepts. 1. How do flowers relate to fruit? 2. How are animals involved in the life cycles of some flowering plants? 3. List 3 ways that humans depend upon plants. Critical thinking. 4. Predict. If you observed 3 plants in a forest, a moss, a fern, and a flowering plant, which would have the most insects nearby? Why? 5. Connect. Draw an apple like the one shown on page 107. Label 3 parts of the fruit and explain from which part of an apple flower each part grew. Challenge. 6. Synthesize. There are more species of flowering plants on Earth than species of mosses, ferns, or cone-bearing plants such as pine trees. How do you think the different ways spores, pollen, and seeds are spread affect the genetic diversity of different types of plants? Explain your reasoning.
Chapter 12. Invertebrate Animals. The Big Idea. Invertebrate animals have a variety of body plans and adaptations. Key concepts. Section 12.1. Most animals are invertebrates. Learn about sponges and other invertebrates. Section 12.2. Cnidarians and worms have different body plans. Learn how the body plans of cnidarians are different from those of worms. Section 12.3. Most mollusks have shells, and echinoderms have spiny skeletons. Learn about how mollusks and echinoderms meet their needs. Section 12.4. Arthropods have exoskeletons and joints. Learn about insects, crustaceans, and arachnids. 12.1. Key concept. Most animals are invertebrates. Before you learned, animals are consumers. They get food from the environment. Most animals have body systems, including tissues and organs. Animals interact with the environment and other animals. Now you will learn about the diversity of invertebrates, about 6 groups of invertebrates, how sponges get energy. Think about, what makes an animal an animal? A sponge is an animal. It has no head, eyes, ears, arms, or legs. A sponge doesn't have a heart or a brain or a mouth. It doesn't move. Typically, it spends its life attached to the ocean floor. Many people used to think that sponges were plants that had adapted to life in the water. Scientists, however, classify them as animals. How might you decide if the organism in the photograph is an animal? Invertebrates are a diverse group of organisms. About 1 million invertebrate species live on Earth. Invertebrates are animals that do not have backbones. In fact, invertebrates do not have any bone tissue at all. Invertebrates can be found just about everywhere, from frozen tundra to tropical forests. Some invertebrates live in water, while others survive in deserts where there is almost no water. Many invertebrates live inside other organisms. Most invertebrate animals are small. Crickets, oysters, sea stars, earthworms, ants, and spiders are some examples of invertebrates. The fact that invertebrates do not have backbones for support tends to limit their size. However, some ocean-dwelling invertebrates can be quite large. For example, the giant squid can grow to 18 meters, 59 feet in length, and can weigh over 450 kilograms, 992 pounds. In this chapter, you will learn about 6 groups of invertebrates. Sponges are the simplest invertebrates. They live in water. They filter food from the water that surrounds them. Cnidarians also live in water. Animals in this group have a central opening surrounded by tentacles. They take in food and eliminate waste through this opening. Jellyfish, sea anemones, hydras, and corals are cnidarians. Worms are animals with soft tube-shaped bodies and a distinct head. Some worms live inside other animals. Others live in the water or on land. Mollusks have a muscular foot that allows them to move and hunt for food. Some mollusks live on land. Others live in water. Clams, snails, and octopuses are mollusks. Echinoderms are water animals that have a central opening for taking in food. Sea stars and sand dollars are echinoderms. Arthropods are invertebrates that are found on land, in the water, and in the air. They have legs. Some have wings. Insects, spiders, crabs, and millipedes are arthropods. Sponges are simple animals. Sponges are the simplest multicellular animals on Earth. These invertebrates are sessile organisms, which means they live attached to one spot and do not move from place to place. Most live in the ocean, although some live in fresh water. Sponges have no tissues or organs. The body of a sponge is made up of a collection of cells. The cells are organized into a body wall with an outside and an inside. Sponges are adapted to feed continuously. They feed on plankton and other tiny organisms that live in the water. Specialized cells. A sponge meets its needs with cells specialized for different functions. Pore cells along the body wall create tiny openings throughout the body. The pores lead into larger canals and sometimes a central opening, where cells with tiny hairs or flagella move water through the sponge. As water moves out, more water enters, as shown in the diagram below. Specialized cells filter out food particles and oxygen. Other specialized cells digest the food. Check your reading. What adaptations does a sponge have for obtaining food? Another adaptation sponges have are structures that make the body stiff. Most sponges have spicules, which are needle-like spines made of hard minerals such as calcium or silicon. Spicules help give the sponge its shape and provide support. In some sponges, spicules stick out from the body. This may make the sponge less likely to become a source of food for other animals. Reproduction. Sponges can reproduce asexually. Buds form alongside the parent sponge, or the buds break off and float away. Tiny sponges can float quite a distance before they attach to the ocean floor or some underwater object and start to grow. Sponges also reproduce sexually, as most multicellular organisms do. In sponges, sperm are released into the water. In some sponges, the eggs are released too. In this case, fertilization occurs in the water. In other sponges, the eggs are contained in specialized cells in the body wall. Sperm enter the sponge to fertilize the egg. A fertilized egg becomes a larva. A larva is an immature form, an early stage of an organism that is different from the parent. Sponge larvae are able to swim. They move away from the parent and will grow into a sponge once they attach to some underwater surface. Then they become sessile, like their parents. Sponges provide a good starting point for studying other invertebrates. There are many different types of invertebrates with a wide range of body structures and behaviors. Invertebrates have adapted to many different environments. By comparison, the sponge is a simple organism that has changed very little over time. Sponges today look very similar to fossil sponges that are millions of years old. 12.1 Review. Key concepts. 1. Make a table with 6 columns. Write the name of an invertebrate group above each column. Fill in the table with a characteristic and an example for each group. 2. What does it mean that sponges are sessile? 3. How do sponges meet their need for energy? Critical thinking. 4. Apply. Give 2 examples of how structure in a sponge relates to function. You should use the words flagella and spicule in your answer. 5. Infer. How is water involved in the reproductive cycle of a sponge? Challenge. 6. Analyze. Sponges have lived on Earth for hundreds of millions of years. Sponges today look very similar to fossil sponges. What does this suggest about how well the simple structure of a sponge meets its needs? Do species always change over time? 12.2 Key concept. Cnidarians and worms have different body plans. Before you learned, invertebrates are a diverse group of animals. Sponges are sessile organisms. Sponges meet their needs with simple bodies and specialized cells. Now you will learn about body systems in cnidarians, about body symmetry and feeding patterns, about body systems in worms. Cnidarians have simple body systems. Cnidarians are invertebrates. Like sponges, cnidarians are found only in water. This group includes jellyfish, corals, sea anemones, and small freshwater organisms called hydras. Most cnidarians feed on small plankton, fish, and clams. Many cnidarians are sessile for most of their lives. Like sponges, cnidarians have adaptations that allow them to pull food in from the water that surrounds them. All cnidarians have tentacles, finger-like extensions of their body that reach into the water. Other animals have tentacles, but the tentacles of cnidarians have specialized stinging cells. The tentacles, with their stinging cells, are an adaptation that enables cnidarians to capture prey. Each stinging cell has a nematocyst, a capsule that holds a barbed filament. The filament is like a hollow tube coiled up inside the capsule. When prey comes in contact with a stinger cell, the filament is released. Sometimes this stinger wraps itself around the prey. In most species of cnidarians, the stinger stabs the prey and releases a poison from its tip. These stingers are what produce the sting of a jellyfish. Stinging cells have a second function. They protect cnidarians from predators. Check your reading. Describe how the structure of a nematocyst allows it to function in capturing food and providing protection. Tissues and body systems. A cnidarian's body is made up of flexible layers of tissue. These tissues, along with specialized cells, make up its body systems. The tissues are organized around a central opening where food is taken in and wastes are released. The tentacles bring the prey into this opening. The opening leads into a cavity, a gut, where the food is digested. Cnidarians have a simple muscle system for movement. Even though cnidarians are sessile during most of their lives, they still move their bodies. Cnidarians bend from side to side and extend their tentacles. Adult jellyfish swim. The movement is produced by muscle cells that run around and along the sides of its body. When the muscle cells shorten or contract, they produce movement. When cnidarians move, they interact with the environment. They sense and respond to the prey that come in contact with their tentacles. This behavior is the result of a simple nervous system. Cnidarians have a network of nerve cells, a nerve net that extends throughout their bodies. Reproduction. Cnidarians reproduce both sexually and asexually, and water plays a role in both processes. Buds, produced by asexual reproduction, are carried away from the sessile parent by water. In sexual reproduction, sperm are carried to the egg. Fertilization results in a free-swimming larva. The larva, if it survives, develops into an adult. Jellyfish are cnidarians with a life cycle that includes several stages. A jellyfish's body, or form, is different at each stage, as you can see in the diagram below. When a jellyfish larva settles on the ocean floor, it grows into a form called a polyp. The polyp, which is sessile, develops disc-shaped buds that stack up like a pile of plates. The buds, once they are released, are called medusas. Each medusa is an adult jellyfish. In the medusa stage, jellyfish are mobile, which means they can move their bodies from place to place. Animals have different body plans. Scientists sometimes use the term body plan to describe the shape of an animal's body. Most cnidarians have a body plan with radial symmetry. This means the body is organized around a central point, a mouth-like opening that leads into a gut. You can see from the diagram of the jellyfish life cycle on page 130 that both the polyp and medusa have radial symmetry. A radial body plan allows a sessile organism, such as the sea anemone shown in the photograph above, to capture food from any direction. A radial body plan also affects how a mobile animal moves. A jellyfish medusa moves forward by pushing down on the water. It has to stop moving to change direction. Most animals, including worms, butterflies, birds, and humans, have a body plan with bilateral symmetry. One half looks just like the other, as you can see in the photograph of the butterfly above. You can recognize a bilaterally symmetrical shape because there is only one way to draw a line dividing it into two equal halves. Animals with bilateral symmetry have a forward end where the mouth is located. This is the animal's head. The animal moves forward, head first, in search of food. A bilateral body shape works well in animals that are mobile. Food enters at one end and is processed as it moves through the body. Once all the nutrients have been absorbed, the remaining wastes are released at the other end. Check your reading. Describe how radial symmetry and bilateral symmetry affect an animal's feeding behaviors. Most worms have complex body systems. Some worms have simple bodies. Others have well-developed body systems. Worms have a tube-shaped body with bilateral symmetry. In many worms, food enters at one end and is processed as it moves through a digestive tract. Worms take in oxygen, dissolved in water, through their skin. Because of this, worms must live in moist environments. Many live in water. Segmented worms. Segmented worms have bodies that are divided into individual compartments, or segments. These worms are referred to as annelids, which means ringed animals. One annelid you might be familiar with is the earthworm. As the diagram below shows, an earthworm's segments can be seen on the outside of its body. An earthworm has organs that are organized into body systems. The digestive system of an earthworm includes organs for digestion and food storage. It connects to the excretory system, which removes waste. Earthworms pass soil through their digestive system. They digest decayed pieces of plant and animal matter from the soil and excrete what's left over. A worm's feeding and burrowing activity adds nutrients and oxygen to the soil. Check your reading. Name two body systems found in earthworms. Earthworms have several layers of muscle tissue in their body wall. Hair-like bristles on the segments help to anchor a worm in the soil as it moves. The nervous system includes a brain and a nerve cord that runs through the body. An earthworm can detect strong light and vibrations in the soil. These stimuli signal danger to a worm. An earthworm also has a circulatory system. It is made up of several hearts that pump blood through blood vessels. Some annelids reproduce asexually, while others reproduce sexually. There are no distinct male or female worms. Earthworms, for example, carry both male and female reproductive structures. To reproduce, two worms exchange sperm. The sperm fertilize eggs the worms carry in their bodies. The eggs are laid and later hatch into larvae. Flatworms and roundworms. Flatworms are the worms with the simplest bodies. Some are so small and flat that they move with cilia, not muscles. These flatworms absorb nutrients directly through the skin. Many flatworms live as parasites, feeding off other organisms. For example, tapeworms are flatworms that infect humans and other animals. The tapeworm has no need for a digestive system because it gets digested nutrients from its host. Roundworms are found just about everywhere on Earth. The bodies of roundworms are more complex than those of flatworms. They have muscles to move with, and a nervous system and digestive system. Some roundworms are important decomposers on land and in the water. 12.2. Review. Key concepts. 1. What adaptation do cnidarians have for capturing prey? 2. What is the difference between radial symmetry and bilateral symmetry? 3. Pick two systems found in an earthworm and describe how they work together. Critical thinking. 4. Predict. How might having sense organs located at the front end of the body benefit an animal? 5. Infer. Would the food of a jellyfish medusa be different from the food of a polyp? Support your answer. Challenge. 6. Compare and contrast. Describe how the different body symmetries of cnidarians and segmented worms affect their movement and feeding behaviors. 12.3. Key concept. Most mollusks have shells, and echinoderms have spiny skeletons. Before you learned, body shape affects how animals move and behave. Cnidarians have radial symmetry and simple body systems. Worms have bilateral symmetry and segmented body systems. Now you will learn about different types of mollusks and their features, about different types of echinoderms and their features. Think about, how does a snail move? Snails belong to a group of mollusks called gastropods. The name means belly foot. Snails are often put into aquariums to clean up the algae that can build up along the walls of the tank. If you get a chance, look at a snail moving along the glass walls of an aquarium. Observe how it uses its foot to move. How would you describe the action of the snail's foot? Mollusks are soft-bodied animals. One characteristic that is shared by all mollusks is a soft body. Many of these invertebrate animals also have an outer shell to protect their body. Oysters, clams, snails, and mussels are all mollusks. So are octopuses, squids, and slugs. Mollusks live on land and in freshwater and saltwater environments. You will read about three groups of mollusks: bivalves, gastropods, and cephalopods. Most mollusks have well-developed organ systems. They have muscles, a digestive system, a respiratory system, a circulatory system, and a nervous system with sensory organs. Mollusks reproduce sexually, and in most species, there are distinct male and female organisms. Two adaptations distinguish mollusks as a group. First, all mollusks have a muscular foot. A mollusk's head is actually attached to its foot. Second, all mollusks have a mantle, a layer of folded skin that protects its internal organs. Bivalves. Bivalves are named for a hard shell that is made up of two matching halves. Clams, mussels, scallops, and oysters are all bivalves. The shell, when it is closed, completely encloses the body. If you've ever seen a raw oyster, You know that a bivalve's body looks like a massive tissue. Bivalves do not have a distinct head, but they do have a mouth and sensory organs. The scallop shown in the photograph has light-sensitive organs that look like tiny eyes. Bivalves are filter feeders. They filter food from the surrounding water. To move, a bivalve balances upright, opens its shell, and extends its foot. The animal moves by pushing the foot in and out. The foot is also used for burrowing, digging down into the sand. The invertebrates you've studied so far, sponges, cnidarians, and worms, take in oxygen all along the surface of their bodies. A bivalve takes in oxygen through a pair of gills. A gill is an organ that filters dissolved oxygen from water. The gill is an adaptation that allows an organism to take in a lot of oxygen in just one area of its body. It is made up of many folds of tissue that create a large surface area. Blood picks up the oxygen and moves it to the rest of the animal's body. In most bivalves, the gills also filter food from the water. Check your reading. What are the two functions of gills, and how do those functions relate to where bivalves live? Gastropods. Gastropods are the most diverse group of mollusks. Some, such as snails and slugs, live on land. Many live in water, for example, conches, whelks, and periwinkles. Many gastropods are protected by a spiral-shaped shell. To protect itself, a gastropod withdraws into the shell. The gastropod's head is located at the end of its foot. The head has eyes and specialized tentacles for sensing. Many gastropods have a cutting mouthpart called a radula that shreds their food. Some gastropods eat animals, but most feed on plants and algae. Gastropods that live in water have gills. Some gastropods that live on land have lungs. A lung is an organ that absorbs oxygen from the air. Like gills, lungs have a large surface area. Cephalopods. Cephalopods live in saltwater environments. Octopuses, squids, and chambered nautiluses are cephalopods. Among mollusks, cephalopods have the most well-developed body systems. Cephalopods have a brain and well-developed nerves. They have a pair of eyes near their mouth. The foot, which surrounds the mouth, has tentacles for capturing prey. The mantle is adapted to push water forcefully through a tube-shaped structure called a siphon. This produces a jet of water that moves the animal. Gills take in oxygen, which is picked up by blood vessels and pumped through the body by 3 hearts. Octopuses and squids do not have protective shells. They do have protective behaviors, however. Some can change body color to match their surroundings. Some release dark clouds of ink-like fluid into the water to confuse their predators. The lack of a shell lets them move freely through the water. The nautilus is the only cephalopod that has a shell. The shell is made up of separate compartments or chambers. The nautilus itself lives in the outermost chamber. The inner chambers are filled with gas, which makes the animal better able to float. The chambered shell also provides the soft-bodied nautilus with protection from predators. Check your reading. How is the foot of a cephalopod adapted for hunting? Mollusks show a range of adaptations. You might not think that a clam would belong to the same group as an octopus. These organisms look very different from one another. They also interact with the environment in different ways. The great variety of mollusks on Earth today provides a good example of how adaptations within a group can lead to great diversity. A good example of this is the range of adaptations shown in the shape and function of a mollusk's foot. The foot of the bivalve is a simple muscular structure that moves in and out of its shell. The foot allows a bivalve to crawl along the ocean floor and to bury itself in the sand. Gastropods have a head at the end of the foot, which runs the length of the body. Muscles in the foot produce ripples that allow the gastropod to glide over a surface as it searches for food. In cephalopods, the foot has tentacles to pull food into its mouth. The tentacles also help some cephalopods move along the ocean floor. Echinoderms have unusual adaptations. Echinoderms are a group of invertebrates that live in the ocean. In their adult form, their bodies have radial symmetry. Sea stars, sea urchins, sea cucumbers, and sand dollars belong to this group. Echinoderms feed off the ocean floor as they move along. An echinoderm's mouth is located at the center of the body, on the underside. Some echinoderms, such as sea urchins and sand dollars, filter food from their surroundings. Others, such as sea stars, are active predators that feed on clams, snails, and even other echinoderms. Spines and skeletons. Echinoderm means spiny-skinned. Some of the more familiar echinoderms have long, sharp spines, like the sea urchin in the photograph at the bottom of this page. However, some echinoderm species, such as sea cucumbers, have spines that are very small. One unusual adaptation that echinoderms have is a type of skeleton. Remember that echinoderms are invertebrates. They have no bone tissue. The echinoderm skeleton is made up of a network of stiff, hard plates. The plates lie just under the surface of the echinoderm's skin. Some echinoderms, such as sea stars, have skeletons with loosely connected plates and flexible arms. In other echinoderms, such as sand dollars, the plates grow close together, so the skeleton does not allow for much flexibility. Water vascular system and tube feet. Another adaptation that is unique to echinoderms is a water vascular system. This system is made up of water-filled tubes that radiate out from the center of the echinoderm's body. Tiny openings along the upper surface of the echinoderm's body feed water into these tubes. At the base of the tubes is a series of tube feet. Muscles attached to the top of each tube can close the tube off, producing suction at the base of the tube. The tube feet stick to the ocean floor, allowing the echinoderm to pull itself along. The tube feet can also be used for hunting prey. For example, a sea star can surround a clam or oyster with its body, as shown in the photograph on the left. The tube feet pull the shell open. Then, the sea star's stomach is pushed out through its mouth and into the bivalve's shell, where it begins to digest the bivalve's body. Not all echinoderms eat other animals. Some, like sea urchins, feed off algae on the ocean floor. 12.3. Review. Key concepts. 1. What two features do all mollusks have? 2. What are two features all echinoderms have? 3. What are two functions of tube feet in echinoderms? Critical thinking. 4. Analyze. For mollusks and echinoderms, what are the advantages and disadvantages of having a shell or spiny skeleton? 5. Compare and contrast. Compare the foot of mollusks with the tube feet of echinoderms. Challenge. 6. Analyze. Animals with lungs or gills can be larger than animals that take in oxygen through their skin. What feature do both lungs and gills have that affect the amount of oxygen they can absorb? What role does the circulatory system play? Think science. Skill. Evaluating conclusions. Eating well. Common sea stars have 5 arms. When one arm is missing, sea stars are, amazingly, able to grow another. Scientists interested in this amazing ability designed an experiment to see how having 4 arms instead of 5 affect a sea star's ability to consume prey. The sea stars use tube feet on each arm to pry open the shells of mussels and eat the animals' insides. Scientists, working in 1999 and 2000, examined common sea stars caught in fishing gear. The study divided them into 2 groups, one group with 5 arms and one group with only 4 arms. Each sea star was tested to see how well it could open and eat a mussel. Observations. Scientists made these observations. A. Most of the sea stars with all 5 arms opened and ate a mussel. B. fewer than half of the sea stars with 4 arms opened and ate a mussel. C. All the sea stars that opened a mussel took about 13 hours to finish eating it. Conclusions. Here are some conclusions about sea stars eating mussels. A. Common sea stars are most likely to feed successfully if they have all their arms. B. A common sea star with only 4 arms will starve. C. Common sea stars eat slowly regardless of how many arms they have. D. Common sea stars with only 4 arms choose mussels that are difficult to open. Evaluate the conclusions. On your own. Think about each observation that the scientists noted. Do they support the conclusions? Do some observations support one conclusion, but not another? If a conclusion is not supported, what extra observations would you need to make? With a partner. Compare your thinking with your partner's thinking. Do you both agree with the conclusions? Challenge. Why do you think the sea stars with only 4 arms were less likely to open and eat a mussel? 12.4. Key concept. Arthropods have exoskeletons and joints. Before you learned, mollusks are invertebrates with soft bodies. Some have shells. Echinoderms have spiny skeletons. Different species adapt to the same environment in different ways. Now you will learn about different groups of arthropods, about exoskeletons in arthropods, about metamorphosis in arthropods. Most invertebrates are arthropods. There are more species of arthropods than there are any other type of invertebrate. In fact, of all the animal species classified by scientists, over 3/4 are arthropods. An arthropod is an invertebrate that has a segmented body covered with a hard outer skeleton. Arthropods can have many pairs of legs and other parts that extend from their body. Insects are arthropods. So are crustaceans, such as the shrimp, and arachnids, such as the spider. Fossil evidence shows that arthropods first appeared on land about 420 million years ago, around the same time as plants. Arthropods are active animals that feed on all types of food. Many arthropods live in water, but most live on land. Exoskeletons and jointed parts. One adaptation that gives arthropods the ability to live in many different environments is the exoskeleton. An exoskeleton is a strong outer covering made of a material called chitin. The exoskeleton completely covers the body of an arthropod. In a sense, an exoskeleton is like a suit of armor that protects the animal's soft body. For arthropods living on land, the exoskeleton keeps cells, tissues, and organs from drying out. Check your reading. What are 2 functions of an exoskeleton? A suit of armor is not much good unless you can move around in it. The arthropod's exoskeleton has joints, places where the exoskeleton is thin and flexible. There are joints along the different segments of the animal's body. An arthropod body typically has 3 sections, a head at one end, a thorax in the middle, and an abdomen at the other end. Legs are jointed, as are other parts attached to the body, such as antennae and claws. Muscles attach to the exoskeleton around the joints, enabling the arthropod to move. The exoskeleton is like a suit of armor in one other way. It doesn't grow. An arthropod must shed its exoskeleton as it grows. This process is called molting. For an arthropod, the times when it molts are dangerous because its soft body is exposed to predators. Complex body systems. Arthropods have well-developed body systems. They have a nervous system with a brain and many different sensory organs. Their digestive system includes a stomach and intestines. Arthropods have an open circulatory system, which means the heart moves blood into the body directly. There are no blood vessels. Arthropods reproduce sexually. An arthropod has either a male or a female reproductive system. Insects are 6-legged arthropods. Scientists have so far identified over 700,000 insect species. Insects are arthropods that as adults have 3 body segments, a pair of antennae, and 6 legs attached to the middle segment, the thorax. Insect species have adapted to all sorts of environments and live on every continent. Most insects live on land. These insects obtain oxygen through spiracles, small openings in their exoskeleton. Check your reading. What are 2 characteristics all adult insects share? Insects show great diversity in appearance. Many species have adaptations in color and shape that allow them to blend into their environments. For example, a stick insect is the same color and shape as a twig. Insect bodies also have different adaptations. Many insects have compound eyes and antennae, which are sensory organs. Many insects fly, having 1 or 2 pairs of wings. Many insects are herbivores, and many insect species have mouthparts adapted for feeding on specific plants. A butterfly, for example, has a tube-like mouth that can reach into a flower to get nectar. Insects that feed on flowers often help the plants reproduce because the insects carry pollen from flower to flower. Other insects harm the plants they feed on. A grasshopper has jaw-like mouthparts that crush parts of a plant. Many plants have defensive adaptations, such as poisons in leaves and stems, to keep insects from eating them. Some insects, for example ants, termites, and some bees, are social insects. They must live in groups in order to survive. Members of the group work together to gather food, maintain the nest, and care for the offspring. Often with social insects, just 1 female, called a queen, produces and lays eggs. All insects can reproduce sexually. Females lay eggs, often a large number of eggs. The queen honeybee can lay over 1 million eggs in her lifetime. Many insect eggs have a hard outer covering. This adaptation protects the egg from drying out and can allow hatching to be delayed until conditions are right. During their life cycle, insects undergo a process in which their appearance and body systems may change dramatically. This process is called metamorphosis. There are 3 stages to a complete metamorphosis. The first stage is the larva, which spends its time eating. The second stage is the pupa. During this stage, the insect body develops within a protective casing. The final stage is the adult, which is capable of going on to produce a new generation. Check your reading. What happens to an insect during metamorphosis? Not all insects go through complete metamorphosis. Some insects, such as grasshoppers, have a simple metamorphosis. When a young grasshopper hatches from an egg, its form is similar to an adult's, just smaller. A grasshopper grows and molts several times before reaching adult size. You have probably seen many insects in their larval form. A caterpillar is a larva, so is an inchworm. Often, the larval form of an insect lives very differently from its adult form. A mosquito, for example, begins its life in the water. The larva swims about, feeding on algae. The pupa forms at the water's surface. The developing mosquito is encased in a protective covering. The adult form of the mosquito, the flying insect, leaves the water. The female is a parasite that feeds off the blood of other animals. Crustaceans live in water and on land. Most crustacean species live in the water. Several of these, including the Atlantic lobster and the Dungeness crab, are used by people as a source of food. Crustaceans are important to the ocean food web. Tiny crustaceans, such as krill and copepods, are a food source for many other animals, including other invertebrates, fish, and whales. Some species of crustaceans live in freshwater, and a few, such as pillbugs, live on land. Check your reading. Where do most crustaceans live? Crustaceans have 3 or more pairs of legs and 2 pairs of sensory antennae. Many of the larger water-living crustaceans, such as crabs, have gills. Most crustaceans, like other arthropods, have a circulatory system that includes a heart but no blood vessels. Crustaceans reproduce sexually. Their young hatch from eggs. The eating habits of crustaceans vary. Lobsters and shrimp eat plants and small animals. Many crustaceans are scavengers, feeding off the remains of other organisms. Some, such as barnacles, are filter feeders. The larval form of a barnacle is free swimming. However, as an adult, this arthropod attaches itself to a rock or another hard surface, such as a mollusk's shell or the hull of a ship. It uses its tentacles to capture food from the surrounding water. Arachnids are eight-legged arthropods. Spiders, mites, ticks, and scorpions belong to a group called the arachnids. Like all arthropods, arachnids have an exoskeleton, jointed limbs, and segmented bodies. But the bodies of arachnids have some characteristics that distinguish them from other arthropods. Arachnids always have 4 pairs of legs and only 2 body segments. Arachnids do not have antennae. Some arachnids, including ticks and chigger mites, are parasites. Other arachnids, such as spiders and scorpions, are predators. Recall that predators get their food by capturing and consuming other animals. Predatory arachnids kill their prey by stinging them, biting them, or injecting them with venom. The spiders are the largest group of arachnids. Many spiders have unique adaptation for capturing their prey. They produce an extremely strong material called silk inside their bodies and use the silk to make webs for capturing food. The spider spins strands of silk out from tubes called spinnerets at the rear of its abdomen. It weaves the strands into a nearly invisible web. The web serves as a net for catching insects and other small organisms that the spider eats. This adaptation allows web-building spiders to wait for their prey to come to them. Other invertebrates, such as silkworms, produce silk, but they do not weave webs. Check your reading. How is the way some spiders capture prey unusual? Some arachnids obtain oxygen through spiracles, as insects do. However, certain species of spiders have a unique type of respiratory organ referred to as book lungs. Book lungs are like moist pockets with folds. They are located inside the animal's abdomen. Millipedes and centipedes are arthropods. At first glance, the members of 2 other arthropod groups look similar. Both centipedes and millipedes have long segmented bodies and many legs. However, animals from these groups differ in their body features and their behavior. Millipedes are arthropods with 2 pairs of walking legs on each body segment. Millipedes move rather slowly and eat decaying leaves and plant matter. When disturbed, many millipedes emit a foul odor that can be harmful to predators. Centipedes can move more quickly. They have 1 pair of walking legs per body segment. They have antennae and jaw-like mouthparts. Many centipedes also have pincers on their rearmost segment. Centipedes are predators. They can use their jaws and pincers to paralyze prey and protect themselves from predators. 12.4 Review. Key concepts. 1. Describe the characteristics of insects, crustaceans, and arachnids. 2. What is molting, and how does it relate to an exoskeleton? 3. Name 3 arthropods and the adaptations they have for feeding. Critical thinking. 4. Analyze. How does the form of an exoskeleton relate to its function? 5. Connect. Mosquitoes can spread disease, such as the West Nile virus. People are advised not to leave open containers of water in the yard. How does standing water contribute to an increase in the number of mosquitoes? Challenge. 6. Evaluate. Many plant-eating insects live less than a year. An adult will lay eggs in the fall and then die as winter comes. The eggs hatch the next spring. How does the life cycle of the insect fit in with the life cycle of plants? What role does the egg play in the survival of the insect species in this case?
Chapter 13. Vertebrate Animals. The Big Idea. Vertebrate animals live in most of Earth's environments. Key concepts. Section 13.1. Vertebrates are animals with endoskeletons. Learn how most of the vertebrates on Earth are fish. Section 13.2. Amphibians and reptiles are adapted for life on land. Learn how most amphibians hatch in water and most reptiles hatch on land. Section 13.3. Birds meet their needs on land, in water, and in the air. Learn how adaptations for flight affect how birds meet their needs. Section 13.4. Mammals live in many environments. Learn about mammals' many adaptations. 13.1. Key concept. Vertebrates are animals with endoskeletons. Before, you learned most animals are invertebrates. Animals have adaptations that suit their environment. Animals get energy by consuming food. Now you will learn about the skeletons of vertebrate animals, about the characteristics of fish, about 3 groups of fish. Vertebrate animals have backbones. If you asked someone to name an animal, he or she would probably name a vertebrate. Fish, frogs, snakes, birds, dogs, and humans are all vertebrates, or animals with backbones. Even though only about 5% of animal species are vertebrates, they are among the most familiar and thoroughly studied organisms on Earth. Vertebrate animals have muscles, a digestive system, a respiratory system, a circulatory system, and a nervous system with sensory organs. The characteristic that distinguishes vertebrates from other animals is the endoskeleton, an internal support system that grows along with the animal. Endoskeletons allow more flexibility and ways of moving than exoskeletons do. Vertebrates are named for specialized bones called vertebrae. These bones are located in the middle of each vertebrate animal's central body segment. Together, the vertebrae are sometimes called a backbone. The vertebrae support muscles and surround the spinal cord, which connects the animal's brain to its nerves. Other bones, such as the ribs and skull, protect organs like the heart, lungs, and brain. Check your reading. What is one function of the endoskeleton for vertebrate animals? Most vertebrates are fish. Fish are the most diverse group of vertebrate animals. There are more than 20,000 species of fish, ranging in size from tiny minnows to huge whale sharks. Fish live in nearly every aquatic environment, from freshwater lakes to the bottom of the sea. Some fish even are able to survive below the ice in the Antarctic. Fish are adapted for life in water. Like all living things, fish need to get materials from their environment. For example, fish must be able to get oxygen from water. Fish must also be able to move through water in order to find food. Fish that live in water where sunlight does not penetrate need special organs to help them find food. Most fish move by using muscles and fins to push their streamlined bodies through water. These muscles allow fish to move more quickly than most other vertebrates. Most fish also have an organ called a swim bladder, which allows them to control the depth at which they float. Fish have sensory organs for taste, odor, and sound. Most fish species have eyes that allow them to see well underwater. Most fish also have a sensory system unlike other vertebrates. This system includes an organ called a lateral line, which allows fish to sense vibrations from objects nearby without touching or seeing them. Fish, like some invertebrates, remove oxygen from water with specialized respiratory organs called gills. You can locate most fish's gills by looking for the openings called gill slits on the sides of their head. You can see what gills look like in the diagram of a fish below. Check your reading. How are gills similar to lungs? Fish gills are made up of many folds of tissue and are filled with blood. When a fish swims, it takes water in through its mouth and then pushes the water back over its gills. In the gills, oxygen dissolved in the water moves into the fish's blood. Carbon dioxide, a waste product of respiration, moves from the blood into the water. Then the water is forced out of the fish's body through its gill slits. The oxygen is transported to the fish's cells. It is a necessary material for releasing energy. Fish can be classified in 3 groups. Scientists classify fish into 3 major groups: jawless fish, cartilaginous fish, and bony fish. Each group is characterized by body features. As you read on and learn about each group of fish, look at the photographs above. Jawless fish. Scientists think that fish in this group, which includes lampreys and hagfish, are the living animals most similar to the first fish that lived on Earth. Jawless fish have simpler bodies than the other fish. They have a slender tube-like shape and a digestive system without a stomach. As the name of the group implies, these fish do not have jawbones. Although they do have teeth, they cannot chew. Most jawless fish eat by biting into another animal's body and then sucking out flesh and fluids. Check your reading. What is a characteristic of jawless fish? Cartilaginous fish. This group includes sharks, rays, and skates. Their skeletons are not made of hard bone, but of a flexible tissue called cartilage. Some species of sharks are dangerous to humans, but most cartilaginous fish feed primarily on small animals such as mollusks and crustaceans. Whale sharks and basking sharks, which are the largest fish on Earth, feed by filtering small organisms from the water as they swim. Rays are flat-bodied cartilaginous fish that live most of their lives on the ocean floor. Their mouths are on the underside of their bodies. Most rays eat by pulling small animals out of the sand. A ray's flat body has fins that extend on either side of its vertebrae like wings. When rays swim, these fins wave so it looks as if the fish is flying through the water. Check your reading. Describe 3 ways cartilaginous fish species obtain food. Bony fish. Most fish species, including tuna, flounder, goldfish, and eels, are classified in this large, diverse group. Of the nearly 20,000 fish species, about 96% are bony fish. Bony fish have skeletons made of hard bone, much like the skeleton in your body. Most bony fish are covered with overlapping bony structures called scales. They have jaws and teeth and several pairs of fins. The range of body shapes and behavior in bony fish show how living things are adapted to their environments. Think of the bright colors and patterns of tropical fish in an aquarium. These eye-catching features are probably adaptations for survival in the fish's natural environment. In a coral reef, for example, bright stripes and spots might provide camouflage or might advertise the fish's presence to other animals, including potential mates. Most young fish develop inside an egg. Most fish species reproduce sexually. The female produces eggs and the male produces sperm. In many fish species, individual animals select a mate. For example, a female fish might release eggs into the water at a time and place where a male can fertilize them. After the eggs are fertilized, the parent fish usually leave the eggs to develop and hatch on their own. Most fish reproduce this way, but there are many exceptions. All animals and plants that can reproduce sexually produce egg cells and sperm cells. However, the structure and size of eggs vary among species. In Chapter 11, you learn that the eggs of flowering plants are found inside the seeds and fruit. In Chapter 12, you read about the eggs of different types of invertebrates. You learned that some eggs have a food supply and a protective covering. For some animals, the food supply is called yolk, and the covering is called an egg case. Most fish eggs are surrounded by a soft egg case that water can pass through. Since fish lay eggs in the water, this means that a fish embryo inside an egg gets the water and oxygen it needs directly from its surroundings. The egg's yolk provides the developing fish with food. Such eggs can develop on their own, without needing care from adults. However, many animals eat fish eggs. Fish often lay and fertilize many eggs, but few of them survive to maturity. Check your reading. How are fish eggs different from invertebrate eggs? 13.1. Review. Key concepts. 1. Why are fish classified as vertebrate animals? 2. What are 3 adaptations that suit fish for life in water? 3. Name a feature for fish from each of these groups: jawless, cartilaginous, and bony. Critical thinking. 4. Apply. If you wanted to choose tropical fish that could live comfortably in the same tank, what body features or behaviors might you look for? 5. Infer. Some fish do not lay eggs. Their eggs develop inside the female fish. How might the offspring of one of these fish differ from those of an egg-laying fish? Challenge. 6. Synthesize. Fossils indicate that species of fish with bodies very similar to today's sharks have lived in aquatic environments for hundreds of millions of years. What can you infer about the adaptations of sharks from this? (13.2) Key concept. Amphibians and reptiles are adapted for life on land. Before, you learned fish are vertebrates that live in water. Fish gills remove oxygen from water. Most young fish develop inside eggs laid in the water. Now you will learn about amphibians, vertebrates that can live on land for part of their lives. About reptiles, vertebrates that can live on land for their whole lives. About the body temperature of amphibians and reptiles. Vertebrates adapted to live on land. Most of the groups of invertebrates, and all of the vertebrates you have read about so far, live in water. Organisms such as plants and insects became very diverse after adapting to live on land. Some vertebrate animals adapted to live on land as well. In this section, you will learn about the first vertebrates to live on land, a group called the amphibians, and the group that came next, the reptiles. Amphibians living today include frogs, toads, and salamanders. Reptiles include turtles, snakes, lizards, and crocodiles. Some people find it hard to tell animals from these two groups apart, but there are some important characteristics that distinguish them. More than 350 million years ago, Earth was already inhabited by many species of vertebrate animals. All of them were fish. They lived in salt water and fresh water, consumed other organisms as food, and obtained oxygen using specialized organs called gills. Recall the pond you imagined in Chapter 3 when you learned that plants adapted to land. Now imagine the same pond 100 million years later. The pond is crowded with invertebrates and fish, all competing for oxygen and food. Suppose a period of dry weather makes the pond start to dry up. Many animals die, and food and oxygen become scarce. On the banks of the pond, it might be less crowded. Invertebrates living there are sources of food. Air on land contains more oxygen than water does. Fish that could survive on land would be better off than the fish in the pond in this situation. However, the gills of fish work only when they are wet. Fins can function to make a fish move through water, but they are not good for moving on land. Water provides more support for the body than air. Plus, fish sensory organs are specialized for detecting sounds and smells in water, not in air. It took millions of years and many generations before different adaptations occurred and amphibians became a distinct group. These early amphibians were able to survive on land. Today there are fish that can breathe air and fish that can walk for short distances on land. There are also some modern amphibian species that have adapted to life only in water. Check your reading. How are amphibians different from fish? Amphibians have moist skin and lay eggs without shells. As adults, most amphibians have these characteristics. They have 2 pairs of legs, or a total of 4 limbs. They lay their eggs in water. They obtain oxygen through their smooth, moist skin. Many also have respiratory organs called lungs. Their sensory organs are adapted for sensing on land. Most amphibians live in moist environments. Their skin is a respiratory organ that functions only when it is wet. Most species of amphibians live close to water or in damp places. Some are most active at night, when the ground is wet with dew. Others live mostly underground, beneath wet leaves, or under decaying trees. Amphibians reproduce sexually. In most amphibian species, a female lays eggs in water, a male fertilizes them with sperm, and then the offspring develop and hatch on their own. Yolk inside the eggs provides developing embryos with nutrients. Like fish eggs, amphibian eggs do not have hard shells. This means developing amphibians can get water and oxygen directly from their surroundings. Check your reading. How is the way most amphibians reproduce similar to the way most fish reproduce? Amphibian life cycle. The diagram shows the life cycle of one amphibian, the wood frog. When a young amphibian hatches, it is a larva. In Chapter 4, you learned that a larva is an early stage that is very different from the animal's adult form. For example, the larvae of frogs and toads are called tadpoles. Tadpoles look and behave like small fish. They breathe with gills, eat mostly algae, and move by pushing against the water with their tails. After a few weeks, a tadpole's body begins to change. Inside, the lungs develop, and parts of the digestive system transform. The tadpole begins to have some of the external features of a frog. It develops legs, its tail shrinks, and its head changes shape. As a young wood frog's body changes, its gills stop functioning, and it begins breathing air with its lungs. The frog starts using its tongue to capture and eat small animals. It leaves the water and begins using its legs to move around on land. Some amphibians, such as sirens and bullfrogs, remain in or near water for all of their lives. Others, like wood frogs, most toads, and some salamanders, live in moist land environments as adults. Reptiles have dry, scaly skin and lay eggs with shells. Reptiles evolved soon after amphibians and are closely related to them. However, animals in the reptile group have adaptations that allow them to survive in hotter, drier places than amphibians. For many millions of years, they were the largest and most diverse vertebrate animal group living on land. Most of the animals classified as reptiles have these characteristics. They have 2 pairs of legs for a total of 4 limbs. They have tough, dry skin covered by scales. They obtain oxygen from air with respiratory organs called lungs. Their sensory organs are adapted for sensing on land. They lay their eggs, which have shells, on land. Check your reading. What characteristics of reptiles are different from the characteristics of amphibians listed on page 167? Lungs. Reptiles do not get oxygen through their skin the way amphibians do. They are born with lungs that provide their bodies with all the oxygen they need. Lungs are internal organs made up of many small lobes of thin tissue filled with tiny blood vessels. When an animal with lungs inhales, it takes air in through its nostrils or mouth and moves the air into its lungs. There, oxygen is transported across the tissues and into the blood, and carbon dioxide is moved from the blood to the lungs and exhaled. Dry, scaly skin. Reptile skin is hard, dry, and covered with scales made of keratin, a substance much like your fingernails. The thick, waterproof skin of reptiles protects them from the environment and from predators. However, this means that reptiles cannot obtain water through their skin. Eggs with shells. The reptile egg is an important adaptation that allows vertebrate animals to survive in hot, dry environments. The eggs of reptiles contain everything an embryo needs: water, nutrients, a system for gas exchange, and a place to store waste. Membranes separate the internal parts of the egg, which is covered by a protective shell. Reptiles reproduce sexually. The egg cell of the female joins with the sperm cell of the male in the process of fertilization. After fertilization, a protective case or shell forms around each egg while it is still inside the female's body. The female selects a place to lay the eggs on land. Many species of reptiles build or dig nests. Some female reptiles, including alligators, guard their nests and care for their offspring after they hatch. Most reptiles, however, leave soon after the eggs are laid. As you can see in the photograph above, when young reptiles hatch, they look like small adults. The body temperatures of amphibians and reptiles change with the environment. Amphibians and reptiles are ectotherms, animals whose body temperatures change with environmental conditions. You are not an ectotherm. Whether the air temperature of your environment is -4 degrees Celsius, 25 degrees Fahrenheit, or 43 degrees Celsius, 110 degrees Fahrenheit, your body temperature remains around 37 degrees Celsius, 99 degrees Fahrenheit. A tortoise's body temperature changes with the temperature of the air or water surrounding it. On a cool day, a tortoise's body will be cooler than it is on a hot one. Many ectothermic animals can move and respond more quickly when their bodies are warm. Many ectotherms warm themselves in the sun. You may have seen turtles or snakes sunning themselves. Ectothermic animals transform most of the food they consume directly into energy. Some ectotherms, even large ones such as alligators, or the Galapagos tortoise in the photograph, can survive for a long time without consuming much food. Although amphibians and reptiles do not have a constant body temperature, their bodies stop functioning well if they become too hot or too cold. Most amphibians and reptiles live in environments where the temperature of the surrounding air or water does not change too much. Others, like wood frogs and painted turtles, have adaptations that allow them to slow their body processes during the winter. Amphibians and reptiles also have behaviors that allow them to adjust their body temperature in less extreme ways. The sand-diving lizard in the photograph above is able to control how much heat enters its body through the sand by standing on just 2 of its 4 feet. Many amphibians and reptiles live near water and use it to cool off their bodies. 13.2. Review. Key concepts. 1. What are 3 adaptations that allowed the first amphibians to survive on land? 2. What are 2 adaptations reptiles have that allow them to live their whole life on land? 3. A crocodile has been lying in the sun for hours. When it slides into the cool river, how will its body temperature change? Why? Critical thinking. 4. Compare and contrast. Make a diagram to show how amphibians and reptiles are different and how they are similar. 5. Infer. Some reptiles, like sea turtles, live almost their whole lives in water. What differences would you expect to see between the bodies of a sea turtle and a land turtle? Challenge. 6. Hypothesize. For many millions of years, reptiles were the most diverse and successful vertebrate animals on land. Now many of these ancient reptiles are extinct. Give some reasons that might explain the extinction of these reptiles. Connecting sciences. Life science and physical science. Sticky feet. Imagine having the ability to walk up a polished glass window, across ceiling tiles, and down a mirror, without using suction or glue. Small tropical lizards called geckos have this unique ability, and scientists are beginning to understand what makes these animals stick. A gecko's foot is covered in billions of tiny hairs. Each hair branches into hundreds of smaller hairs called spatulae, and the atoms in these spatulae are attracted to atoms in the surfaces the geckos walk on. All atoms contain particles called electrons, which constantly move around. When 2 atoms get very close, the motion of their electrons can change, attracting the 2 atoms to one another. Spatulae are over 200 times narrower than human hair. Because they are so small, Many spatulae can get close enough to the surfaces geckos walk on for their atoms to stick together. Billions of these tiny atom-level forces combine with enough strength to suspend a gecko's body weight. Scientists call this property dry adhesion, and have applied what they've learned from the souls of these small lizards to manufacturing renewable tape that never loses its ability to stick. Explore. 1. Connect. What are some other animals that can walk up walls or across ceilings? How do you think they do this? 2. Challenge. Do you think geckos would be able to walk up wet surfaces as easily as dry ones? Why or why not? 13.3. Key concept. Birds meet their needs on land, in water, and in the air. Before you learned, vertebrate animals have endoskeletons with backbones. Amphibians and reptiles have adaptations for life on land. Ectotherms do not maintain a constant body temperature. Now you will learn about birds as endotherms, how the adaptations of birds allow them to live in many environments, about adaptations for flight. Bird species live in most environments. Penguins live in Antarctica, and parrots inhabit the tropics. Pelicans scoop their food from the water, while cardinals crack open seeds and eat the insides. Swallows skim insects from above the surface of a pond. A soaring hawk swoops down, and a smaller animal becomes its prey. There are nearly 10,000 species of the vertebrate animals called birds. Their adaptations allow them to live all over the world. Some bird species, such as pigeons, are adapted to live in a wide range of environments, while others have adaptations that limit them to living in one place. Many birds travel long distances during their lives. Some migrate as the seasons change, and others cover long distances while searching for food. It probably seems easy for you to recognize which animals are birds. Birds are distinguished by these characteristics. They have feathers and a beak. They have 4 limbs, a pair of scaly legs, and a pair of wings. Their eggs have hard shells. Birds can maintain body temperature. In the last section, you learned that the body temperature of ectotherms, such as amphibians and reptiles, changes with their environment. Birds are endotherms, or animals that maintain a constant body temperature. Maintaining temperature allows endotherms to live in some places where frogs, turtles, and alligators cannot. When an ectothermic animal's body is cool, its systems slow down and it becomes less active. A less active animal consumes little or no food and is unlikely to reproduce. It moves slowly or not at all and breathes less often. Its nervous system becomes less responsive, and its heart pumps more slowly. An ectothermic animal that stays cool for too long will die. Even if it has enough food, its body lacks the energy needed to digest the food. All animals are affected by the air temperature of their environment and will die if they become too cold. However, birds and other endotherms can stay active in colder climates than ectotherms can. This is because endothermic animals have adaptations for generating more body heat and keeping it near their bodies. Check your reading. How can endotherms stay alive in colder climates than ectotherms? Generating heat. The energy birds produce as body heat comes from food. This means that birds and other endotherms need to eat a lot. An ectotherm, such as a frog, might be able to survive for days on the energy it gets from just one worm, while a bird on the same diet might starve. Also, the amount of food an endotherm needs is affected by climate. House sparrows and other birds that do not migrate need to eat more food and produce more energy to survive in winter than they do during warmer seasons. Controlling body temperature. Birds have soft feathers called down that keep warm air close to their bodies. If you have ever slept with a down comforter or worn a down jacket, you know that these feathers are good insulation, even though they are not very heavy. Other feathers, called contour feathers, Cover the down on birds. In most species, contour feathers are water resistant and protect birds from getting wet. Birds shiver when they are cold, and this muscular movement generates heat. They also have ways of cooling their bodies down when the weather is hot. Birds do not sweat, but they can fluff their feathers out to release heat. Birds, like other animals, have behaviors for maintaining body temperature, such as resting in a shady place during the hottest part of a summer day. Most birds can fly. Of all the animals on Earth today, only 3 groups have evolved adaptations for flight: insects, bats, and birds. Fossil evidence suggests that the first birds appeared on Earth about 150 million years ago, and that they were reptiles with adaptations for flight. Scientists think that all birds are descended from these flying ancestors, even modern species such as ostriches and penguins, which cannot fly. Adaptations for flight. To lift its body into the air and fly, an animal's body has to be very strong, but also light. Many adaptations and many millions of years were needed before birds' body plans and systems became capable of flight. With these adaptations, birds lost the ability to do some things that other vertebrates can. As you read about birds' adaptations for flight, match the numbers with the diagram on the next page. 1. Endoskeleton. Some of the bones in a bird's body are fused or connected without joints. This makes those parts of a bird's skeleton light and strong, but not as flexible. A specialized bone supports the bird's powerful flight muscles. 2. Wings and feathers. Birds do not have hands or paws on their wings. Contour feathers along the wing are called flight feathers and are specialized for lifting and gliding. Feathers are a strong and adjustable surface for pushing against air. 3. Specialized respiratory system. Flying takes a lot of energy, so birds need a lot of oxygen. They breathe using a system of air sacs and lungs. Air follows a path through this system that allows oxygen to move constantly through a bird's body. 4. Hollow bones. Many of the bones in a bird's skeleton are hollow. Inside, crisscrossing structures provide strength without adding much weight. Other body systems within birds are more suited for flight than systems in other invertebrates. Instead of heavy jaws and teeth, an internal organ called a gizzard grinds up food. This adaptation makes a bird lighter in weight and makes flight easier. Birds also have highly developed senses of hearing and vision, senses which are important for flight. Their senses of taste and smell are not as well developed. Check your reading. Give 2 examples of things that birds cannot do that relate to their adaptations for flight. Benefits of flight. Flight allows animals to get food from places where animals living on land or in water cannot. For example, some species of birds spend most of their lives flying over the ocean, hunting for fish. Also, a flying bird can search a large area for food more effectively than it could if it walked, ran, or swam. For many species of birds, flight makes migration possible. In Chapter 2, you learned that some animals migrate to different living places in different seasons. Most migratory birds have 2 living places, one for the summer and one for the winter. Some birds migrate very long distances. Ruby-throated hummingbirds, for example, migrate from Canada and the United States to Mexico and Central America each winter, flying nonstop 700 kilometers across the Gulf of Mexico. By flying, birds can escape danger on the ground. Many species of birds lay their eggs and raise their young in places that are difficult for predators to reach. Fossil evidence suggests that birds were the first vertebrate animal species to live on many of Earth's islands. Like the first organisms that adapted to live on land, birds that were the first vertebrates on an island usually had little competition for food, water, and living space. Check your reading. How does flight benefit birds? Give 3 examples. Birds lay eggs with hard shells. Birds reproduce sexually. Many species of birds have distinctive ways of trying to attract mates. Some species sing, and others develop colorful feathers during mating season. Wild turkeys fight each other. Bowerbirds construct elaborate nests, and woodcocks fly high in the air and then plunge back down. In most bird species, the male animals display, and the female selects her mate. The reproduction process for birds is similar to that of reptiles. After internal fertilization, a shell forms around each fertilized egg while it is still inside the female's body. Reptiles' eggs usually have flexible shells, but the shells of birds' eggs are hard. The female bird chooses a place to lay the eggs. Often this is a nest. In some bird species, either the male or the female builds the nest, while in others, mated birds build a nest together. Bird eggs have to be kept at a constant warm temperature or they will not develop. Most birds use their body heat to keep the eggs warm. They sit on the eggs, which can support the adult bird's weight because the shells are hard. This process is called incubation. When the eggs hatch, the young birds are not yet able to fly. They must be cared for until they can meet their own needs. Most birds take care of their offspring. In some bird species, male and female mates care for their offspring together. This is often the case for birds, such as the tanagers in the top photograph, whose young hatch before their eyes open or their feathers grow. It takes two adult birds to provide them with enough food, warmth, and protection. The offspring of some species, like the ducks in the bottom photograph, hatch at a later state of development, with open eyes. They are already covered with down feathers and able to walk. In such species, it's common for just one adult, usually the female, to incubate the eggs and care for the young. 13.3. Review. Key concepts. 1. What does an endothermic animal need to do in order to generate body heat? 2. What are two types of feathers and what are their functions? 3. Describe 3 adaptations that make flight possible for birds. Critical thinking. 4. Compare and contrast. How is reproduction in birds similar to reproduction in reptiles? How is it different? 5. Synthesize. Most flightless birds live on islands or in remote places where there are few predators. Explain why, in such an environment, flying birds' bodies might have adapted and become flightless. Challenge. 6. Hypothesize. Many species of birds begin migration while food is still plentiful in their current environment. Understanding what triggers migration in birds is an active area of scientific research. Develop a hypothesis about migration triggers in one species of bird. Describe how to test your hypothesis. 13.4. Key concept. Mammals live in many environments. Before you learned, endotherms can stay active in cold environments. Many bird adaptations are related to flight. Birds lay hard-shelled eggs and usually take care of their young. Now you will learn about mammals as endotherms, about the diversity of adaptations in mammals, that mammals produce milk, which is food for their young. Think about, how diverse are mammals? Mammals have adapted to survive in many environments and come in many shapes and sizes. Whales live in the ocean, and goats may live near mountain peaks. Some monkeys live in tropical forests, and polar bears survive in frozen areas. An elephant might not fit in your classroom, but the tiny shrew shown here could fit on your finger. As you read this chapter, think about the characteristics of mammals that help them to survive in such a variety of ways. Mammals are a diverse group. The group of vertebrates called mammals includes many familiar animals. Mice are mammals, and so are cows, elephants, and chimpanzees. You are a mammal too. Bats are mammals that can fly. Some mammals, including whales, live in water. Some mammal species, such as raccoons and skunks, have adapted to live in many sorts of environments, including cities. Others, such as cheetahs and polar bears, have adaptations for meeting their needs in just a few environments. Mammals are a diverse animal group. Although there are less than 5,000 species of mammals on Earth, mammal species come in many shapes and sizes and have many different ways of moving, finding food, and eating. These are some of the characteristics that distinguish mammals from other animals. All mammals have hair during some part of their lives. Most mammal species have teeth specialized for consuming particular kinds of food. All mammal species produce milk, with which they feed their young. Mammals are endotherms. You have learned that endothermic animals are able to stay active in cold environments. This is because endotherms maintain a constant body temperature. Mammals are endotherms. This means that they use some of the food they consume to generate body heat. Mammals also have adaptations for controlling body temperature. Hair. Many species of mammals have bodies covered with hair. Like birds' feathers, hair is an adaptation that allows mammals to have some control over the warmth or coldness of their bodies. Mammals that live in cold regions, like polar bears, have hair that keeps them warm. Desert mammals, such as camels, have hair that protects them from extreme heat. Most mammals have at least two types of hair. Soft, fluffy underhairs keep heat close to their bodies, like the down feathers of birds. Water-resistant guard hairs cover the underhairs and give the animal's fur its color. Some species of mammals also have specialized hairs. A specialized structure is one that performs a particular function. For example, whiskers are sensory hairs that are part of an animal's sense of touch. Porcupine's quills are hairs that function in self-defense. Check your reading. What are 3 functions of hair? Body fat. Some mammal species that live in water, such as dolphins, have very little hair. These mammals have a layer of fat called blubber that plays an important role in maintaining body temperature. The blubber is located between the animal's skin and muscles and provides its organs with insulation from heat and cold. Body fat can also be a storage place for energy. When a mammal consumes more food than it needs, the extra energy may be stored in its fat cells. Later, if the animal needs energy but cannot find food, it can use the energy stored in the fat. For example, animals that hibernate, such as woodchucks, may eat a lot more than they need to survive at times when plenty of food is available. This makes them fat. Then, while they are hibernating, they do not have to eat, because their body fat provides them with the energy they need. Check your reading. What are 2 ways that body fat functions in mammals? Mammals have adapted to many environments. Scientists think mammals appeared on Earth about 200 million years ago. Fossil evidence suggests that the first mammals were small land vertebrates with 4 limbs, a tail, and specialized teeth. They probably had fur and were most active at night. Over millions of years, those early mammals adapted to live in many different environments and became the diverse group of species they are today. Moles, for example, live almost entirely underground. They have strong limbs for digging and organs specialized for sensing invertebrate prey in the dark. Spider monkeys, on the other hand, live mostly in trees. A spider monkey can use all 4 of its long limbs and its flexible, grasping tail to move through a forest without touching the ground. The first mammals lived on land, but over time, some species adapted to live in watery environments. Some of them, such as otters and walruses, live mostly in water, but can also be found on land. Others, such as dolphins and whales, have bodies so completely adapted for life in the water that they no longer have a way of moving on land. If you look carefully at the diagram above, however, you will see that a dolphin's body plan differs in some important ways from that of a fish. Mammals have reproductive adaptations. Mammals reproduce sexually. Before a mammal can produce offspring, it finds a mate. Some mammals, such as lions, live in groups that include both males and females. However, most mammals live alone most of the time. They find a mate when they are ready to reproduce. Some mammal species breed only at certain times of the year. Others can reproduce throughout the year. Development before birth. Fertilization occurs internally in mammals. In almost every species of mammal, the offspring develop inside the female's body. Many mammals have a special organ called a placenta that transports nutrients, water, and oxygen from the mother's blood to the developing embryo. The embryo's waste materials leave through the placenta and are transported out of the mother's body along with her waste. The time when a mammal is developing inside its mother is called gestation. As you can see in the diagram, the length of the gestation period is different for different species. Gestation ends when the young animal's body has grown and developed enough for it to survive outside the mother. Then it is born. Check your reading. Where do the offspring of most mammals develop before they are born? Not all mammals fully develop inside their mothers. The duck-billed platypus and 2 species of spiny anteaters have young that hatch from eggs. Mammals in a group called the marsupials, which includes kangaroos, develop inside the mother at first, but are born when they are extremely small. Right after birth, a young marsupial climbs across its mother to a special pouch on the outside of her body. It completes its development there. Only one marsupial, the opossum, lives in North America. Raising young. Milk, a high-energy liquid food full of proteins, fats, sugars, and other nutrients, is the first food young mammals consume. Each species' milk has a different combination of these ingredients. Mammals' bodies have special glands for producing milk called mammary glands. In almost all mammal species, only females' mammary glands function. This means that only female mammals can feed the young with milk. In most mammal species, females gestate and care for the offspring alone. However, in some mammal species, the male helps raise the young. Different species of mammals are born at varying stages of development. Most mice are helpless, blind, and naked at birth, while giraffes can walk soon after they are born. The length of time a young mammal needs care from an adult varies. Some seals nurse their young for less than a month before leaving them to survive on their own. Some whales live alongside their young for a much longer time. However, humans may be the mammal species that takes care of their offspring for the longest time of all. 13.4. Review. Key concepts. 1. Why is a bat classified as a mammal instead of a bird? Why are whales classified as mammals and not fish? 2. Name 2 adaptations that allow mammals to have control over body temperature. 3. How does the way that mammals feed their young differ from the ways other animals feed their young? Critical thinking. 4. Apply. One day on your way home from school, you see an animal that you have never seen before. What clues would you look for to tell you what type of animal it is? 5. Synthesize. Make a Venn diagram that shows how the vertebrate animal groups you learned about in this chapter are similar and different. Challenge. 6. Evaluate. This section begins with the statement, mammals are a diverse group. Explain what this means and why it is a true statement. How does the diversity of mammals compare to the diversity of other living things such as bacteria, plants, arthropods, or fish? Frontiers in Science. Ecosystems on fire. It may seem strange to set fire to a wilderness preserve, but fire brings health to some ecosystems. Fire and life. Intense heat, smoke, the crackling of burning grasses, the crashing of flaming trees. All these characteristics of fire seem threatening. In recent years, forest fires have burned huge areas of forest and have endangered people and property nearby. But even though fire can be destructive, it can also be an agent of life. In fact, scientists are actively using fire to manage ecosystems, areas that contain specific groups of living and non-living things. Prairies, forests, and woodlands are examples of ecosystems. The fear of fire has led people to limit fires that are a natural part of some ecosystems. Preventing or putting out smaller fires in a forest ecosystem can mean trouble. Occasional small fires burn small amounts of material and cause only limited damage. Without these smaller fires, burnable materials may build up and lead to the outbreak of a catastrophic fire. The species of living things in some ecosystems have adaptations that allow them to thrive on fire. In North America, trees such as lodgepole pine and jack pine depend upon flames to release seeds from their cones. Cape lilies lying under the forest floor blossom almost immediately after a forest fire. On prairies, flowers such as the rare coastal gayfeather in Texas or the fringed prairie orchid in Illinois benefit from prairie fires. Observing patterns. Ecosystems include living things such as plants and animals, and non-living things such as water and soil. Fires affect both the living and the non-living. The photographs above show part of an oak woodland ecosystem. The photograph on the left shows a burn, a fire set deliberately by humans. The photograph on the right shows the same area 7 months later. Ashes left from fires add nutrients to the soil. Fire also opens space on the forest floor. Areas that were shaded by small trees, plants, and dead branches receive light. Over time, wild hyacinth and other new plants grow around the oak, and new insects and animals move into the area. In tall grass prairie ecosystems, fire provides similar benefits. Fire burns away overgrown plants, enriches the soil, and clears the way for the growth of new plants. Bison prefer to graze on these new plants that appear after a fire. A new understanding. Although some of the benefits provided by ecosystems can't be measured, researchers are starting to measure the financial contributions of ecosystems. Ecosystems may help clean our water, balance gases in the atmosphere, and maintain temperature ranges. Researchers today are studying these benefits. In fact, a new frontier in ecology called ecosystem services is emerging. This new study is gaining the attention of both scientists and economists. Given our growing awareness of the importance of ecosystems, should humans deliberately set fire to areas in forests or prairies? The answer to this question requires an understanding of interactions among living and non-living parts of ecosystems. Forest and prairie fires can be dangerous, but properly managed, they provide important benefits to society as well as to the natural world. Unanswered questions. Understanding the connections within ecosystems raises more questions. In the coming years, people will need to analyze the costs and benefits of ecosystem restoration. How will humans balance the need to feed the population with the cost of destroying ecosystems such as the prairie? How can scientists and wildlife managers protect people and property near forests while maintaining forest ecosystems? How do ecosystems protect natural resources such as soil and water?
Chapter 14, Ecosystems and Biomes. The Big Idea. Matter and energy together support life within an environment. Key concepts. Section 14.1. Ecosystems support life. Learn about different factors that make up an ecosystem. Section 14.2. Matter cycles through ecosystems. Learn about the water, carbon, and nitrogen cycles. Section 14.3. Energy flows through ecosystems. Learn how energy moves through living things. Section 14.4. Biomes contain many ecosystems. Learn about different land and water biomes. 14.1. Key concept. Ecosystems support life. Before, you learned, living things need to obtain matter and energy from the environment. The sun provides Earth with light and heat. Now you will learn, what factors define an ecosystem? About living factors in an ecosystem. About non-living factors in an ecosystem. Living things depend on the environment. You wouldn't find a kangaroo in the Arctic, and you won't see a polar bear in Australia. Each of these organisms is suited to a certain environment. The kangaroo and the polar bear are able to survive despite the harsh conditions of their surroundings. Ecology is the scientific study of how organisms interact with their environment and all the other organisms that live in that environment. Scientists use the word ecosystem to describe a particular environment and all the living things that are supported by it. An ecosystem can be as small as a pond or as large as a desert. What is important in an ecosystem is how the living parts of the ecosystem relate to the non-living parts. Let's take a look at a pond. A pond ecosystem is more than just water and fish. Plants grow in and around the water, and animals feed on these plants. A variety of tiny microorganisms in the water are food for fish and for each other. These are just a few of the living parts, or biotic factors, of a pond ecosystem. The non-living parts, or abiotic factors, include the air that supplies oxygen and carbon dioxide, the soil that provides nutrients, the water in the pond, and the sunlight that plants need to grow. Biotic factors interact with an ecosystem. Living things depend upon an ecosystem for food, air, and water, as well as other things they need for survival. In turn, living things have an impact on the ecosystem in which they live. Plants, as a biotic factor in land ecosystems, affect other biotic and abiotic parts of ecosystems. Plants are an important source of food. The types of plants found in a particular ecosystem will determine the types of animals that can live there. Plants can affect temperature by blocking sunlight. Plant roots hold soil in place. Even the atmosphere is affected by plants taking in carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen. Animals, as biotic factors, also affect an ecosystem. A beaver that builds a dam changes the flow of a river and so affects the surrounding landscape. Large herds of cattle can overgraze a grassland ecosystem and cause the soil to erode. In an ocean biome, corals form giant reefs that provide food and shelter for marine organisms. Many abiotic factors affect ecosystems. Abiotic factors include both the physical and chemical parts of an ecosystem. Physical factors are factors that you can see or feel, such as the temperature or the amount of water or sunlight. Important chemical factors include the minerals and compounds found in the soil and whether the ecosystem's water is fresh or salty. It is the combination of different abiotic factors that determines the types of organisms that an ecosystem will support. Check your reading. List 4 different abiotic factors that can affect an ecosystem. Temperature. Temperature is an important abiotic factor in any ecosystem. In a land ecosystem, temperature affects the types of plants that will do well there. The types of plants available for food and shelter, in turn, determine the types of animals that can live there. For example, a tropical rainforest has not only a lot of rain, but it has consistently warm temperatures. The wide variety of plants that grow in a tropical rainforest supports a wide variety of monkeys, birds, and other organisms. Animals are as sensitive to temperature as plants are. Musk oxen, with their thick coat of fur, can survive in very cold environments, where temperatures of -40 degrees Celsius, -40 degrees Fahrenheit, are normal. The water buffalo, with its light coat, is better suited to warm temperatures. The wild water buffalo lives where temperatures can reach 48 degrees Celsius, 118 degrees Fahrenheit. Light. You can easily understand how abiotic factors work together when you think about sunlight and temperature. Sunlight warms Earth's surface and atmosphere. In addition, energy from sunlight supports all life on Earth. The sun provides the energy that plants capture and use to produce food in a process called photosynthesis. The food produced by plants and other photosynthetic organisms feeds almost all the other living things found on Earth. The strength of sunlight and the amount of sunlight available in a land ecosystem determine the types of plants in that ecosystem. A desert ecosystem will have plants like cacti, which can survive where sunlight is very strong. Meanwhile, mosses and ferns grow well on the forest floor, where much of the light is blocked by the trees above. Light is a factor in ocean ecosystems as well. The deeper the water is, the less light there is available. In the shallow water near the shore, photosynthetic organisms can survive at the surface and on the ocean floor. In the open ocean, light is available for photosynthetic organisms only in the first 100 meters below the surface. Soil. Soil, which is a mixture of small rock and mineral particles, is an important abiotic factor in land ecosystems. Organisms within the soil break down the remains of dead plants and animals. This process of decay provides important raw materials to the living plants and animals of an ecosystem. Different ecosystems have different types of soil. The characteristics of the soil in an ecosystem affect plant growth. Soils that have a lot of decaying or organic matter can hold water well and allow air to reach the plant roots. Sandy soils usually do not hold water well because the water flows through too easily. Clay soil, which has small, tightly packed particles, will not allow water to move through easily at all. Minerals in the soil also affect plant growth. Check your reading. Explain how soil can affect plant life in an ecosystem. Water. Another important abiotic factor in land ecosystems is the amount of water available to support life. All living things need water to carry out life processes. Plants need water as well as sunlight for photosynthesis. Animals need water to digest food and release the energy stored in the food. Look at the photograph to see the effect that an underground water source has on an otherwise dry desert ecosystem. Trees could not survive there without a plentiful supply of water. Ecosystems that have a lot of water can support a large number of different types of plants. These different types of plants can then support a large number of different types of animals. Tropical rainforests, the wettest of all ecosystems on land, are also the most diverse. Desert ecosystems, which are the driest land ecosystems, have far fewer types of plants and animals. The amount of life in a land ecosystem will always be related to the amount of fresh water available for its inhabitants. 14.1. Review. Key concepts. 1. Draw a diagram of an ecosystem near where you live. Label the factors biotic or abiotic. 2. Give 2 examples of how plants and animals affect their environment. 3. Describe how temperature, light, and soil affect an ecosystem. Critical thinking. 4. Predict. Think of a forest ecosystem. Now imagine that a large volcanic eruption throws large amounts of dust and ash into the air, blocking out sunlight. How might the forest ecosystem be affected if the sunlight is blocked for a day? For a year? Challenge. 5. Apply. Think of how you fit into your local environment. List ways in which you interact with biotic and abiotic factors within your ecosystem. 14.2. Key concept. Matter cycles through ecosystems. Before, you learned ecosystems support life. Living and non-living factors interact in an ecosystem. Temperature, light, soil, and water are important non-living factors in ecosystems. Now you will learn how matter is exchanged between organisms and their environment, about the water, carbon, and nitrogen cycles. All ecosystems need certain materials. Living things depend on their environment to meet their needs. You can think of those needs in terms of the material or matter required by all living things. For example, all organisms take in water and food in order to survive. All of the materials an organism takes in are returned to the ecosystem while the organism lives or after it dies. The movement of matter through the living and non-living parts of an ecosystem is a continuous process, a cycle. A cycle is a series of events that happens over and over again. Matter in an ecosystem may change form, but it never leaves the ecosystem, so the matter is said to cycle through the ecosystem. Three of the most important cycles in ecosystems involve water, carbon, and nitrogen. Water cycles through ecosystems. Water is stored on Earth's surface in lakes, rivers, and oceans. Water is found underground, filling the spaces between soil particles and cracks in rocks. Large amounts of water are stored in glaciers and polar ice sheets. Water is also part of the bodies of living things. But water is not just stored, it is constantly moving. The movement of water through the environment is called the water cycle. Water is made up of just two elements, oxygen and hydrogen. As water moves through an ecosystem, it changes in physical form, moving back and forth between gas, liquid, and solid. Water in the atmosphere is usually in gaseous form, water vapor. Water that falls to Earth's surface is referred to as precipitation. For precipitation to occur, water vapor must condense. It must change into a liquid or solid. This water can fall as rain, snow, sleet, mist, or hail. Check your reading. What are the three physical forms of water in the water cycle? Water returns to the atmosphere when heated, changing back into vapor, a process called evaporation. Living things also release water vapor. Animals release water vapor when they breathe or respire. Plants release water vapor through a process called transpiration. Carbon cycles through ecosystems. Carbon is an element found in all living things. Carbon moves through Earth's atmosphere and its ecosystems in a cycle referred to as the carbon cycle. It is through carbon dioxide gas found in Earth's atmosphere that carbon enters the living parts of an ecosystem. Plants use carbon dioxide to produce sugar, a process called photosynthesis. Sugars are carbon compounds that are important building blocks in food and all living matter. Food supplies the energy and materials living things need to live and grow. To release the energy in food, organisms break down the carbon compounds, a process called respiration. Carbon is released and cycled back into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. When living things die and decay, the rest of the carbon that makes up living matter is released. Check your reading. Name 3 ways that living things are part of the carbon cycle. Earth's oceans contain far more carbon than the air does. In water ecosystems, lakes, rivers, and oceans, carbon dioxide is dissolved in water. Algae and certain types of bacteria are the photosynthetic organisms that produce food in these ecosystems. Marine organisms, too, release carbon dioxide during respiration. Carbon is also deposited on the ocean floor when organisms die. Large amounts of carbon are stored underground. The remains of plants and animals buried for millions of years decay slowly and change into fossil fuels, such as coal and oil. The carbon in fossil fuels returns to ecosystems in a process called combustion. As humans burn fossil fuels to release energy, dust particles and gases containing carbon are also released into the environment. Nitrogen cycles through ecosystems. Nitrogen is another element important to life that cycles through Earth in the nitrogen cycle. Almost 4/5 of the air you breathe is clear, colorless nitrogen gas. Yet you cannot get the nitrogen you need to live from the air. All animals must get nitrogen from plants. Plants cannot use pure nitrogen gas either. However, plants can absorb certain compounds of nitrogen. Plants take in these nitrogen compounds through their roots, along with water and other nutrients. So how does the nitrogen from the atmosphere get into the soil? One source is lightning. Every lightning strike breaks apart or fixes pure nitrogen, changing it into a form that plants can use. This form of nitrogen falls to the ground when it rains. A far greater source of nitrogen is nitrogen-fixing bacteria. These bacteria live in the oceans as well as the soil. Some even attach themselves to the roots of certain plants, like alfalfa or soybeans. When organisms die, decomposers in the ocean or soil break them down. Nitrogen in the soil or water is used again by living things. A small amount is returned to the atmosphere by certain bacteria that can break down nitrogen compounds into nitrogen gas. 14.2. Review. Key concepts. 1. Draw a diagram of the water cycle. Show 3 ways in which water moves through the cycle. 2. Summarize the main parts of the carbon cycle. 3. Explain 2 ways that nitrogen gas in the atmosphere is changed into nitrogen compounds that plants can use. Critical thinking. 4. Predict. When people burn fossil fuels, carbon dioxide gas is added to the atmosphere. How might increased carbon dioxide affect plant growth? 5. Compare and contrast. Review the nitrogen and carbon cycles. How are these 2 cycles similar and different? Challenge. 6. Apply. Draw a cycle diagram that shows how water is used in your household. Include activities that use water, sources of water, and ways that water leaves your house. 14.3. Key concept. Energy flows through ecosystems. Before, you learned, matter cycles continuously through an ecosystem. Living things are part of the water, carbon, and nitrogen cycles. Now you will learn how living things move energy through an ecosystem, how feeding relationships are important in ecosystems, how the amount of energy changes as it flows through an ecosystem. Living things capture and release energy. Everything you do, running, reading, and working, requires energy. The energy you use is chemical energy, which comes from the food you eat. When you go for a run, you use up energy. Some of that energy is released to the environment as heat as you sweat. Eventually, you will need to replace the energy you've used. Energy is vital to all living things. Most of that energy comes either directly or indirectly from the sun. To use the sun's energy, living things must first capture that energy and store it in some usable form. Because energy is continuously used by the activities of living things, it must be continuously replaced in the ecosystem. Producers. A producer is an organism that captures energy and stores it in food as chemical energy. The producers of an ecosystem make energy available to all the other living parts of an ecosystem. Most energy enters ecosystems through photosynthesis. Plants and other photosynthetic organisms take water and carbon dioxide from their environment and use energy from the sun to produce sugars. The chemical energy stored in sugars can be released when sugars are broken down. Check your reading. How does energy enter into the living parts of an ecosystem? Plants are the most common producers found in land ecosystems. In water ecosystems, most food is produced by photosynthetic bacteria and algae. A few examples of producers that use photosynthesis are shown in the photographs above. The sun provides most of the energy that is stored in food. One exception is the unusual case of a type of bacteria that lives in the deep ocean, where there is no sunlight. These bacteria produce food using heated chemicals released from underwater vents. This process is called chemosynthesis. Whether producers use photosynthesis or chemosynthesis, they do just as their name suggests. They produce food for themselves and for the rest of the ecosystem. Consumers. Organisms that cannot produce their own food must get their food from other sources. Consumers are organisms that get their energy by eating or consuming other organisms. To understand how energy flows through an ecosystem, you have to study feeding relationships. A feeding relationship starts with a producer, followed by one and often many more consumers. Check your reading. Describe the producer-consumer relationship in terms of energy. Consumers are classified by their position in a feeding relationship. In a meadow ecosystem, animals such as antelopes and grasshoppers feed on grasses. They are primary consumers because they are the first link between the producers and the rest of the consumers in an ecosystem. The wolves that eat the antelopes and the meadowlarks that eat the grasshoppers are secondary consumers. There are also tertiary consumers, like the prairie falcon that eats the meadowlark. Ecosystems also have special consumers called scavengers, like the vulture or earthworm, which are consumers that feed on dead animals. In the photograph above, energy enters the ecosystem through the tree, which is the producer. The caterpillar that gets its energy by feeding on the leaves is the first or primary consumer. The bird that gets its energy by feeding on the caterpillar is a secondary consumer. Decomposers. If you've been for a hike through a forest or a walk through a park, you have seen the interaction of producers and consumers. Tall trees and leafy shrubs are home to many insects and the birds that feed upon the insects. Also important to the maintenance of an ecosystem are decomposers, a group of organisms that often go unseen. Decomposers are organisms that break down dead plant and animal matter into simpler compounds. You can think of decomposers as the cleanup crew of an ecosystem. In a forest, consumers such as deer and insects eat a tiny fraction of the leaves on trees and shrubs. The leaves that are left on the forest floor, as well as dead roots and branches, are eventually digested by fungi and bacteria living in the soil. Decomposers also break down animal remains, including waste materials. A pinch of soil may contain almost 500,000 fungi and billions of bacteria. The energy within an ecosystem gets used up as it flows from organism to organism. Decomposers are the organisms that release the last bit of energy from once living matter. Decomposers also return matter to soil or water, where it may be used again and again. Models help explain feeding relationships. You have learned how energy is captured by producers and moved through ecosystems by consumers and decomposers. Scientists use two different models to show the feeding relationships that transfer the energy from organism to organism. These models are food chains and food webs. Food chain. A chain is made of links that are connected one by one. Scientists use the idea of links in a chain as a model for simple feeding relationships. A food chain describes the feeding relationship between a producer and a single chain of consumers in an ecosystem. The illustration in the white box on page 27 shows a wetland food chain. The first link in the chain is a cattail, a primary producer that captures the sun's energy and stores it in food. The second link is a caterpillar, a primary consumer of the cattail. The frog is the next link, a secondary consumer that eats the caterpillar. The final link is a heron, a tertiary consumer that eats the frog. Energy is captured and released at each link in the chain. The arrows represent the flow of energy from organism to organism. You can see that some of the energy captured by the cattail makes its way through a whole chain of other organisms in the ecosystem. Food web. A food web is a model of the feeding relationships between many different consumers and producers in an ecosystem. A food web is more like a spider web with many overlapping and interconnected food chains. It is a better model for the complex feeding relationships in an ecosystem, which usually has many different producers with many primary and secondary consumers. The illustration on page 27 also shows a wetland food web. You can see that the feeding relationships can go in several directions. For example, the food web shows that ruddy ducks eat bulrushes, which are producers. That makes ruddy ducks primary consumers. Ruddy ducks are also secondary consumers because they eat snails. A food web shows how one consumer can play several roles in an ecosystem. Check your reading. What is the difference between a food chain and a food web? Both food chains and food webs show how different organisms receive their energy. They also show how different organisms depend on one another. If one organism is removed from the food web or food chain, it may affect many other organisms in the ecosystem. Available energy decreases as it moves through an ecosystem. Another way to picture the flow of energy in an ecosystem is to use an energy pyramid. An energy pyramid is a model that shows the amount of energy available at each feeding level of an ecosystem. The first level includes the producers. The second level, the primary consumers, and so on. Because usable energy decreases as it moves from producers to consumers, the bottom level is the largest. The available energy gets smaller and smaller the farther up the pyramid you go. In the pyramid shown here, plants are the producers. They capture energy from sunlight, use some of it, then store the rest as food. The plants are eaten by insects, which also use some of the energy before being eaten by shrews. The shrews use energy before being eaten by the owl. You can see that it takes a lot of sunlight to support the producers and consumers in a food web that feeds an owl. 14.3. Review. Key concepts. 1. Describe the role of producers, consumers, and decomposers in an ecosystem. 2. Explain why a food web provides a better model of an ecosystem than a food chain does. 3. Explain how the amount of available energy changes as energy moves up a food chain. Critical thinking. 4. Apply. Draw a food chain and a food web for an ecosystem near your home. 5. Predict. Imagine that muskrats are removed from a wetland ecosystem. Predict what would happen both to producers and to secondary consumers. Challenge. 6. Synthesize. Explain how the carbon cycle is related to a food web. Describe how energy and matter move through the food web and the carbon cycle. Connecting sciences. Life science and physical science. Biomagnification. Matter moves through living things in an ecosystem. Some of it is used up. Some of it is stored. Sometimes, a toxic or poisonous material can get into a food chain and be stored. Biomagnification is the process by which matter becomes concentrated in living things. Moving up the food chain. DDT provides one example of the effects of biomagnification in an ecosystem. DDT is a chemical that was widely used to kill plant-eating insects. Some chemicals break down over time, but DDT does not. DDT collected in water and soil, was absorbed by living things, and moved up the food chain. The diagram shows how DDT became magnified in a wetland ecosystem. It entered through tiny organisms called zooplankton, which absorbed DDT from the water. 1. The concentration of DDT in zooplankton was about 800 times greater than in the environment. 2. Minnows fed on zooplankton. DDT was magnified 31 times, so the concentration of DDT in minnows was 24,800 times greater than in the environment. 800 times 31 equals 24,800. 3. Trout ate minnows. DDT was magnified 1.7 times, so the concentration of DDT in trout was 42,160 times greater than in the environment. 4. Gulls ate trout. DDT was magnified 4.8 times, so the concentration of DDT in gulls was over 200,000 times greater than in the environment. DDT is especially harmful to large birds, such as osprey and eagles. The chemical made the shells of the eggs of these large birds so thin that the eggs did not survive long enough to hatch. Challenge. Even though DDT was effective, some insects were not harmed by DDT. Predict what might happen to the numbers of those insects as a result of DDT use. 14.4. Key concept. Biomes contain many ecosystems. Before, you learned, feeding relationships describe how energy flows through ecosystems. The amount of available energy decreases as it flows through ecosystems. Now you will learn how biomes vary by region and by the plant life they support. How different ecosystems make up a biome. About the different land and water biomes on Earth. Think about, what do this plant's characteristics suggest about its environment? A plant's overall shape and form help it to survive in its environment. Look closely at this plant in the photograph. Describe its shape. Does it have leaves, a stem, flowers? Look at the surrounding area. What do your observations suggest about the environment in general? Regions of Earth are classified into biomes. If you could travel along the 30 degrees latitude line, either north or south of the equator, you'd notice an interesting pattern. You would see deserts give way to grasslands, and grasslands give way to forests. Across Earth, there are large geographic areas that are similar in climate and that have similar types of plants and animals. Each of these regions is classified as a biome. There are 6 major land biomes on Earth, as shown on the map on page 31. Climate is an important factor in land biomes. Climate describes the long-term weather patterns of a region, such as average yearly rainfall and temperature ranges. Climate also affects soil type. Available water, temperature, and soil are abiotic factors important in ecosystems. The fact that the abiotic factors of a particular biome are similar helps to explain why the ecosystems found in these biomes are similar. Biomes represent very large areas, which means that there will be many ecosystems within a biome. Taiga and tundra. If you go to the northernmost regions of Earth, you will find 2 biomes, tundra and taiga, that are characterized by long cold winters and short cool summers. In the Arctic tundra, temperatures can go as low as -50 degrees Celsius, with a high of about 18 degrees Celsius. Temperature ranges in the taiga are similar, -40 degrees Celsius to 20 degrees Celsius. The tundra doesn't get much precipitation, less than 25 centimeters each year. Yet the area is wet because cold temperatures keep the water from evaporating. One of the important characteristics of tundra is permafrost, a deep layer of permanently frozen soil that lies just below the surface soil. Permafrost prevents trees from taking root in the tundra. Plants of the tundra are small and include mosses, grasses, and woody shrubs. Organisms called lichens also do well in the tundra. The producers of tundra ecosystems support rodents, caribou, and muskoxen. Grizzly bears, white fox, and snowy owls are predators found there. Migrating birds come to nest in the tundra, feeding on insects that mature in summer. Even though the temperatures of the taiga are similar to those of the tundra, the taiga has more precipitation, 30 to 60 centimeters a year. The effect of this is that there is more snow on the ground, which insulates the soil below, keeping it from freezing. Taiga ecosystems are characterized by evergreen trees, called coniferous trees. These trees have needle-like leaves that produce food all year long. This is an advantage in taiga ecosystems because decomposers work slowly in the cold, so the soil is low in nutrients. The wood and leaves of these trees feed insects, and their seeds feed birds and squirrels. Taiga ecosystems support deer, elk, snowshoe hares, and beavers. Predators include lynx, owls, bears, and wolves. Desert and grassland. Deserts and grasslands are biomes found toward the middle latitudes. You can see from the map on page 31 that a desert biome often leads into a grassland biome. What deserts and grasslands have in common is that they do not get enough precipitation to support trees. Some deserts are cold and some deserts are hot, but all deserts are characterized by their dry soil. Less than 25 centimeters of rain falls each year in a desert. Desert plants, like the cactus, and desert animals, like the collared lizard, can get by on very little water. Small burrowing animals, like the kangaroo rat and ground squirrel, are part of desert ecosystems. Desert predators include snakes, owls, and foxes. Grassland ecosystems develop in areas of moderate rainfall, generally from 50 to 90 centimeters each year. There is enough rain to support grasses, but too little rain to support forests. Periodic wildfires and droughts keep smaller shrubs and tree seedlings from growing. Summer in grassland ecosystems are warm, up to 30 degrees Celsius, but winters are cold. Grasses do well in large open areas. The more rain a grassland ecosystem gets, the higher the grasses grow. These ecosystems support seed-eating rodents that make their burrows in the grassland soil. There are also large grazing animals like bison, wild horses, gazelle, and zebra. Predators include wolves, tigers, and lions. Temperate forest and tropical forest. Trees need more water than smaller plants, shrubs, and grasses. So forest biomes are usually located in regions where more water is available. The taiga is a forest biome. There the coniferous trees survive on smaller amounts of precipitation because the cold weather limits evaporation. Across the middle latitudes, temperate forests grow where winters are short and 75 to 150 centimeters of precipitation fall each year. Near the equator, there are no winters. There, tropical forests grow where 200 to 450 centimeters of rain fall each year. Most temperate forests are made up of deciduous trees, sometimes referred to as broadleaf trees. Deciduous trees drop their leaves as winter approaches and grow new leaves in spring. The most common broadleaf trees in North American deciduous forests are oak, birch, beech, and maple. Temperate forests support a wide variety of animals. Animals like mice, chipmunks, squirrels, raccoons, and deer live off seeds, fruit, and insects. Predators include wolves, bobcats, foxes, and mountain lions. Most temperate forests in North America are deciduous. However, the wet winters and dry summers in the Pacific Northwest support forests made up mostly of coniferous trees, redwoods, spruce, and fir. These forests are referred to as temperate rainforests. The largest trees in the United States are found in these temperate rainforests. Tropical forests are located near the equator, where the weather is warm all year, around 25 degrees Celsius. The tropical rainforest is the wettest land biome, with a rainfall of 250 to 400 centimeters each year. The trees tend to have leaves year-round. This provides an advantage because the soil is poor in nutrients. High temperatures cause materials to break down quickly, but there are so many plants, the nutrients get used up just as quickly. More types of animals, plants, and other organisms live in the tropical rainforest than anywhere else on Earth. The trees grow close together and support many tree-dwelling animals, like monkeys, birds, insects, and snakes. There are even plants, like orchids and vines, that grow on top of the trees. Check your reading. How does the variety of plants in a biome affect the variety of animals in a biome? Water covers most of Earth's surface. Close to 3/4 of Earth's surface is covered by water. Water, or aquatic biomes, can be divided into two broad categories: freshwater biomes and saltwater biomes. Plants have a role as producers in the water biomes that are closely surrounded by land, in ponds and streams and wetlands, and in coastal areas. The food chains of deep-water ecosystems depend on tiny photosynthetic microorganisms called phytoplankton. Freshwater biomes. The ecosystems of freshwater biomes are affected by the qualities of the landscape in which they are found. For example, the running water of streams and rivers results from differences in elevation. In shallow rivers, green algae and plants grow in from the banks, providing food for insects and snails that feed fish, salamanders, turtles, and frogs. Plants in a freshwater biome, like a stream or river, may take root in the soil under the water if the water is not too deep or moving too fast. Phytoplankton are not part of river ecosystems because of the moving water. Ponds and lakes have still water. Ponds are shallow and support many plants as producers. The deeper lakes depend much more on phytoplankton. Ponds and lakes support many different insects, shellfish, snakes, fish, and the land animals that feed off them. Check your reading. Name two types of freshwater biomes. Estuaries are water ecosystems that mark a transition between freshwater and saltwater biomes. An estuary is the lower end of a river that feeds into the ocean, where freshwater and saltwater mix. Marshes and wetlands are two types of estuaries. Estuaries are sometimes referred to as the nurseries of the sea because so many marine animals travel into the calm waters of an estuary to reproduce. Seaweed, marsh grasses, shellfish, and birds all thrive in estuaries. Marine biomes. Marine biomes are saltwater biomes. The three general marine biomes are coastal ocean, open ocean, and deep ocean. Beaches are part of the coastal ocean biome. Tidal pools also form along the coast as the tide comes in and goes out, and the conditions constantly change. Organisms like crabs and clams are able to survive the ever-changing conditions to thrive in coastal areas. Organisms in the open ocean receive less sunlight than in the coastal ocean, and the temperatures are colder. Many types of fish and other marine animals and floating seaweed live in the upper ocean. There are no plants in the open ocean. The producers at the bottom of the food chain are different types of phytoplankton. The deep ocean regions are much colder and darker than the upper ocean. In the deep ocean, there is no sunlight available for photosynthesis. The animals in the deep ocean either feed on each other or on material that falls down from upper levels of the ocean. Many organisms in deep ocean biomes can only be seen with a microscope. 14.4 Review. Key concepts. 1. In biomes located on land, Abiotic factors are used to classify the different biome types. What are these abiotic factors? 2. Name a characteristic type of plant for each of the 6 land biomes. 3. Name 6 different aquatic biomes. Critical thinking. 4. Predict. If an ecosystem in the grassland biome started to receive less and less rainfall every year, what new biome would be established? 5. Infer. Name some abiotic factors that affect aquatic biomes and ecosystems. Challenge. 6. Apply. Use the map on page 31 to list the following 4 biomes in the order you would find them moving from the equator to the poles: desert, taiga, tropical forest, tundra.
Chapter 15. Interactions within ecosystems. The big idea. Living things within an ecosystem interact with each other and the environment. Key concepts. Section 15.1. Groups of living things interact within ecosystems. Learn about how different organisms share living areas, interact in larger communities, and show different patterns within those communities. Section 15.2. Organisms can interact in different ways. Learn about the different types of interactions in an ecosystem, including competition, cooperation, and symbiosis. Section 15.3. Ecosystems are always changing. Learn about the limits and boundaries of organisms within an ecosystem and how ecosystems may change over time. 15.1. Key concept. Groups of living things interact within ecosystems. Before, you learned abiotic and biotic factors interact in an ecosystem. Matter and energy necessary for life move through the environment. Now you will learn how groups of organisms interact in an ecosystem, about levels of organization in an ecosystem, about living patterns of different groups of organisms. Organisms occupy specific living areas. On a walk through the woods, you may see many different plants and animals. These organisms, like all living things, depend on their environment to meet their needs. The particular types of living things you will see depend on the characteristics of the area you are visiting. Scientists group living things according to their shared characteristics. The smallest grouping is the species. Scientists consider organisms to be members of the same species if the organisms are so similar that they can produce offspring that can also produce offspring. Members of a species can successfully reproduce. Populations. Scientists use the term population to mean a group of organisms of the same species that live in a particular area. In a way, this is similar to the population of people who live in a particular city or town. You can then think of those people who live in different cities or towns as belonging to different populations. It is the boundary of an area that defines a population. In the study of ecology, members of the same species that live in different areas belong to different populations. A biological population can be a group of animals or a group of plants. It can be a group of bacteria or fungi or any other living thing. Populations of many different species will be found living in the same area. For example, the photographs above show different populations of organisms that all live in the same place, on one of the Galapagos Islands. The island has a population of cacti, a population of crabs, and a population of iguanas. Check your reading. What is the difference between a species and a population? Habitats and niches. The Galapagos Islands are a small group of volcanic islands off the coast of South America that are famous for their unusual plant and animal life. These islands are the habitat, the physical location where these plants and animals live. Island habitats have certain physical characteristics that describe them, including the amount of precipitation, a range of temperatures, and the quality of the soil. Different habitats have different characteristics. A habitat is filled with different species, each of which depends on the habitat's resources to meet its needs. The characteristics of a habitat determine the species of plants that can grow there. The species of plants found in a habitat, in turn, determine the species of animals and other organisms that will do well there. Different populations within a habitat interact. They are part of the flow of energy and matter through an ecosystem. For example, in the Galapagos Island seen above, the cacti capture the sun's energy and store fresh water. They also provide food for the iguana, who eats the cactus leaves. The cactus is a producer, and the iguana is a primary consumer. The crabs of the Galapagos are secondary consumers that feed on other shellfish. Each of these organisms has a role to play in the habitat, a role which is referred to as its niche. The niche an organism fills in a habitat is not limited to its place in a food web. Plants provide nesting sites as well as food. The droppings left behind by animals fertilize soil and often spread seed. Generally, no two species will fill exactly the same niche in a habitat. Communities. Take a mental tour of your school. Note that you share space with people who do many different things: students, teachers, custodians, librarians, counselors, and many others. They all work together and help each other. We often say that a school is a community. Scientists use the term community in a slightly different way. A biological community is a group of populations that live in a particular area and interact with one another. Cacti, iguanas, and crabs are part of the Galapagos Island community. This community also includes populations of tortoises, finches, fleas, bacteria, and many other species. Check your reading. How is a school community similar to a community of living things? The environment can be organized into 5 levels. The 5 terms, biome, ecosystem, community, population, and organism, describe the environment at different levels. 1. Biome. A biome describes in very general terms the climate and types of plants that are found in similar places around the world. 2. Ecosystem. Within each biome are many ecosystems. Inside an ecosystem, living and non-living factors interact to form a stable system. An ecosystem is smaller than a biome and includes only organisms and their local environment. 3. Community. A community is made up of the living components of the ecosystem. In a community, different plants, animals, and other organisms interact with each other. 4. Population. A population is a group of organisms of the same species that live in the same area. 5. Organism. An organism is a single individual animal, plant, fungus, or other living thing. As the picture on page 49 shows, an organism plays a part in each level of the environment. Patterns exist in populations. Members of a population settle themselves into the available living space in different ways, forming a pattern. Populations may be crowded together, spread far apart, or live in small groups. A population may also show a pattern over time. The number of individuals in the population may rise and fall, depending on the season or other conditions, or as a result of interactions with other organisms. Patterns in living space. The patterns formed by a population often show how the population meets its needs. For example, in California's Mojave Desert, the pale soil is dotted with dark green shrubs called creosote bushes. A surprising thing about the bushes is their even spacing. No human shaped this habitat, however. The bushes are the same distance from each other because the roots of each bush release a toxin, a type of poison, that prevents the roots of other bushes from growing. The distribution of animals in a habitat is often influenced by how they meet their needs. Animals must be able to reach their food supply and have places to raise their young. If you put up bird houses for bluebirds on your property, they must be spaced at least 100 meters apart. Bluebirds need a large area of their own around their nest in order to collect enough insects to feed their young. Sometimes, the particular pattern of individuals in a living space helps a population survive. Herring swim in schools, with the individual fish spaced close together. Wildebeests roam African grasslands in closely packed herds. These animals rely on the group for their safety. Even if one member of the group is attacked, many more will survive. Check your reading. What are some reasons for the spacing patterns observed in different populations? Patterns in time. At a spring picnic, you would rarely see the wasps called yellow jackets. At a fall picnic, however, they swarm to the food. This is an example of a population whose size changes with time. In spring, the queen wasp lays eggs and new wasps hatch. She continues to lay eggs all summer, and the population grows. When winter comes, all the wasps except the queen die, and the population decreases. Many birds that nest in North America in summer fly south to Central and South America in winter. There they find enough food and good nesting sites. In North America, this seasonal pattern leads to small bird populations in winter and large ones in summer. The graph above shows an unusual pattern of population growth. Certain species of cicadas appear only every 17 years. Because no other species can rely on these insects as their main source of food, the cicadas survive long enough to lay eggs when they do appear. 15.1 Review. Key concepts. 1. What are two characteristics of a population? 2. Order these terms from the simplest to the most complex. Biome, community, ecosystem, organism, population. 3. How do the terms habitat and niche relate to each other? Critical thinking. 4. Apply. Choose a biological community in your region. Describe some of the populations that make up that community. 5. Infer. How might the seasonal patterns of insect populations relate to the seasonal patterns of bird populations? Challenge. 6. Apply. The Explore activity on page 45 shows one way in which scientists sample a population to determine its total size. Would this method work for estimating the size of a population of 17-year cicadas? Why or why not? 15.2 Key concept. Organisms can interact in different ways. Before, you learned different populations live together in a habitat. Different species fill different niches in a habitat. There are patterns in the ways organisms interact with each other and their environment. Now you will learn about different types of interactions in an ecosystem, how some species benefit from interactions, how some species are harmed by interactions. Think about, what are some of the ways people interact? People in a community interact with each other in many ways. An interaction is the way a person behaves toward or responds to another person. This photograph shows groups of people at a soccer game. There are players from two teams and fans who are watching the game. How would you describe the interactions among the people in this photograph? Organisms interact in different ways. The photograph above shows how members of a human community both compete and cooperate. Different members of the populations of a biological community also compete and cooperate. They not only share a habitat, but they also share the resources in that habitat. How different organisms interact depends on their relationship to each other. A robin in a meadow finds a caterpillar and swallows it. This is one obvious way organisms in an ecosystem interact. One eats and the other gets eaten. Organisms also compete. The robin may have to compete with a flicker to get the caterpillar. And organisms can cooperate. Ants work together to build a nest, collect food, and defend their colony. Check your reading. Name 3 ways organisms may interact with each other in an ecosystem. Predator and prey. Many interactions between organisms in an ecosystem involve food. A food chain shows the feeding relationships between different species. There are producers and consumers. Another way to look at a food chain is through the interactions of predators and prey. The predator is an animal that eats another. The prey is an animal that is eaten by a predator. In a food chain, an organism can be both predator and prey. A meadowlark that feeds on a grasshopper is, in turn, eaten by a prairie falcon. Predators can affect how members of their prey populations are distributed. Herring move together in a school, and wildebeests travel in herds to protect themselves. It is the sick or older members of the population that will most likely be eaten by predators. Species of prey may also have adaptations that relate to the behavior of predators. This is true of cicadas and their long reproductive cycles. Prey populations, in turn, affect the location and number of predator populations. For example, some birds are predators feeding on insects. One factor that may affect movement of birds from one location to another is the availability of insects. Competition. In a team game, 2 teams compete against each other with the same goal in mind, to win the game. In a biological community, competition is for resources, not wins. Competition is the struggle between individuals or different populations for a limited resource. In an ecosystem, competition may occur within the same species. Individual plants compete with each other for light, space, and nutrients. For example, creosote bushes compete with other creosote bushes for the same water supply. The toxins produced by the roots of one creosote bush prevent other creosote bushes from growing. Competition also occurs between members of different species. In the tropical rainforests of Indonesia, vines called strangler figs compete with trees for water, light, and nutrients. The vine attaches itself to a host tree. As it grows, the vine surrounds and eventually kills the tree by blocking out sunlight and using up available water and nutrients. Competition occurs between species and within species. For example, vultures and hyenas will compete over the food left in the remains of a dead animal. Wolves will compete with one another over territory. A wolf will mark its territory by urinating on trees and so warn off other wolves. Animals also compete over territory by fighting, using threatening sounds, and putting on aggressive displays. Competition within species often occurs during the mating season. Male birds use mating songs and displays of feathers to compete for the attention of females. Male hippopotamuses fight to attract female hippopotamuses. Male crickets chirp to attract female crickets. Check your reading. What sorts of resources do plants and animals compete for? Competition does not occur between all populations that share the same resources. Many populations can coexist in a habitat. Different species can live together without causing harm to one another. Many different populations of plants coexist in a forest. Maple trees, beech trees, and birch trees can live side by side and still have enough water, nutrients, and sunlight to meet their needs. Cooperation. Not all interactions in an ecosystem involve competition. Cooperation is an interaction in which organisms work in a way that benefits them all. Some predators cooperate when they hunt. Although individual lions may hunt on their own, they also hunt in packs to kill large prey. Killer whales also cooperate when they hunt. The whales swim in packs called pods. The pod swims in circles around a school of fish, forcing the fish close together so they are easier to catch. Pod members may also take turns chasing a seal until it gets tired and is easily killed. The pod may even work together to attack larger species of whales. Ants, bees, and termites are social insects. Members of a colony belong to different groups called castes, and have different responsibilities. Some groups gather food, while others defend the colony. Other animals, like apes and monkeys, live in family groups. Members of the family cooperate to care for their young. The survival of one species might depend on another species. You have learned that many different organisms live together in a habitat. The fact that organisms live together forces them to interact in different ways. For example, an organism preys upon another for food. Or perhaps there is competition among organisms over resources such as food, water, and territory. The actions of different organisms can be so closely related that the survival of one species depends on the action or presence of another. In such a relationship, at least one of the species is getting a resource that it needs to survive. Benefits of the relationship may include food, reproductive help, or protection. The relationship between individuals of two different species who live together in a close relationship is called symbiosis. This word means living together. A symbiotic relationship may affect the partners in different ways. Both species benefit from the relationship. One species benefits while the other is not affected. One species benefits while the other is harmed. Here are some examples for each of the three types of symbiosis. Both species benefit. Stroll through a garden on a sunny day and notice the bees buzzing from flower to flower. Look closely at a single bee and you may see yellow pollen grains sticking to its hairy body. The relationship between the flower and the bee is an example of mutualism, an interaction between two species that benefits both. The bees get food in the form of nectar, and the flowers get pollen from other flowers, which they need to make seeds. Many plants rely on mutualism to reproduce. The pollen needed to make seeds must be spread from flower to flower. The birds and insects that feed on the nectar in these flowers transfer pollen from one flower to the next. The seeds produced are then moved to new ground by animals that eat the seeds or the fruits that hold the seeds. This form of mutualism doesn't benefit the individual flower, but instead ensures the survival of the species. In some cases, mutualism is necessary for the survival of the organisms themselves. For example, termites are able to live off of food that most animals cannot digest, wood. The termites, in fact, can't digest wood either. However, they have living in their guts tiny single-celled organisms, protozoans, that can break the wood down into digestible components. The protozoans get a safe place to live, and the termites can take advantage of a plentiful food source. Check your reading. Describe how a bee and a flower benefit from a symbiotic relationship. One species benefits. Commensalism is a relationship between two species in which one species benefits while the other is not affected. Orchids and mosses are plants that can have a commensal relationship with trees. The plants grow on the trunks or branches of trees. They get the light they need as well as nutrients that run down along the tree. As long as these plants do not grow too heavy, the tree is not affected. Commensal relationships are very common in ocean ecosystems. Small fish called remoras use a type of built-in suction cup to stick to a shark's skin and hitch a ride. When the shark makes a kill, the remora eats the scraps. The shark makes no attempt to attack the remora. The remora benefits greatly from this commensal relationship. The shark is barely affected. Not all commensal relationships involve food. Some fish protect themselves by swimming among the stinging tentacles of a moon jellyfish. The fish benefit from the relationship because the tentacles keep them safe from predators. The jellyfish is not helped or hurt by the presence of the fish. As in this example, it is common in commensal relationships for the species that benefits to be smaller than the species it partners with. One species is harmed. There is one symbiotic relationship in which a small partner can harm a much larger host. Parasitism is a relationship between two species in which one species benefits while the species it depends on, its host, is harmed. Parasites are often tiny organisms that feed off and weaken their hosts. Ticks, lice, and mites are external parasites that live on or attach to their host's skin. Other parasites, like tapeworms and ringworms, are internal parasites that live inside their hosts. The relationship between cowbirds and warblers is an unusual type of association called nest or brood parasitism. Female cowbirds never build their own nests or rear their own young. Instead, they lay their eggs in warbler nests. Although nest parasitism does not harm the host warbler, it does harm the warbler species because either warbler's eggs do not hatch or the chicks do not survive. The warbler species is often harmed because cowbirds push most warbler eggs from the nest in order to make room for their own eggs. Once the cowbird chicks hatch, their larger size helps them to outcompete the smaller warbler chicks for food, so that the host's chicks starve. Check your reading. How is parasitism different from commensalism? Interactions in an ecosystem are complex. Different types of symbiosis occur throughout an ecosystem and often overlap. They may occur in the same locations, and the same species might be involved in more than one symbiotic relationship. The illustration on page 60 shows different symbiotic relationships that may occur in a backyard. Symbiosis is just one of many interactions that take place in an ecosystem. The yard may have a garden, with individual tomato plants competing for water and nutrients. It may have ants cooperating to maintain a successful colony. An ecosystem is more than just a collection of biotic and abiotic factors. Interactions within an ecosystem help explain how resources are shared and used up, and how energy flows through the system. 15.2 Review. Key concepts. 1. Name 2 ways in which members of the same species interact. 2. In what ways do members of different species interact? 3. Give an example of each type of symbiotic relationship: mutualism, commensalism, and parasitism. Critical thinking. 4. Apply. Think of a biological community near you and give an example of how one population has affected another. 5. Compare and contrast. Explain how symbiotic relationships are similar to and different from predator-prey interactions. Challenge. 6. Synthesize. Mutualism is more common in tropical ecosystems, such as rainforests and coral reefs, than in other ecosystems. Why do you think this is so? Think science. Skill. Inferring. Where are the salamanders? At the Cottonwood Lake Study Area in rural Stutzman County, North Dakota, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biologists have been studying wetland ecosystems for more than 30 years. Salamanders are one of the most abundant species in these wetlands. But in May 2000, the researchers started noticing 6 salamanders in one wetland. By July, most salamanders had died. What killed them? Observations. A. In the past, cold winter weather and food shortages have killed salamanders at Cottonwood Lake. B. The 6 salamanders had discolored skin and enlarged livers. C. The previous year, leopard frogs in a nearby wetland were found dying from a contagious fungal infection. D. A viral disease has killed tiger salamanders elsewhere in the West. E. Both large, well-fed salamanders and small, poorly nourished salamanders died. Inferences. The following statements are possible inferences. A. A food shortage caused salamanders to starve. B. The fungal disease that killed leopard frogs also killed the salamanders. C. Salamanders were killed by a viral disease. Evaluate inferences. On your own, which of the inferences are supported by the observations? Write the observations that support each of the inferences you identify. As a group, Discuss your decisions. Come up with a list of reasonable inferences. Challenge. What further observations would you make to test any of these inferences? 15.3. Key concept. Ecosystems are always changing. Before, you learned populations in an ecosystem interact in different ways. Organisms can benefit from interactions in an ecosystem. Organisms can be harmed by interactions in an ecosystem. Now, you will learn how different factors affect the size of a population, how biological communities get established, how biological communities change over time. Populations change over time. You may have a strong memory of a park you visited as a little child. You remember collecting pine cones, listening to woodpeckers, and catching frogs. Then you visit again years later, and the park has changed. Maybe more land has been added. There are more birds and trees. Or maybe the area around the park has been developed. There seem to be fewer woodpeckers, and you can't find any frogs. The community has changed. There are a lot of factors that affect the populations within a biological community. Some have to do with the organisms themselves. Others relate to the habitat. Population growth and decline. One factor that obviously affects population size is how often organisms reproduce. Birth rate is a measure of the number of births in an animal population. It can also be a measure of the stability of an ecosystem. For example, black bears reproduce once every 2 years. If there is not enough food available, however, the female bear's reproductive cycle is delayed, and the bear population does not grow. Predator-prey interactions also affect population size. The graphs show how an increase in the moose population, the prey, in Isle Royale National Park was followed by an increase in the island's population of wolves, the predators. The wolves preyed upon the moose. The moose population decreased, then the wolf population decreased. Any factor or condition that limits the growth of a population in an ecosystem is called a limiting factor. A large population of predators will limit the population of prey. A small population of prey will limit the population of predators. Too much or too little of any biotic or abiotic factor, like food, water, or light, makes an ecosystem unstable and brings about change. A lack of nutrients in the soil is a limiting factor for plants. That is why farmers fertilize their crops. That same fertilizer, if it runs off into a lake, can increase the population of algae, another photosynthetic organism. A large population of algae can cover a lake with scum and use up oxygen needed by fish. This then limits the fish population, maintaining a balance. Living things have certain minimum requirements for food, water, and living space. When a population reaches a state where it can no longer grow, the population has reached its carrying capacity, the maximum number of individuals that an ecosystem can support. You can see on page 64 that the graph for the moose population does appear to peak around 1,500. Even if there were no wolves on the island of Isle Royale, the population of moose would still be limited because there is only so much food and space available. Check your reading. Explain the term carrying capacity. An ecosystem's carrying capacity is different for each population. A meadow ecosystem will support many more bees and ants than bluebirds, for example. Isle Royale supports many more moose than wolves. The moose is a primary consumer of plants. It is at a lower level of the energy pyramid than the wolf, a secondary consumer. Biotic factors can be limiting factors. These factors include the interactions between populations, such as competition, predation, and parasitism. Abiotic factors, such as temperature, availability of water or minerals, and exposure to wind, are also limiting. Ecosystems change over time. Take a walk in a New Hampshire woods, and you may see the remains of old stone walls scattered about. 100 years ago, this land was mostly farmland. The farms were abandoned. And now, new trees have grown where farm animals once grazed. Succession is the gradual change in an ecosystem in which one biological community is replaced by another. The change from field to forest is an example of succession. Over time, the grasses of open farmland are slowly replaced by small plants and shrubs, then trees. Primary succession. Very few places on Earth are without some form of life. Even when a lava flow covers an area, or a glacier retreats and leaves behind an empty and barren environment, plants will move into the area and bring it back to life. These are examples of primary succession, the establishment of a new biological community. Pioneer species are the first living things to move into a barren environment. In the illustration below, moss and lichen move in after a glacier retreats. There is little or no topsoil. Moss and lichen are common pioneers because they have tiny root-like structures that can take hold on exposed rock. As the pioneers grow, they gradually weaken the rock surface. The rock breaks down and weathers over time. Decaying plant matter adds nutrients, forming soil. Now, a variety of small plants and shrubs can take root. These plants, in turn, support insects, birds, and small rodents. Eventually, there is enough soil to support coniferous trees. Forests grow, providing a stable habitat for larger animals. Secondary succession. Secondary succession takes place after a major disturbance to the biological community in a stable ecosystem. Despite the disturbance, the soil remains. A community can be disturbed by a natural event, like fire or flood, or it can be disturbed by human activity. A forest cleared or farmland abandoned can lead to secondary succession. The illustration below shows secondary succession following a forest fire. The damage, as bad as it is surface damage. Below the surface, seeds and plant roots survive. After a time, grasses and small shrubs grow up among the decaying remains of the original plants. Birds, insects, and rodents return. Alder trees take root. Alders are trees that put nutrients into the soil. Over time, a variety of trees and plants grow, providing food for a variety of animals. Check your reading. What is the difference between primary and secondary succession? Patterns of change. All types of ecosystems go through succession. Succession can establish a forest community, a wetland community, a coastal community, or even an ocean community. Succession can happen over tens or hundreds of years. The pattern is the same, however. First, a community of producers is established. These are followed by decomposers and consumers, then more producers, then more decomposers and consumers. Over time, a stable biological community develops. In a way, the establishment of a biological community is like planting a garden. You first prepare the soil. Perhaps you add compost. This adds organic matter and nutrients to the soil, which helps the soil hold water. With the right preparation, your vegetables and flowers should grow well. Pioneer species can function in one of two ways in an ecological succession. They can help other species to grow, or they can prevent species from getting established. Some plant species function a bit like gardeners. Trees, such as alders, have nitrogen-fixing bacteria on their roots that improve the nutrient content of the soil and allow other tree seedlings to grow. Pioneering species may also stabilize the soil, shade the soil surface, or add nutrients to the soil when they die and decay. Other plant species produce conditions that keep out other plants. The plants may release chemicals that keep other plants from taking root. Or a new species may outcompete other species by using up resources or better resisting a disease. Such interactions between living things help to determine succession in an ecosystem. 15.3 Review. Key concepts. 1. Describe 3 factors that could limit the size of a population in a habitat. 2. List 2 natural disturbances and 2 human-made disturbances that can lead to succession. 3. What role do pioneer species play in succession? Critical thinking. 4. Infer. How and why would secondary succession in a tundra habitat differ from secondary succession in a rainforest habitat? 5. Predict. Suppose you are clearing an area in your yard to construct a small pond. Sketch the stages of succession that would follow this disturbance. Challenge. 6. Synthesize. Imagine you are the wildlife manager for a forest preserve that supports both moose and wolves. What types of information should you collect to determine the carrying capacity for each species? Timelines in science. Wilderness conservation. The idea of wilderness conservation would have seemed strange to anyone living before the 1800s. The wilderness was vast, and much of the wildlife in it dangerous to humans. In the late 1800s, as smoke from railroads and factories rose in American skies, scientists, artists, even presidents began the work of setting aside land as parks and reservations to protect natural landscapes. Forestry, unpracticed in the U.S. before the 1890s, became a priority of the federal government as the new century dawned. Industries learned to harvest and nurture forests rather than clearing them. Next came the protection of animal species, along with a call to control the pollution and depletion caused by human activity. 1872. National parks protect resources. On March 1, 1872, President Ulysses S. Grant signs a law declaring Yellowstone's 2 million acres in northwest Wyoming as the country's first national park. Yellowstone serves as a model, and by 1887, about 45 million acres of forest have been set aside. 1892. Sierra Club founded. The Sierra Club is formed to help people explore and enjoy the mountains of the Pacific region. The club's goal, with John Muir the unanimous choice for president, is to help people and government preserve the forests of the Sierra Nevada. 1898. U.S. Division of Forestry formed. Gifford Pinchot becomes the first chief of the Division of Forestry. Pinchot warns lumberers to abandon clear-cutting, urging them to practice forestry, a more scientific approach. Pinchot instructs lumberers to have trees harvested when they are ripe. 1916. National Park Service, NPS, founded. The system of protected forests grows so big that a federal agency is formed to oversee it. Stephen Mather serves as its first director. Today, the NPS employs 20,000 staff, has 90,000 volunteers, and oversees 83.6 million acres. Technology. Seeing the wilderness. Developments in photography in 1839 and its spread during the Civil War led to adventurous mobile photographers in the late 1800s. In the early 1860s, Matthew Brady and other photographers took mobile studios to the battlefields to bring war news to the public. By the late 1860s and early 1870s, the wagon load shrank to a pack load. In 1871, William Henry Jackson balanced his tripod in Yellowstone as the official photographer of the region's first U.S. Geological Survey. Application: protecting animal species. Fashions of the 1890s used feathers, furs, even whole birds. Out of concern for the extinction of many birds, including the Carolina parakeet and the heath hen, a movement to stop wearing rare feathers began at small tea parties. The U.S. Congress enacted the Lacey Act in 1900 to restore endangered species of game and wild birds. The Landmark Act became the first in a century of laws protecting animals. The Migratory Bird Treaty of 1918, the Bald Eagle Act of 1940, and the Endangered Species Act of 1973 set animal conservation as a national priority. The Endangered Species Act met its strongest test in protecting the northern spotted owl, whose entire range in California, Oregon, Washington, and Canada is protected. 1951. Nature Conservancy established. The Nature Conservancy is formed to preserve plants, animals, and natural communities that represent Earth's biological diversity. 1962. Silent Spring breaks silence. Biologist and science writer Rachel Carson publishes Silent Spring. Chemical pesticides have been widely used and publicized, but Carson uses scientific evidence to show that many of these chemicals harm people and the environment. 1963. Glen Canyon destroyed. Completion of the Glen Canyon Dam causes flooding in Glen Canyon, an immense area north of the Grand Canyon. Many groups fight to close the dam, but it is too late. The canyon is destroyed as Lake Powell forms. 1968. Grand Canyon Dam plans squashed. Plans to dam the Grand Canyon are withdrawn as a result of public outcry. Recalling what happened to Glen Canyon, organizers ran national newspaper ads in 1966, making the public aware of plans to dam the canyon. 1980 to present. Reservation versus resource. In 1980, Congress expands the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, ANWR, to more than twice its 1960 size. In 2001, President George W. Bush proposes limited oil drilling within the range. Today, debate continues over how to manage its resources and wildlife. Technology. Maps to save the wilderness. Land and wildlife conservation has benefited from computer-based mapping technology called Global Information Systems, GIS. GIS compiles satellite photographs, temperature readings, and other information into a central set of data. Scientists enter distributions of animals and overlay these data on existing maps. The resulting GIS maps show the gap in an animal's range and the quality of its habitat. Government efforts to restore the habitat of the endangered San Joaquin kit fox relied on GIS maps. Application. Selling a service. In New York City in 1996, the Water Department spent $1.5 billion to protect natural watersheds rather than build a $6 billion water treatment plant. In 2001, a group of scientists met to promote the value that ecosystems bring to society. Benefits that include pest control, air purification, and water treatment. For example, dragonflies can eat 300 mosquitoes in a single day. Toads and bats can eat 1,000 or more mosquitoes in a single day or night. Into the future. Society has long put a price on natural resources, minerals, water, timber, and so on. But how much is an ecosystem worth? Communities have begun to look at the dollar values of ecosystem services, the ongoing activities in nature that keep our environment healthy. Data is needed on ecosystem processes. Such data can be compared to the services of human-made treatment plants and agriculture. Other questions arise with protecting species. Many species, such as wild turkeys and bald eagles, once endangered, have come back in great numbers. When a protected species thrives, it may endanger another species, or bump up against the human landscape and human activity. How can managers of resources set priorities? Activities. Ecosystem Services Proposal. What services to the human population are provided by your local ecosystem? Choose one service and describe how natural processes and interactions within the ecosystem provide the benefits you've identified. What processes are involved? Write a proposal for protecting the ecosystem. Include a comparison of the estimated cost of protecting the ecosystem and the cost of human services that provide a similar benefit. Writing project. The story behind the news. Research one of the events described on the timeline, then write the story behind that event.
Chapter 16. Human Impact on Ecosystems. The Big Idea. Humans and human population growth affect the environment. Key Concepts. Section 16.1. Human population growth presents challenges. Learn how the increasing human population must share land, resources, and dispose of its wastes. Section 16.2. Human activities affect the environment. Learn how humans may affect natural resources, air and water quality, and biodiversity. Section 16.3. Humans are working to protect ecosystems. Learn about federal, local, and scientific efforts to improve resource use and protect ecosystems. 16.1. Key Concept. Human population growth presents challenges. Before, you learned, populations have boundaries and are affected by limiting factors. Living things form communities. Now you will learn how a growing human population puts pressure on ecosystems. How sharing resources can be difficult. The human population is increasing. According to the United Nations, on October 12, 1999, Earth's human population reached 6 billion. Until 300 years ago, it had never grown beyond a few 100 million people. Only 200 years ago, the population reached 1 billion. So the increase to 6 billion people has occurred in a very short time. About 1/3 of all humans alive today are 14 years old or younger. Partly for this reason, experts predict Earth's population will keep growing to 9 billion or more by the year 2050. The graph above shows how the human population has grown in the last 200 years. You can see from the way the graph gets noticeably steeper after 1950 how quickly the population has increased in just the last 50 years. It is not just the number of babies being born that contributes to Earth's large human population. People are living longer as a result of improving healthcare and nutrition. The dotted line on the graph shows a projection, which helps us predict what the population would be if it continues to grow at the rate it is growing today. However, remember that an ecosystem has a carrying capacity for any given population. At some point, Earth will reach its carrying capacity for the human population. Today, many people think that our planet is close to, if not already at, its carrying capacity for humans. Check your reading. How might Earth's carrying capacity affect human population growth? Human populations can put pressure on ecosystems. If your family has guests for the weekend, you may find that you run out of hot water for showers, or do not have enough milk for everyone's breakfast. The resources that would ordinarily be enough for your family are no longer enough. You read in Chapter 2 that resources such as food, water, and space can be limiting factors for biological populations. These same resources limit Earth's human population. As the human population grows, it uses more resources, just as your weekend visitors used more of your home's resources. The activities of the growing human population are putting pressure on Earth's ecosystems. Pressures of waste disposal. As Earth's human population grows, so does the amount of waste produced by humans. Humans, like all living things, produce natural waste. Often, the water that carries this waste is treated to remove harmful chemicals before being cycled back to the environment. However, some of these materials still make it into lakes, rivers, and oceans, harming these ecosystems. Much of the waste material produced by humans is the result of human activity. Some of this waste is garbage or food waste. The rest of it is trash or non-food waste. In the United States, huge amounts of trash are thrown out each year. Most garbage and trash ends up in landfills. Landfills take up a lot of space. The Fresh Kills landfill in Staten Island, New York, is 60 meters, 197 feet high, and covers an area as big as 2,200 football fields. Decomposing trash and garbage can release dangerous gases into the air, as well as harmful chemicals into the ground. Liners, which are layers of plastic or packed clay, are used to keep chemicals from leaking into surrounding land and water. Another way to get rid of trash and garbage is to incinerate it, burn it. The problem with incineration is that it releases harmful gases and chemicals into the air. To prevent the release of these harmful substances, incinerator smokestacks have filters. To prevent further environmental contamination, used filters must be disposed of safely. Pressures on resources. You have seen that a growing human population puts pressure on ecosystems by the amount of waste it leaves behind. Human populations also put pressure on ecosystems by what they take away. Humans depend on the environment for resources. A natural resource is any type of material or energy that humans use to meet their needs. Natural resources that humans take from their environment include water, food, wood, stone, metal, and minerals. Clean, fresh water is an important resource. Only 3% of Earth's water supply is fresh water, and 2/3 of that small amount is locked up in polar ice caps, glaciers, and permanent snow. As the human population grows, sharing this important resource will become more difficult. A case study that involves the Colorado River shows how a growing human population puts pressures on natural resources. This example also shows that sharing resources isn't easy. The watershed of this major western river extends into 7 U.S. states and parts of Mexico. The watershed includes all the smaller rivers and streams that flow into the Colorado River. In a region where little rain falls each year, these streams and rivers are an important source of water for drinking and agriculture. As the West was settled, people in the downstream states of California, Arizona, and Nevada worried that people in the upstream states of Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, and New Mexico would drain too much water from the river. In 1922, the 7 states signed an agreement that divided the water between the two groups. Problems with this agreement soon became apparent. First, the needs of Native American and Mexican populations were not considered. Second, the dams and channels built to prevent floods and transport water harmed river ecosystems. And third, the 7 states planned to use more water than the river usually holds. As a result, the river often runs nearly dry at its mouth in Mexico. Check your reading. List 3 problems that developed after people made a plan to share the Colorado River water. Pressures of urban growth. Until recently, the majority of Earth's population was spread out, so the population density was low. Population density is the measure of the number of people in a given area. Generally, the lower the population density, the less pressure there is on the environment. Today, about half of the world's population lives in urban or city areas. People are attracted to these areas to live and to work. Over time, suburban areas around a city develop as more and more people look for a place to live. In cities, buildings are spaced close together, so the population density is high. A large number of people in a small area changes the landscape. The local environment can no longer support the number of people living there, and so resources must come from outside. Check your reading. How does population density in a city differ from the population density of a suburb? In recent years, some people have raised concern over the dramatic growth in and around urban areas. Los Angeles, Houston, Atlanta, and Washington, D.C. are all cities that have rapidly expanded. Another urban area that has experienced dramatic growth is Las Vegas, Nevada. The images below show the effects of increasing population density around the city between 1972 and 1997. Located in the middle of the desert, Las Vegas depends upon the Colorado River for water and electrical energy. As the population grows, so does the need for natural resources. Pressures of expanding land use. An increasing demand for resources in a particular area is one consequence of urban growth. But as communities around cities expand onto surrounding land, the environment is affected. Natural habitats, such as forests, are destroyed. Because forests cycle carbon through the environment, cutting down trees affects the carbon cycle. Soil that was held in place by tree roots may wash into lakes and rivers. Another consequence of widespread development is the loss of productive farmland. Development replaces more than 2.5 million acres of farmland each year in the United States. This means less land is available locally to produce food for the growing population. The result is that food is often transported great distances. Unlike compact city development, widespread suburban development also increases the need for residents to have cars. This is because most people in suburban areas live farther from where they work, shop, or go to school. A greater number of cars decreases the air quality in communities and requires additional road construction, which can interrupt natural habitats and endanger wildlife. Check your reading. Describe some ways that development harms natural ecosystems. 16.1. Review. Key concepts. 1. Identify 4 pressures placed on ecosystems by an increasing human population. 2. Give an example that shows how resources can be difficult to share. Critical thinking. 3. Apply. Describe an example of sharing resources that occurs in your home. 4. Infer. How would a city's population density change if the city increased in area and the number of people in it remained the same? Challenge. 5. Evaluate. Imagine that you lived along the Colorado River. What information would you need if you wanted to evaluate a water sharing agreement? Science on the job. Urban planner. Ecology in urban planning. Urban planners design and locate buildings, transportation systems, and green spaces in cities. One important thing they consider is how their proposal for development will affect the ecosystem. With the help of ecology, urban planners can balance the needs of humans and the environment. 1. Gathering data. Urban planners use maps to gather information about the layout of a city, where populations of plants and animals exist, and where water and land resources are located. 2. Analyzing data. Scientists help urban planners determine how the location and density of buildings, roads, or parks can affect natural habitats. 3. Applying data. By understanding the ecosystem, urban planners can develop areas to support different needs. Explore. 1. Apply. Both ecologists and urban planners have to understand the ways that biotic and abiotic factors are interconnected. List some biotic and abiotic factors in a human community. 2. Challenge. Use the Internet to find out more about the planning board or planning office in your community. Is your community growing? In what ways? What are some decisions that planners are helping to make? 16.2. Key concept. Human activities affect the environment. Before you learned, human populations are increasing. Human population growth causes problems. Now you will learn how natural resources are classified, how pollution affects the environment, how a loss of diversity affects the environment. Think about: how do you use water? Think of the number of times you use water every day. Like all living things, you need water. In fact, more than half of the material that makes up your body is water. No matter where you live, most of the time you can turn on a faucet and clean water flows out the spout. You use water when you take a shower, fix a snack, or wash a dish. If you've ever lost water service to your home, you've probably been reminded how much you depend upon it. No doubt about it, our need for water is serious. Humans use many resources. Throughout history, people around the world have relied on natural resources for survival. Ancient civilizations used stone to create tools and weapons, and wood was an important fuel for cooking and keeping warm. Today, humans continue to rely on the environment and have discovered additional resources to meet their needs. In Section 3.1, you read about sharing natural resources. Scientists classify these resources into two categories: renewable resources, non-renewable resources. Renewable resources. 200 years ago, most small towns in the northeastern part of the United States included farm fields, pasture, and woods. The wooded areas that weren't farmed were used as woodlots. The wood from these lots supplied firewood for towns and was often exported for income. Trees are an example of a renewable resource, a resource that can be used over and over again. The sun's energy is another important renewable resource. Because the sun is expected to supply energy for another 5 billion years, its energy is considered essentially unlimited. As you read earlier in your study of the water cycle, water can be classified as a renewable resource. Renewable resources can be replaced naturally or by humans in a short amount of time, but they may run out if they are overused or managed poorly. Check your reading. Give 3 examples of renewable resources. Explain why each one is considered renewable. Non-renewable resources. Non-renewable resources are resources that cannot be replaced. In some cases, they may be replenished by natural processes, but not quickly enough for human purposes. Non-renewable resources are often underground, making them more difficult to reach. But technology has enabled humans to locate and remove non-renewable resources from places that used to be impossible to reach. Coal, petroleum, and natural gas are non-renewable resources that are removed from underground by mining or drilling. Also called fossil fuels, they are the main energy source for heating, industry, and transportation, and are used to make many products. Many minerals, like copper and gold, are also considered non-renewable resources. Pollution endangers biodiversity. As you walk along a city street, you may smell exhaust or see litter. These are examples of pollution. Pollution is the addition of harmful substances to the environment. Many of the ways humans use natural resources cause pollution to be released into the soil, air, and water. Pollutants include chemicals, bacteria, and dirt. Even materials that are ordinarily not harmful can cause pollution when they build up in one location. As pollution becomes common in an ecosystem, living things may be threatened. Plant and animal populations may decrease, and biodiversity may decline. Biodiversity is the number and variety of life forms within an ecosystem. Healthy ecosystems support a variety of species. An ecosystem with a variety of organisms can recover more easily from disturbances than an ecosystem that has fewer species. Air quality. Air quality affects entire ecosystems. For example, in 1980, Mount St. Helens erupted on the west coast of the United States. Hot ash was blown 15 miles up into the air. 3 days later, some of that ash reached the east coast. Although natural events occasionally release air pollutants, human activities pollute every day. Today in the United States, motor vehicles, factories, and power plants are the main sources of air pollution. The fossil fuels they burn release sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, and carbon monoxide into the air. These pollutants affect humans and animals and are the main cause of acid rain, a serious problem affecting ecosystems. Check your reading. What air pollutants contribute to acid rain problems in the United States? Acid rain occurs When air pollutants, such as sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide, mix with water in the atmosphere to form acid droplets of rain, ice, snow, or mist. Just as the wind carried ash from Mount St. Helens, wind can carry these droplets for very long distances before they fall as rain. Acid rain has been very harmful in areas without rich soil to help correct the rain's acidity. In New York's Adirondack Mountains, acid rain has killed all of the fish in some lakes. The photograph below shows the impact of acid rain on trees in the Adirondacks. Where acid rain falls, it damages leaves and soil. This damage destroys both habitats and food sources for many animals, eventually reducing biodiversity. Water quality. Water quality is another factor that affects biodiversity and ecosystems. 40 years ago, newspaper headlines announced that Lake Erie was dead because of pollution. Almost every living thing in the lake had died. Lake Erie suffered for years from pollution by neighborhoods, industries, and farms along its banks. Rivers that emptied into the lake also carried pollution with them. The pollution found in Lake Erie is common in communities across the United States. Chemicals or waste that drain off of farm fields, animal feedlots, and landfills all cause water pollution. So do oil spills, soil erosion, and the discharging of wastewater from towns and industries. Check your reading. Name 4 different sources of water pollution. Like air pollution, water pollution affects entire ecosystems. One river that suffers from heavy pollution is the Duwamish River in Washington. Over 600 million gallons of untreated waste and stormwater drain off the land into the river. As a result, large amounts of bacteria and harmful chemicals contaminate the water, killing fish and putting humans at risk. When fish and amphibians in aquatic ecosystems are exposed to pollution, the entire food web is affected. If fish become scarce, some birds may no longer find enough food. The bird population may decrease as birds die or move to a new habitat. The result is that biodiversity in the ecosystem decreases. Pollution across systems. As you have learned, pollution can be spread among ecosystems by abiotic factors. For example, wind carried ash from Mount St. Helens to different ecosystems. Wind also carries acid rain to forest ecosystems. Pollution can also move between air and water. For example, some chemical pollutants can run off land and into a body of water. These pollutants, like the water itself, can evaporate from the water's surface and cycle into the air, moving into the atmosphere. Habitat loss endangers biodiversity. Scientists know that an ecosystem with many different species of plants and animals can withstand the effects of flooding, drought, and disease more effectively than an ecosystem with fewer species. But for biodiversity to be maintained, a habitat must be able to support a large number of different species. If living space is limited or a food source is removed, then the number of species in a biological community will be reduced. Removing habitat. One way human activities affect habitats is by reducing the amounts of natural resources available to living things. When this occurs, populations that rely on those resources are less likely to survive. For example, if you trim all the dead branches off the trees in your yard and remove them, insects that live in rotting wood will not settle in your yard. As a result, woodpeckers that may have nested in the area will lose their source of food. By removing this food source, you might affect the biodiversity in your backyard. Now consider altering an ecosystem much larger than your backyard. Instead of removing a single resource, imagine removing a large area of land that is a habitat to many different species. Disturbing habitats removes not only food, but space, shelter, and protection for living things. Because of land development, forests that once stretched for hundreds of miles have been fragmented or broken apart into small patches. Organisms that depend on trees cannot live in woods that have large areas that have been clear-cut. Their habitat is removed or reduced, so there is a greater risk of attack by predators. Skunks, raccoons, and crows, which eat the eggs of forest songbirds, will not travel deep into large forests. However, they can reach nests more easily when forests are broken into small areas. Check your reading. Why is biodiversity important, and how can human activities affect it? Changing habitat. Another kind of habitat loss occurs when humans move species into new habitats, either on purpose or by accident. Some species, when released in a new place, successfully compete against the native species, crowding them out. Over time, these species, called invasive species, may replace the native species. One example of an invasive plant is purple loosestrife. In the 1800s, loosestrife from Europe was brought to the United States to use as a garden plant and medicinal herb. One loosestrife plant can make about 2 million seeds a year. These seeds are carried long distances by wind, water, animals, and humans. Loosestrife sprouts in wetlands, where it can fill in open water habitat or replace native plants such as goldenrod. Most ducks and fish do not feed on purple loosestrife. When the native plants that wetland animals depend on are crowded out by loosestrife, the animals disappear too. Scientists estimate that Earth supports more than 10 million different species. They also estimate that thousands of species are threatened, and over 100 species of plants and animals become extinct every year. By protecting biodiversity, we can help ecosystems thrive and even recover more quickly after a natural disturbance, such as a hurricane. And biodiversity directly benefits humans. For example, many medications are based on natural compounds from plants that only grow in certain types of ecosystems. 16.2. Review. Key concepts. 1. List some renewable and non-renewable resources that you need to survive. 2. Describe 2 ways in which pollution can move through ecosystems. 3. Explain what scientists mean by biodiversity. Critical thinking. 4. Explain. Under some circumstances, valuable natural resources can be considered pollutants. Explain this statement, giving 2 examples. 5. Compare. Identify 2 natural habitats in your area, one with high biodiversity and one with low biodiversity. Describe the biodiversity of each. Challenge. 6. Hypothesize. When lakes are polluted by acid rain, the water appears to become clearer, not cloudier. Why do you think this is the case? 16.3. Key concept. People are working to protect ecosystems. Before, you learned, human activities produce pollutants. Human activity is depleting some natural resources. Now you will learn about some of the laws that have been passed to help protect the environment, about efforts that are being made to conserve natural resources. Environmental awareness is growing. As people moved westward across grassy plains and steep mountain ranges of the United States, many believed our nation's resources were endless. Midwestern prairies were converted to farmland. Forests were clear-cut for lumber. Land was mined for coal. By the 1800s, foresters and naturalists began to take interest in preserving the wild areas they saw rapidly disappearing. In 1872, our nation's outlook started to change when Yellowstone, the world's first national park, was established. It wasn't long before conservation of wild places became a goal. Conservation is the process of saving or protecting a natural resource. The movement to protect our environment grew rapidly in the 1960s. Silent Spring, a book that raised public awareness of the effect of harmful chemicals in the environment, sparked debate about serious pollution problems. As local efforts for environmental protection grew, the United States government responded. Throughout the 1970s, important laws were passed to preserve and protect the environment. Today, small groups of citizens, along with local and national government efforts, protect America's natural resources. Check your reading. List 3 events in the history of the environmental movement in the United States. Local efforts. Maybe you have heard the expression, think globally, act locally. It urges people to consider the health of the entire planet and to take action in their own communities. Long before federal and state agencies began enforcing environmental laws, individuals were coming together to protect habitats and the organisms that depend on them. These efforts are often referred to as grassroots efforts. They occur on a local level and are primarily run by volunteers. Often the efforts of a few citizens gather the support and interest of so many people that they form a larger organization. These groups work to bring about change by communicating with politicians, publishing articles, or talking to the news media. Some groups purchase land and set it aside for preservation. Federal efforts. You have probably heard of the Endangered Species Act or the Clean Air Act. You might wonder, though, exactly what these laws do. The United States government works with scientists to write laws that ensure that companies and individuals work together to conserve natural resources and maintain healthy ecosystems. In the late 1960s, the National Environmental Policy Act, known as NEPA, made the protection of natural ecosystems a national goal. Several important laws followed. For example, the Clean Air Act and Clean Water Act improved the control of different kinds and amounts of pollutants that can be put into the air and water. The Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, enforces all federal environmental laws. Check your reading. Identify 2 federal environmental laws. Over the past decades, chemical waste from factories has piled up in landfills and polluted water sources. These wastes can threaten ecosystems and human health. In 1980, citizen awareness of the dangers led to the Superfund program. The goal of the program is to identify dangerous areas and to clean up the worst sites. Forestry practices are also changing. Cutting selectively instead of clear-cutting reduces soil erosion and encourages rapid regrowth. The U.S. Forest Service has adopted an ecosystem management approach that tries to balance the need for timber with the need to conserve soil and water and preserve wildlife and biodiversity. Check your reading. Give 2 examples of sustainable practices. Energy companies are also promoting sustainability by developing alternative energy sources that do not come from fossil fuels. By the time you buy your first car, it may run on fuel cells, and the electricity in your house may be generated by a solar power plant. Commercial geothermal power plants are a renewable energy source that uses the heat of molten rock in the Earth's interior. Geothermal power already supplies electricity to households in New Zealand, Japan, the United States, and elsewhere. The energy of falling or flowing water can also be used to generate electricity in a hydropower plant. Commercial hydropower plants generate over half of the alternative energy used in the United States. Like solar and geothermal power, hydropower releases no pollutants. But hydropower often requires dams, which are expensive to build and can flood wildlife habitats and interfere with fish migration. Wind is another source of energy that is clean and renewable. Large open areas with relatively constant winds are used as wind farms. Wind turbines are spread across these farms and convert the energy of moving air into electricity. Wind generating capacity has increased steadily around the world in just the last 10 years. Federal agencies oversee the Superfund program and other environmental laws. In addition to federal laws protecting the environment, there are state laws. Companies must follow all the laws that apply in each state where they do business. The same company may need to follow different laws in different states. The United States is just one of many countries learning to deal with the effects of their human population on the environment. Dozens of countries have already met to discuss concerns about clear-cutting, water pollution, and endangered species. At this international level, The United Nations Environment Program encourages sound environmental practices worldwide. Conserving resources protects ecosystems. Around the world, individuals and companies are expressing more interest in sustainable practices, ways of living and doing business that use natural resources without using them up. Sustainable development allows people to enjoy a high quality of life while limiting harm to ecosystems. Developing new technologies, reducing resource use, and creating less waste are 3 ways to practice sustainability. Check your reading. What are sustainable practices? Improving resource use. As you read in Chapter 2, many different interactions take place in ecosystems. Some organisms form close relationships with one another and their environment. Humans are like other organisms. We depend on the environment to help meet our requirements for life. Because many of the resources we rely on are limited, businesses and governments are changing the way they manage farms, forests, and energy resources. They are adopting sustainable practices. Some farmers are practicing sustainable methods that protect land and provide nutritious food. Nearly 1/3 of U.S. farms practice conservation tillage, a method that involves planting seeds without plowing the soil. This technique can cut soil erosion by more than 90%. Organic farmers reject fertilizers and pesticides made from fossil fuels. Instead, they use natural fertilizers like compost and natural pest controls like ladybugs, which eat aphids. Reducing waste and pollution. Perhaps you are one of the many students who take a bus to school. Buses and trains are examples of mass transit, which move large groups of people at the same time. When you travel by mass transit, you are working to reduce waste and pollution. The photograph to the left shows a light rail train that carries commuters from downtown Portland, Oregon, into suburbs an hour away. In Portland, mass transit like this light rail helps reduce traffic congestion, air pollution, and noise pollution. Another way to reduce pollution is by carpooling. Many states encourage carpools by reducing tolls or reserving highway lanes for cars carrying more than one person. Traffic is also reduced when workers telecommute or work from home using computers and telephones. Of course, a telecommuter uses energy at home, but there are many ways to reduce home energy use. You can install compact fluorescent light bulbs, which use less electricity than a regular light bulb, and you can choose energy-efficient appliances. Check your reading. How does mass transit benefit the environment? Most homes are heated with oil or natural gas, 2 non-renewable resources. To use less of these resources, you lower your thermostat in winter or add insulation around doors and windows to keep heat inside. Many power companies offer a free energy audit to show how you can use less energy at home. Recycling is a fairly new idea in human communities, but if you think about it, it's what biological communities have always done to reduce waste and pollution. Resources are used again and again as they move through the water, nitrogen, and carbon cycles. Materials that people now commonly recycle include glass, aluminum, certain types of plastic, office paper, newspaper, and cardboard. Sometimes materials are recycled into the same product. Cans and glass bottles are melted down to make new cans and bottles. Materials can also be recycled into new products. Your warm fleece jacket might be made from recycled soda bottles. The cereal box on your breakfast table might be made from recycled paper. Check your reading. Name 3 things people can do at home that reduce waste and pollution. Think globally, act locally. Visitors to an ocean beach may find signs like the one on the right. Such signs remind people that small actions, like protecting the nests of sandpipers, make a difference in the preservation of ecosystems. The challenges facing society are great. Providing Earth's growing population with clean water and air, and energy for warmth and transportation are only some of the many tasks. Scientists continue to learn about the interactions in ecosystems and how important ecosystems are to humans. As you have read about the interactions in ecosystems, you have probably realized that humans, including you, have a large effect on the natural world. In the coming years, protection of ecosystems will remain a major challenge. By thinking globally, you will be able to understand the effects of society's decisions about resources, development, and transportation. By acting locally, you can become involved in efforts to reduce the use of limited resources and to restore ecosystems. 16.3 Review. Key concepts. 1. List at least 5 ways that you can reduce your use of natural resources. 2. Describe 3 ways that resources can be managed in a sustainable way. Critical thinking. 3. Infer. Controlling air and water pollution and protecting endangered species usually require the involvement of the federal government. Why can't state or local governments do this on their own? Challenge. 4. Apply. Explain how efforts to protect endangered species relate to restoration of ecosystems. Frontiers in Science. Surprising senses. Scientists who study the brain are finding that our senses are connected in unexpected ways. Senses and the brain. One of the great mysteries still unsolved in science is what happens inside the brain. What is a thought? How is it formed? Where is it stored? How do our senses shape our thoughts? There are far more questions than answers. One way to approach questions about the brain is to study brain activity at times when the body is performing different functions. Most advanced brain functions happen in the part of the brain called the cerebral cortex. That's where the brain interprets information from the senses. The cerebral cortex has many specialized areas. Each area controls one type of brain activity. Scientists are mapping these areas. At first, they studied people with brain injuries. A person with an injury to one area might not be able to speak. Someone with a different injury might have trouble seeing or hearing. Scientists mapped the areas in which damage seemed to cause each kind of problem. Now scientists have even more tools to study the brain. One tool is called functional magnetic resonance imaging, or fMRI. Scientists put a person into a machine that uses radio waves to produce images of the person's brain. Scientists then ask the person to do specific activities, such as looking at pictures of faces or listening for specific sounds. The fMRI images show what parts of the person's brain are most active during each activity. Double duty. Using fMRI and other tools, scientists have identified the parts of the cerebral cortex that are responsible for each of these senses. The vision area is located at the back of the brain. The smell, taste, touch, and hearing areas are all close together in the middle part of the brain. People don't usually use just one sense at a time. Scientists have found some unexpected connections. In one study, Marisa Taylor Clark poked the arms of some volunteers with either 1 or 2 pins. Then she asked them how many pins they felt. Taylor Clark found that people who looked at their arms before the test did better than those who didn't. fMRI showed that the part of their brains responsible for touch was also more active when they used their sense of sight. These connections in the brain show up even when one sense doesn't work. Many people who have hearing impairments read lips to understand what other people are saying. Scientists using fMRI discovered that these people use the part of the brain normally used for hearing to help them understand what they see. This is even true for people who have never been able to hear. Scrambled senses. Some people have more connections between their senses than most people have. They may look at numbers and see colors, or associate smells with shapes. Some even get a taste in their mouths when they touch something. All these are examples of synesthesia. About 1 in 200 people have some kind of synesthesia. fMRI has made it possible for scientists to learn more about synesthesia. One group of scientists studied people who saw colors when they heard words. fMRI showed that the visual areas of their brains were active along with the hearing areas. For most people, only the hearing area would be active. But why does synesthesia happen? Some scientists think that people with synesthesia have more connections between areas of their brains. Every person has extra connections when they're born, but most people lose many of them in childhood. Perhaps people with synesthesia keep theirs. Another theory suggests that their brains are cross-wired, so information goes in unusual directions. As scientists explore synesthesia and other connections between the senses, they learn more about how the parts of the brain work together. The human body is complex, and the brain, along with the rest of the nervous system, has yet to be fully understood. Unanswered questions. Scientists have learned a lot about how senses are connected. Their research leads to new questions. How does information move between different areas of the brain? How and why does the brain rewire itself? How does cross-wired sensing, synesthesia, happen?
Chapter 17. Systems, Support, and Movement. The Big Idea. The human body is made up of systems that work together to perform necessary functions. Key Concepts. Section 17.1. The human body is complex. Learn about the parts and systems in the human body. Section 17.2. The skeletal system provides support and protection. Learn how the skeletal system is organized and what it does. Section 17.3. The muscular system makes movement possible. Learn about the different types of muscles and how they work. 17.1. Key Concept. The human body is complex. Before, you learned, all living things are made of cells. All living things need energy. Living things meet their needs through interactions with the environment. Now you will learn about the organization of the human body, about different types of tissues, about the functions of organ systems. Think about, how is the human body like a city? A city is made up of many parts that perform different functions. Buildings provide places to live and work. Transportation systems move people around. Electrical energy provides light and heat. Similarly, the human body is made of several systems. The skeletal system, like the framework of a building, provides support. The digestive system works with the respiratory system to provide energy and materials. What other systems in your body can you compare to a system in the city? The body has cells, tissues, and organs. Your body is made of many parts that work together as a system to help you grow and stay healthy. The simplest level of organization in your body is the cell. Next come tissues, then individual organs, and then systems that are made up of organs. The highest level of organization is the organism itself. You can think of the body as having 5 levels of organization: cells, tissues, organs, organ systems, and the organism. Although these levels seem separate from one another, they all work together. Check your reading. What are 5 levels of organization in your body? Cells. The cell is the basic unit of life. Cells make up all living things. Some organisms, such as bacteria, are made of only a single cell. In these organisms, the single cell performs all of the tasks necessary for survival. That individual cell captures and releases energy, uses materials, and grows. In more complex organisms, such as humans and many other animals and plants, cells are specialized. Specialized cells perform specific jobs. A red blood cell, for example, carries oxygen and other nutrients from the lungs throughout the body. Tissues. A tissue is a group of similar cells that work together to perform a particular function. Think of a tissue as a brick wall and the cells within it as the individual bricks. Taken together, the bricks form something larger and more functional. But just as the bricks need to be placed in a certain way to form the wall, cells must be organized in a tissue. Check your reading. How are cells related to tissues? The human body contains several types of tissues. These tissues are classified into 4 main groups according to their function: epithelial tissue, nerve tissue, muscle tissue, and connective tissue. Epithelial tissue functions as a boundary. It covers all of the inner and outer surfaces of your body. Each of your internal organs is covered with a layer of epithelial tissue. Nerve tissue functions as a messaging system. Cells in nerve tissue carry electrical impulses between your brain and the various parts of your body in response to changing conditions. Muscle tissue functions in movement. Movement results when muscle cells contract or shorten and then relax. In some cases, such as throwing a ball, you control the movement. In other cases, such as the beating of your heart, the movement occurs without conscious control. Connective tissue functions to hold parts of the body together, providing support, protection, strength, padding, and insulation. Tendons and ligaments are connective tissues that hold bones and muscles together. Bone itself is another connective tissue. It supports and protects the soft parts of your body. Organs. Groups of different tissues make up organs. An organ is a structure that is made up of 2 or more types of tissue that work together to carry out a function in the body. For example, the heart that pumps blood around your body contains all 4 types of tissues. As in cells and tissues, the structure of an organ relates to its function. The stomach's bag-shaped structure and strong muscular walls make it suited for breaking down food. The walls of the heart are also muscular, allowing it to function as a pump. Organ systems. An organ system is a group of organs that together perform a function that helps the body meet its needs for energy and materials. For example, your stomach, mouth, throat, large and small intestines, liver, and pancreas are all part of the organ system called the digestive system. The body is made up of many organ systems. In this unit, you will read about these systems. They include the skeletal, muscular, respiratory, digestive, urinary, circulatory, immune, nervous, and reproductive systems. Together, these systems allow the human organism to grow, reproduce, and maintain life. The body's systems interact with one another. The ability of your body to maintain internal conditions is called homeostasis. Your body is constantly regulating such things as your body temperature, the amount of sugar in your blood, even your posture. The processes that take place in your body occur within a particular set of conditions. The body's many levels of organization, from cells to organ systems, work constantly to maintain the balance needed for the survival of the organism. For example, on a hot day, you may sweat. Sweating keeps the temperature inside your body constant, even though the temperature of your surroundings changes. 17.1 Review. Key concepts. 1. Draw a diagram that shows the relationship among cells, tissues, organs, and organ systems. 2. Make a chart of the 4 basic tissue groups that includes names, functions, and examples. 3. Identify 3 functions performed by organ systems. Critical thinking. 4. Apply. How does drinking water after you sweat help maintain homeostasis? 5. Compare and contrast. Compare and contrast the 4 basic tissue groups. How would all four types of tissue be involved in a simple activity, like raising your hand? Challenge. 6. Apply. Describe an object, such as a car, that can be used as a model of the human body. Explain how the parts of the model relate to the body. Think science. Skill. Inferring. What does the body need to survive? In 1914, Ernest Shackleton and 27 men set sail for Antarctica. Their goal was to cross the continent by foot and sled. The crew never set foot on Antarctica. Instead, the winter sea froze around their ship, crushing it until it sank. They were stranded on floating ice, over 100 miles from land. How long could they survive? How would their bodies respond? What would they need to stay alive? You can make inferences in answer to any of these questions. First, you need to recall what you know. Then you need new evidence. What was available to the explorers? Did they save supplies from their ship? What resources existed in the environment? Prior knowledge. The human body needs air, water, and food. The human body needs to maintain its temperature. The body can be harmed if it loses too much heat. Observations. Several of Shackleton's explorers kept diaries. From the diaries, we know that the following. The crew hunted seals and penguins for fresh meat. The temperature was usually below freezing. Tents and overturned lifeboats sheltered the crew from the wind. Their clothes were made of thick fabric and animal skins and furs. They melted snow and ice in order to have fresh water. Make inferences. On your own, describe how the explorers met each of the needs of the human body. As a group, how long do you think these 28 men could have survived these conditions? Use evidence and inferences in your answer. Challenge. How might survival needs differ for sailors shipwrecked in the tropics compared to the Antarctic? 17.2. Key concept. The skeletal system provides support and protection. Before, you learned the body is made of cells, tissues, organs, and systems. Cells, tissues, organs, and organ systems work together. Systems in the body interact. Now you will learn about different types of bone tissue, how the human skeleton is organized, how joints allow movement. Bones are living tissue. Every movement of the human body is possible because of the interaction of muscles with a skeletal system. Made up of a strong connective tissue called bone, the skeletal system serves as the anchor for all of the body's movement, provides support, and protects soft organs inside the body. Bones can be classified as long bones, short bones, irregular bones, and flat bones. Long bones are found in the arms and legs. Short bones are found in the feet and hands. Irregular bones are found in the spine. Flat bones are found in the ribs and skull. You might think that bones are completely solid and made up of dead tissue. They actually are made of both hard and soft materials. Like your heart or skin, bones are living tissue. Bones are not completely solid either. They have spaces inside. The spaces allow blood carrying nutrients to travel throughout the bones. Because bones have spaces, they weigh much less than they would if they were solid. Two types of bone tissue. Every bone is made of two types of bone tissue, compact bone and spongy bone. The hard compact bone surrounds the soft spongy bone. Each individual bone cell lies within a bony web. This web is made up mostly of minerals containing calcium. Compact bone. Surrounding the spongy inner layer of the bone is a hard layer called compact bone. Compact bone functions as the basic supportive tissue of the body, the part of the body you call the skeleton. The outer layer of compact bone is very hard and tough. It covers the outside of most bones. spongy bone. Inside the bone, the calcium network is less dense. This tissue is called spongy bone. Spongy bone is strong but lightweight. It makes up most of the short, flat, and irregular bones found in your body. It also makes up the ends of long bones. Marrow and blood cells. Within the spongy bone tissue is marrow, the part of the bone that produces blood cells. The new blood cells travel from the marrow into the blood vessels that run throughout the bone. The blood brings nutrients to the bone cells and carries waste materials away. The skeleton is the body's framework. Like the frame of a building, the skeleton provides the body's shape. The skeleton also works with other systems to allow movement. Scientists have identified two main divisions in the skeleton. These are the axial skeleton, which is the central part of the skeleton, and the appendicular skeleton. Bones in the appendicular skeleton are attached to the axial skeleton. The diagram on page 17 labels some of the important bones in your skeleton. The axial skeleton. Imagine a line straight down your back. You can think of that line as an axis. Sitting, standing, and twisting are some of the motions that turn around the axis. The axial skeleton is the part of the skeleton that forms the axis. It provides support and protection. In the diagram, parts of the axial skeleton are colored in red. The axial skeleton includes the skull, or the cranium. The major function of the cranium is protection of the brain. Most of the bones in the cranium do not move. The skull connects to the spinal column in a way that allows the head to move up and down, as well as right to left. Your spinal column makes up the main portion of the axial skeleton. The spinal column is made up of many bones called vertebrae. The many bones allow flexibility. If you run your finger along your back, you will feel the vertebrae. Another set of bones belonging to the axial skeleton are the rib bones. The ribs function to protect the soft internal organs, such as the heart and lungs. The appendicular skeleton. The diagram shows the bones in the appendicular skeleton in yellow. Bones in the appendicular skeleton function mainly to allow movement. The shoulder belongs to the upper part of the appendicular skeleton. The upper arm bone that connects to the shoulder is the longest bone in the upper body. It connects with the two bones of the lower arm. The wrist bone is the end of one of these bones in the lower arm. The lower part of the body includes the legs and the hip bones. This part of the body bears all of the body's weight when you are standing. The leg bones are the strongest of all the bones in the skeleton. Just as the lower arm includes two bones, the lower leg has two bones. The larger of these two bones carries most of the weight of the body. Check your reading. How are the axial and appendicular skeletons alike? How are they different? The skeleton changes as the body develops and ages. You will remember that bones are living tissue. During infancy and childhood, bones grow as the rest of the body grows. Bones become harder as they stop growing. In adulthood, bones continue to change. Infancy. The skull of a newborn is made up of several bones that have spaces between them. As the brain grows, the skull also grows. During the growth of the skull, the spaces between the bones close. Childhood. Bone growth occurs at areas called growth plates. These growth plates are made of cartilage, a firm, flexible, connective tissue. The length and shape of bones is determined by growth plates. Long bones grow at the ends of the bones surrounding growth plates. Adolescence. At the end of adolescence, bones stop growing. The growth plate is the last portion of the bone to become hard. Once growth plates become hard, arms and legs stop growing, and the skull plates fuse. Adulthood. Even after bones stop growing, they go through cycles in which old bone is broken down and new bone is formed. As people age, more bone is broken down than is formed. This can lead to a decrease in bone mass, which causes a decrease in bone density. The strength of bones depends upon their density. As people age, their bone density may decrease. Bones that are less dense may break more easily. Many doctors recommend that adults over a certain age get regular bone density tests. Joints connect parts of the skeletal system. A joint is a place at which two parts of the skeletal system meet. There are three types of joints: immovable, slightly movable, and freely movable. Immovable and slightly movable joints. An immovable joint locks bones together like puzzle pieces. The bones of your skull are connected by immovable joints. Slightly movable joints are able to flex slightly. Your ribs are connected to your sternum by slightly movable joints. Freely movable joints. Freely movable joints allow your body to bend and to move. Tissues called ligaments hold the bones together at movable joints. Other structures inside the joint cushion the bones and keep them from rubbing together. The entire joint also is surrounded by connective tissue. Movable joints can be classified by the type of movement they produce. Think about the movement of your arm when you eat an apple. Your arm moves up, then down, changing the angle between your upper and lower arms. This is angular movement. The joint that produces this movement is called a hinge joint. Your arm can also rotate from side to side, as it does when you turn a doorknob. Rotational movement like this is produced by a pivot joint in the elbow. You can also rotate your arm in a circle, like the motion of a softball pitcher winding up and releasing a ball. The joint in the shoulder that produces this type of rotational movement is called a ball and socket joint. Joints also produce gliding movement. All joints glide, that is, one bone slides back and forth across another. In some cases, as with the joints in your backbone, a small gliding movement is the only movement the joint produces. 17.2. Review. Key concepts. 1. What are the functions of the two types of bone tissue? 2. What are the main divisions of the human skeleton? 3. Name three types of movement produced by movable joints and give an example of each. Critical thinking. 4. Infer. What function do immovable joints in the skull perform? Think about the different stages of development in the human body. 5. Analyze. Which type of movable joint allows the most movement? How does the joint's shape and structure contribute to this? Challenge. 6. Classify. The joints in your hand and wrist produce three different types of movement. Using your own wrist, classify the joint movement of the fingers, palm, and wrist. Support your answer. 17.3. Key concept. The muscular system makes movement possible. Before, you learned, there are different types of bone tissue. The human skeleton has two separate divisions. Joints function in several different ways. Now you will learn about the functions of muscles, about the different types of muscles and how they work, how muscles grow and heal. Muscles perform important functions. Every movement of your body, from the beating of your heart to the movement of food down your throat to the blinking of your eyes, occurs because of muscles. Some movements are under your control, and other movements seem to happen automatically. However, muscles do more than produce movement. They perform other functions as well. Keeping body temperature stable and maintaining posture are two additional functions of muscles. Check your reading. What are three functions that muscles perform? Movement. The muscular system works with the skeletal system to allow movement. Like all muscles, the muscles that produce movement are made up of individual cells called muscle fibers. These fibers contract and relax. Most of the muscles involved in moving the body work in pairs. As they contract, muscles shorten, pulling against bones. It may surprise you to know that muscles do not push. Rather, a muscle on one side of a bone pulls in one direction, while another muscle relaxes. Muscles are attached to bones by stretchy connective tissue. Maintaining body temperature. Earlier you read that processes within the body require certain conditions, such as temperature and the right amount of water and other materials. The balance of conditions is called homeostasis. One of the functions of the muscular system is related to homeostasis. Muscles function to maintain body temperature. When muscles contract, they release heat. Without this heat from muscle contraction, the body could not maintain its normal temperature. You may have observed the way your muscles affect your body temperature when you shiver. The quick muscle contractions that occur when you shiver release heat and raise your body temperature. Check your reading. How do muscles help maintain homeostasis? Maintaining posture. Have you ever noticed that you stand up straight without thinking about it, even though gravity is pulling your body down? Most muscles in your body are always a little bit contracted. This tension, or muscle tone, is present even when you are sleeping. The muscles that maintain posture relax completely only when you are unconscious. Try standing on the balls of your feet for a few moments, or on one leg. When you are trying to balance or hold one position for any length of time, you can feel different muscles contracting and relaxing. Your muscles make constant adjustments to keep you sitting or standing upright. You don't have to think about these tiny adjustments. They happen automatically. Your body has different types of muscle. Your body has 3 types of muscle. All 3 types of muscle tissue share certain characteristics. For example, each type of muscle contracts and relaxes. Yet all 3 muscle types have different functions, and different types of muscle are found in different locations. Skeletal muscle. The muscles that are attached to your skeleton are called skeletal muscles. Skeletal muscle performs voluntary movement, that is, movement that you choose to make. Because they are involved in voluntary movement, skeletal muscles are also called voluntary muscles. Skeletal muscle, like all muscle, is made of long fibers. The fibers are made up of many smaller bundles, as a piece of yarn is made up of strands of wool. One type of bundle allows your muscles to move slowly. Those muscles are called slow twitch muscles. Another type of bundle allows your muscles to move quickly. These are called fast twitch muscles. If you were a sprinter, you would want to develop your fast twitch muscles. If you were a long-distance runner, you would develop your slow twitch muscles. Check your reading. What does it mean that skeletal muscles are voluntary muscles? Smooth muscle. Smooth muscle is found inside some organs, such as the intestines and the stomach. Smooth muscles perform automatic movement and are called involuntary muscles. In other words, smooth muscles work without your knowing it. You have no control over their movement. For example, smooth muscles line your stomach wall and push food through your digestive system. Smooth muscle fibers are not as long as skeletal muscle fibers. Also, unlike skeletal muscles, smooth muscles are not fast twitch. Smooth muscles contract slowly. Cardiac muscle. Your heart is made of cardiac muscle. Like smooth muscle, cardiac muscle moves without conscious control. Each cardiac muscle cell has a branched shape. The cells of the heart connect in a chain. These chains form webs of layered tissue that allow cardiac cells to contract together and make the heart beat. Just like the smooth muscle cells, the cardiac muscle cells contract slowly. Check your reading. Compare and contrast the 3 types of muscle described: skeletal, smooth, and cardiac. Skeletal muscles and tendons allow bones to move. Skeletal muscles are attached to your bones by strong tissues called tendons. The tendons on the end of the muscle attach firmly to the bone. As the fibers in a muscle contract, they shorten and pull the tendon. The tendon, in turn, pulls the bone and makes it move. You can feel your muscles moving your bones. Place your left arm, stretched out flat, in front of you on a table. Place the fingers of your right hand just below your left elbow. Bend your elbow and raise and lower your left arm. You are contracting your biceps. Can you feel the muscle pull on the tendon? The dancers in the photograph are using many sets of muscles. The diagrams show how muscles and tendons work together to move bones. Muscles are shown in red. Notice how each muscle crosses a joint. Most skeletal muscles do. One end of the muscle attaches to one bone, crosses a joint, then attaches to a second bone. As the muscle contracts, it pulls on both bones. This pulling produces movement. In the case of these dancers, very exciting movement. Muscles grow and heal. Developing muscles. An infant's muscles cannot do very much. A baby cannot lift its head because the neck muscles are not strong enough to support it. For the first few months of life, a baby needs extra support until the neck muscles grow strong and can hold up the baby's head. The rest of the skeletal muscles also have to develop and strengthen. During infancy and childhood and into adolescence, humans develop muscular coordination and become more graceful in their movements. Coordination reaches its natural peak in adolescence, but can be further improved by additional training. Exercise and muscles. When you exercise regularly, your muscles get bigger. Muscles increase in size with exercise because their cells reproduce more rapidly in response to the increased activity. Exercise also stimulates growth of individual muscle cells, making them larger. You may have experienced sore muscles during or after exercising. During exercise, chemicals can build up in the muscles and make them cramp or ache. The muscle soreness you feel a day or so after exercise is caused by damage to the muscle fibers. The muscle fibers have been overstretched or torn. Such injuries take time to heal because the body must remove injured cells and new ones must form. 17.3 Review. Key concepts. 1. What are the three main functions of the muscular system? 2. Make a rough outline of a human body and label places where you could find each of the three types of muscles. 3. Explain why you may be sore after exercise. Critical thinking. 4. Apply. You are exercising and you begin to feel hot. Explain what is happening in your muscles. 5. Analyze. Describe what happens in your neck muscles when you nod your head. Challenge. 6. Infer. The digestive system breaks down food and transports materials. How are the short length and slow movement of smooth muscle tissues in the stomach and intestines related to the functions of these organs?
Chapter 18. Absorption, Digestion, and Exchange. The Big Idea. Systems in the body obtain and process materials and remove waste. Key concepts. Section 18.1. The respiratory system gets oxygen and removes carbon dioxide. Learn how the respiratory system functions. Section 18.2. The digestive system breaks down food. Learn how the digestive system provides cells with necessary materials. Section 18.3. The urinary system removes waste materials. Learn how the urinary system removes wastes. 18.1. Key concept. The respiratory system gets oxygen and removes carbon dioxide. Before you learned, cells, tissues, organs, and organ systems work together. Organ systems provide for the body's needs. Organ systems are important to the body's survival. Now you will learn about the structures of the respiratory system that function to exchange gases, about the process of cellular respiration, about other functions of the respiratory system. Your body needs oxygen. During the day, you eat and drink only a few times, but you breathe thousands of times. In fact, breathing is a sign of life. The body is able to store food and liquid, but it is unable to store very much oxygen. The respiratory system is the body system that functions to get oxygen from the environment and remove carbon dioxide and other waste products from your body. The respiratory system interacts with the environment and with other body systems. The continuous process of moving and using oxygen involves mechanical movement and chemical reactions. Air is transported into your lungs by mechanical movements, and oxygen is used during chemical reactions that release energy in your cells. Check your reading. What are the two main functions of your respiratory system? Exchanging oxygen and carbon dioxide. Like almost all living things, the human body needs oxygen to survive. Without oxygen, cells in the body die quickly. How does the oxygen you need get to your cells? Oxygen, along with other gases, enters the body when you inhale. Oxygen is then transported to cells throughout the body by red blood cells. The air that you breathe contains only about 20% oxygen and less than 1% carbon dioxide. Almost 80% of air is nitrogen gas. The air that you exhale contains more carbon dioxide and less oxygen than the air that you inhale. It's important that you exhale carbon dioxide because high levels of it will damage, even destroy cells. In cells and tissues, proper levels of both oxygen and carbon dioxide are essential. Recall that systems in the body work together to maintain homeostasis. If levels of oxygen or carbon dioxide change, your nervous system signals the need to breathe faster or slower. The photograph shows how someone underwater maintains proper levels of carbon dioxide and oxygen. The scuba diver needs to inhale oxygen from a tank. She removes carbon dioxide wastes with other gases when she exhales into the water. The bubbles you see in the water are formed when she exhales. Check your reading. What gases are in the air that you breathe? Cellular respiration. Inside your cells, a process called cellular respiration uses oxygen in chemical reactions that release energy. The respiratory system works with the digestive and circulatory systems to make cellular respiration possible. Cellular respiration requires glucose, or sugars, which you get from food, in addition to oxygen, which you get from breathing. These materials are transported to every cell in your body through blood vessels. You will learn more about the digestive and circulatory systems later in this unit. During cellular respiration, your cells use oxygen and glucose to release energy. Carbon dioxide is a waste product of the process. Carbon dioxide must be removed from cells. Check your reading. What three body systems are involved in cellular respiration? Structures in the respiratory system function together. The respiratory system is made up of many structures that allow you to move air in and out of your body, communicate, and keep out harmful materials. Nose, throat, and trachea. When you inhale, air enters your body through your nose or mouth. Inside your nose, tiny hairs, called cilia, filter dirt and other particles out of the air. Mucus, a sticky liquid in your nasal cavity, also helps filter air by trapping particles such as dirt and pollen as air passes by. The nasal cavity warms the air slightly before it moves down your throat toward a tube-like structure called the windpipe or trachea. A structure called the epiglottis keeps air from entering your stomach. Lungs. The lungs are two large organs located on either side of your heart. When you inhale, air enters the throat, passes through the trachea, and moves into the lungs through structures called bronchial tubes. Bronchial tubes branch throughout the lungs into smaller and smaller tubes. At the ends of the smallest tubes, air enters tiny air sacs called alveoli. The walls of the alveoli are only 1 cell thick. In fact, 1 page in this book is much thicker than the walls of the alveoli. Oxygen passes from inside the alveoli through the thin walls and diffuses into the blood. At the same time, carbon dioxide waste passes from the blood into the alveoli. Check your reading. Through which structures does oxygen move into the lungs? Ribs and diaphragm. If you put your hands on your ribs and take a deep breath, you can feel your ribs expand. The rib cage encloses a space inside your body called the thoracic cavity. Some ribs are connected by cartilage to the breastbone or to each other, which makes the rib cage flexible. This flexibility allows the rib cage to expand when you breathe and make room for the lungs to expand and fill with air. A large muscle, called the diaphragm, stretches across the floor of the thoracic cavity. When you inhale, your diaphragm contracts and pulls downward, which makes the thoracic cavity expand. This movement causes the lungs to push downward, filling the extra space. At the same time, other muscles draw the ribs outward and expand the lungs. Air rushes into the lungs, and inhalation is complete. When the diaphragm and other muscles relax, the process reverses and you exhale. Check your reading. Describe how the diaphragm and the rib cage move. The respiratory system is also involved in other activities. In addition to providing oxygen and removing carbon dioxide, the respiratory system is involved in other activities of the body. Speaking and singing, along with actions such as sneezing, can be explained in terms of how the parts of the respiratory system work together. Speech and other respiratory movements. If you place your hand on your throat and hum softly, you can feel your vocal cords vibrating. Air moving over your vocal cords allows you to produce sound, and the muscles in your throat, mouth, cheeks, and lips allow you to form sound into words. The vocal cords are folds of tissue in the larynx. The larynx, sometimes called the voice box, is a 2-inch tube-shaped organ, about the length of your thumb, located in the neck at the top of the trachea. When you speak, the vocal cords become tight, squeeze together, and force air from the lungs to move between them. The air causes the vocal cords to vibrate and produce sound. Some movements of the respiratory system allow you to clear particles out of your nose and throat, or to express emotion. The respiratory system is involved when you cough or sneeze. Sighing, yawning, laughing, and crying also involve the respiratory system. Sighing and yawning both involve taking deep breaths. A sigh is a long breath followed by a shorter exhalation. A yawn is a long breath taken through a wide-open mouth. Laughing and crying are movements that are very similar to each other. In fact, sometimes it's difficult to see the difference between laughing and crying. The respiratory system also allows you to hiccup. A hiccup is a sudden inhalation that makes the diaphragm contract. Several systems are involved when you hiccup. Air rushes into the throat, causing the diaphragm to contract. When the diaphragm contracts, the air passageway between the vocal cords closes. The closing of this passageway produces the sound of the hiccup. Hiccups can be caused by eating too fast, sudden temperature changes, and stress. Water removal. Hiccups, coughs, yawns, and all other respiratory movements, including speaking and breathing, release water from your body into the environment. Water is lost through sweat, urine, and exhalations of air. When it is cold enough outside, you can see your breath in the air. That is because the water vapor you exhale condenses into larger droplets when it moves from your warm body to the cold air. 18.1. Review. Key concepts. 1. How is oxygen used by your body's cells? 2. What are the structures in the respiratory system, and what do they do? 3. In addition to breathing, what functions does the respiratory system perform? Critical thinking. 4. Sequence. List in order the steps that occur when you exhale. 5. Compare and contrast. How is the air you inhale different from the air you exhale? Challenge. 6. Hypothesize. Why do you think a person breathes more quickly when exercising? Science on the job. Yoga instructor. Breathing and yoga. If you're reading this, you must be breathing. Are you thinking about how you are breathing? Yoga instructors help their students learn deep, slow breathing. The practice of yoga uses an understanding of the respiratory system as a tool for healthy exercise. Nostril breathing. An important aspect of breathing is removing wastes from the body. Yoga instructors teach students to inhale through the nostrils and exhale through the mouth. The nostrils filter dust and other particles, keeping dirt out of the lungs. The nostrils also warm the air as it enters the body. Abdominal breathing. Yoga instructors tell students to slowly expand and release the diaphragm. The diaphragm is a muscle below the lungs. When the muscle expands, air enters into the lungs. When it contracts or relaxes, air is pushed out of the lungs. Full lung breathing. Yoga instructors help students breathe in slowly, so that first the abdomen expands, then the ribcage area, and finally the upper chest by the shoulders. When students exhale, they collapse the diaphragm, then release the chest, and lastly, relax the shoulders. Explore. 1. Apply. Try one of the 3 breathing methods described. Start by taking a few slow, deep breaths. Then try the yoga breathing. Count to 4 as you inhale, and to 4 again breathing out. How do you feel after each breath? 2. Challenge. Choose one of the breathing methods above. Describe what happens to air each time you inhale and exhale. Draw or write your answer. 18.2. Key concept. The digestive system breaks down food. Before you learned, the respiratory system takes in oxygen and expels waste. Oxygen is necessary for cellular respiration. The respiratory system is involved in speech and water removal. Now you will learn about the role of digestion in providing energy and materials, about the chemical and mechanical process of digestion, how materials change as they move through the digestive system. The body needs energy and materials. After not eating for a while, have you ever noticed how little energy you have to do the simplest things? You need food to provide energy for your body. You also need materials from food. Most of what you need comes from nutrients within food. Nutrients are important substances that enable the body to move, grow, and maintain homeostasis. Proteins, carbohydrates, fats, and water are some of the nutrients your body needs. You might not think of water as a nutrient, but it is necessary for all living things. In fact, more than half of your body is made up of water. Protein is another essential nutrient. It is the material that the body uses for growth and repair. Cells in your body, such as those composing muscles, bones, and skin, are built of proteins. Carbohydrates are nutrients that provide cells with energy. Carbohydrates make up cellulose, which helps move materials through the digestive system. Another nutrient, fat, stores energy. Before your body can use these nutrients, they must be broken into smaller substances. Digestion is the process of breaking down food into usable materials. Your digestive system transforms the energy and materials in food into forms your body can use. The digestive system moves and breaks down food. Your digestive system performs the complex jobs of moving and breaking down food. Material is moved through the digestive system by wave-like contractions of smooth muscles. This muscular action is called peristalsis. Mucus glands throughout the system keep the material moist so it can be moved easily, and the muscles contract to push the material along. The muscles move food along in much the same way as you move toothpaste from the bottom of the tube with your thumbs. The body has complicated ways of moving food, and it also has complicated ways of breaking down food. The digestive system processes food in two ways, physically and chemically. Mechanical digestion. Physical changes, which are sometimes called mechanical changes, break food into smaller pieces. You chew your food with your teeth, so you are able to swallow it. Infants without teeth need an adult to cut up or mash food for them. They need soft food that they can swallow without chewing. Your stomach also breaks down food mechanically by mashing and pounding it during peristalsis. Chemical digestion. Chemical changes actually change food into different substances. For example, chewing a cracker produces a physical change. The cracker is broken into small pieces. At the same time, liquid in the mouth called saliva produces a chemical change. Starches in the cracker are changed to sugars. If you chew a cracker, you may notice that after you have chewed it for a few seconds, it begins to taste sweet. The change in taste is a sign of a chemical reaction. Check your reading. What are two types of changes that take place during digestion? Materials are broken down as they move through the digestive tract. The digestive system contains several organs. Food travels through organs in the digestive tract: the mouth, esophagus, stomach, small intestine, and large intestine. Other organs, such as the pancreas, liver, and gallbladder, release chemicals that are necessary for chemical digestion. The diagram on page 49 shows the major parts of the entire digestive system. Mouth and esophagus. Both mechanical and chemical digestion begin in the mouth. The teeth break food into small pieces. The lips and tongue position food so that you can chew. When food is in your mouth, salivary glands in your mouth release saliva, which softens the food and begins chemical digestion. The tongue pushes the food to the back of the mouth and down the throat while swallowing. Check your reading. What part does the mouth play in digestion? When you swallow, your tongue pushes food down into your throat. Food then travels down the esophagus to the stomach. The muscle contractions of peristalsis move solid food from the throat to the stomach in about 8 seconds. Liquid foods take about 2 seconds. Stomach. Strong muscles in the stomach further mix and mash food particles. The stomach also uses chemicals to break down food. Some of the chemicals made by the stomach are acids. These acids are so strong that they could eat through the stomach itself. To prevent this, the cells of the stomach's lining are replaced about every 3 days, and the stomach lining is coated with mucus. Small intestine. Partially digested food moves from the stomach to the small intestine. There, chemicals released by the pancreas, liver, and gallbladder break down nutrients. Most of the nutrients broken down in digestion are absorbed in the small intestine. Structures called villi are found throughout the small intestine. These structures contain folds that absorb nutrients from proteins, carbohydrates, and fats. Once absorbed by the villi, nutrients are transported by the circulatory system around the body. You will read more about the circulatory system in Chapter 3. Large intestine. In the large intestine, water and some other nutrients are absorbed from the digested material. Most of the solid material then remaining is waste material, which is compacted and stored. Eventually, it is eliminated through the rectum. Check your reading. Where in your digestive system does mechanical digestion occur? Other organs aid digestion and absorption. The digestive organs not in the digestive tract, the liver, gallbladder, and pancreas, also play crucial roles in your body. Although food does not move through them, all three of these organs aid in chemical digestion by producing or concentrating important chemicals. Liver. The liver, the largest internal organ of the body, is located in your abdomen, just above your stomach. Although you can survive losing a portion of your liver, it is an important organ. The liver filters blood, cleansing it of harmful substances, and stores unneeded nutrients for later use in the body. It produces a golden yellow substance called bile, which is able to break down fats, much like the way soap breaks down oils. The liver also breaks down medicines and produces important proteins, such as those that help clot blood if you get a cut. Gallbladder. The gallbladder is a tiny pear-shaped sac connected to the liver. Bile produced in the liver is stored and concentrated in the gallbladder. The bile is then secreted into the small intestine. Pancreas. Located between the stomach and the small intestine, the pancreas produces chemicals that are needed as materials move between the two. The pancreas quickly lowers the acidity in the small intestine and breaks down proteins, fats, and starch. The chemicals produced by the pancreas are extremely important for digesting and absorbing food substances. Without these chemicals, you could die of starvation, even with plenty of food in your system. Your body would not be able to process and use the food for energy without the pancreas. Check your reading. How does the pancreas aid in digestion? 18.2. Review. Key concepts. 1. List 3 of the functions of the digestive system. 2. Give one example each of mechanical digestion and chemical digestion. 3. How does your stomach process food? Critical thinking. 4. Apply. Does an antacid deal with mechanical or chemical digestion? 5. Apply. You have just swallowed a bite of apple. Describe what happens as the apple moves through your digestive system. Include information about what happens to the material in the apple. Challenge. 6. Compare and contrast. Describe the roles of the large and the small intestines. How are they similar? How are they different? 18.3. Key concept. The urinary system removes waste materials. Before you learned, the digestive system breaks down food. Organs in the digestive system have different roles. Now you will learn how different body systems remove different types of waste. Why the kidneys are important organs. About the role of the kidney in homeostasis. Life processes produce wastes. You have read that the respiratory system and the digestive system provide the body with energy and materials necessary for important processes. During these processes, waste materials are produced. The removal of these wastes is essential for the continuing function of body systems. Several systems in your body remove wastes. The urinary system disposes of liquid waste products removed from the blood. The respiratory system disposes of water vapor and waste gases from the blood. The digestive system disposes of solid waste products from food. The skin releases wastes through sweat glands. Check your reading. What are 4 ways the body disposes of waste products? The urinary system removes waste from the blood. If you have observed an aquarium, you have seen a filter at work. Water moves through the filter, which removes waste materials from the water. Just as the filter in a fish tank removes wastes from the water, structures in your urinary system filter wastes from your blood. As shown in the diagram, the urinary system contains several structures. The kidneys are 2 organs located high up and toward the rear of the abdomen, one on each side of the spine. Kidneys function much as the filter in the fish tank does. In fact, the kidneys are often called the body's filters. Materials travel in your blood to the kidneys. There, some substances are removed and others are returned to the blood. After the kidneys filter chemical waste from the blood, the liquid travels down 2 tubes called ureters. The ureters bring the waste to the bladder, a storage sac with a wall of smooth muscle. The lower neck of the bladder leads into the urethra, a tube that carries the liquid waste outside the body. Voluntary muscles at one end of the bladder allow a person to hold the urethra closed until he or she is ready to release the muscles. At that time, the bladder contracts and sends the liquid waste, or urine, out of the body. The kidneys act as filters. At any moment, about 1/4 of the blood leaving your heart is headed toward your kidneys to be filtered. The kidneys, which are about as long as your index finger, only 10 centimeters, 3 9/10 inches long, filter all the blood in your body many times a day. The nephron. Inside each kidney are approximately 1 million looping tubes called nephrons. The nephron regulates the makeup of the blood. 1. Fluid is filtered from the blood into the nephron through a structure called the glomerulus. Filtered blood leaves the glomerulus and circulates around the tubes that make up the nephron. 2. As the filtered fluid passes through the nephron, some nutrients are absorbed back into the blood surrounding the tubes. Some water is also filtered out into the glomerulus, but most water is returned to the blood. 3. Waste products travel to the end of the nephron into the collecting duct. The remaining liquid, now called urine, passes out of the kidney and into the ureters. Water balance. The kidneys not only remove wastes from blood, they also regulate the amount of water in the body. You read in Chapter 1 about the importance of homeostasis, a stable environment within your body. The amount of water in your cells affects homeostasis. If your body contains too much water, parts of your body may swell. Having too little water interferes with cell processes. About 1 liter of water leaves the body every day. The kidneys control the amount of water that leaves the body in urine. Depending on how much water your body uses, the kidneys produce urine with more or less water. Check your reading. How do your kidneys regulate the amount of water in your body? 18.3. Review. Key concepts. 1. Describe the 4 organ systems that remove wastes and explain how each removes waste. 2. Describe the function of 4 organs in the urinary system. 3. Describe homeostasis and explain why the kidney is important to homeostasis. Critical thinking. 4. Connect. Make a word web with the term kidney in the center. Add details about kidney function to the web. Challenge. 5. Synthesize. Explain why you may become thirsty on a hot day. Include the term homeostasis in your explanation.
Chapter 19. Transport and Protection. The Big Idea. Systems function to transport materials and to defend and protect the body. Key Concepts. Section 19.1. The circulatory system transports materials. Learn how materials move through blood vessels. Section 19.2. The immune system defends the body. Learn about the body's defenses and responses to foreign materials. Section 19.3. The integumentary system shields the body. Learn about the structure of skin and how it protects the body. 19.1. Key Concept. The circulatory system transports materials. Before you learned, the urinary system removes waste. The kidneys play a role in homeostasis. Now you will learn how different structures of the circulatory system work together. About the structure and function of blood. What blood pressure is and why it is important. The circulatory system works with other body systems. You have read that the systems in your body provide materials and energy. The digestive system breaks down food and nutrients, and the respiratory system provides the oxygen that cells need to release energy. Another system, called the circulatory system, transports materials from the digestive and the respiratory systems to the cells. Materials and wastes are carried in a fluid called blood. Blood moves continuously through the body, delivering oxygen and other materials to cells and removing carbon dioxide and other wastes from cells. Structures in the circulatory system function together. In order to provide the essential nutrients and other materials that your cells need, your blood must keep moving through your body. The circulatory system, which is made up of the heart and blood vessels, allows blood to flow to all parts of the body. The circulatory system works with other systems to provide the body with this continuous flow of life-giving blood. The heart. The heart is the organ that pushes blood throughout the circulatory system. The human heart actually functions as two pumps, one pump on the right side and one on the left side. The right side of the heart pumps blood to the lungs to receive oxygen, and the left side pumps blood to the entire body. The lungs receive oxygen when you inhale and remove carbon dioxide when you exhale. Inside the lungs, the respiratory system interacts with the circulatory system. Each side of the heart is divided into two areas called chambers. Oxygen-poor blood, which is blood from the body with less oxygen, flows to the right side of your heart, into a filling chamber called the right atrium. With each heartbeat, blood flows from the right atrium into a pumping chamber, the right ventricle, and then into the lungs. There, the blood releases carbon dioxide waste and absorbs oxygen. After picking up oxygen, blood is pushed back to the heart, filling another chamber which is called the left atrium. Blood moves from the left atrium to the left ventricle, a pumping chamber, and again begins its trip out to the rest of the body. Both oxygen-poor blood and oxygen-rich blood are red. However, oxygen-rich blood is a much brighter and lighter shade of red than is oxygen-poor blood. The diagram on page 66 shows oxygen-poor blood in blue, so that you can tell where in the circulatory system oxygen-poor and oxygen-rich blood are found. Check your reading. Summarize the way blood moves through the heart. Remember, a summary contains only the most important information. Blood. The oxygen that your cells need in order to release energy must be present in blood to travel through your body. Blood is a tissue made up of plasma, red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. About 60% of blood is plasma, a fluid that contains proteins, glucose, hormones, gases, and other substances dissolved in water. White blood cells help your body fight infection by attacking disease-causing organisms. Red blood cells are more numerous than white blood cells and have a different function. They pick up oxygen in the lungs and transport it throughout the body. As red blood cells travel through the circulatory system, they deliver oxygen to other cells. Platelets are large cell fragments that help form blood clots when a blood vessel is injured. You know what a blood clot is if you've observed a cut or a scrape. The scab that forms around a cut or scrape is made of clotted blood. After an injury, such as a cut, platelets nearby begin to enlarge and become sticky. They stick to the injured area of the blood vessels and release chemicals that result in blood clotting. Blood clotting keeps blood vessels from losing too much blood. Check your reading. What are the 4 components that make up blood? As blood travels through blood vessels, some fluid is lost. This fluid, called lymph, is collected in lymph vessels and returned to veins and arteries. As you will read in the next section, lymph and lymph vessels are associated with your immune system. Sometimes scientists refer to the lymph and lymph vessels as the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system helps you fight disease. Blood vessels. Blood moves through a network of structures called blood vessels. Blood vessels are tube-shaped structures that are similar to flexible drinking straws. The structure of blood vessels suits them for particular functions. Arteries, which are the vessels that take blood away from the heart, have strong walls. An artery wall is thick and elastic and can handle the tremendous force produced when the heart pumps. Veins are blood vessels that carry blood back to the heart. The walls of veins are thinner than those of arteries. However, veins are generally of greater diameter than are arteries. Most arteries carry oxygen-rich blood away from the heart, and most veins carry oxygen-poor blood back to the heart. However, the pulmonary blood vessels are exceptions. Oxygen-poor blood travels through the 2 pulmonary arteries, one of which goes to each lung. The 2 pulmonary veins carry oxygen-rich blood from the lungs to the heart. Veins and arteries branch off into very narrow blood vessels called capillaries. Capillaries connect arteries with veins. Through capillaries, materials are exchanged between blood and tissues. Oxygen and materials from nutrients move from the blood cells of arteries to the body's tissues through tiny openings in the capillary walls. Waste materials and carbon dioxide move from the tissue cells through the capillary walls and into the blood in the veins. Check your reading. Compare and contrast arteries, veins, and capillaries. Blood exerts pressure on blood vessels. As you have read, the contractions of the heart push blood through blood vessels. The force produced when the heart contracts travels through the blood and exerts pressure on the blood vessels. This force is called blood pressure. To get an idea of how force affects pressure, consider a sealed plastic bag filled with water. If you push down at the center of the bag, you can see the water push against the sides. The heart pushes blood in a similar way, exerting pressure on the arteries, veins, and capillaries in the circulatory system. It is important to maintain healthy blood pressure so that materials in blood get to all parts of your body. If blood pressure is too low, some of the cells will not get oxygen and other materials. On the other hand, if blood pressure is too high, the force may weaken the blood vessels and require the heart to work harder to push blood through the blood vessels. High blood pressure is a serious medical condition, but it can be treated. The circulatory system can be considered as 2 smaller systems. One, the pulmonary system, moves blood to the lungs. The other, the systemic system, moves blood to the rest of the body. Blood pressure is measured in the systemic part of the circulatory system. You can think of blood pressure as the pressure that blood exerts on the walls of your arteries at all times. Health professionals measure blood pressure indirectly with a device called a sphygmomanometer. Blood pressure is expressed with two numbers, one number over another number. The first number refers to the pressure in the arteries when the heart contracts. The second number refers to the pressure in the arteries when the heart relaxes and receives blood from the veins. There are 4 different blood types. Each red blood cell has special proteins on its surface. One group of surface proteins determines blood type. There are 2 blood type proteins, A and B. A person whose blood cells have the A proteins has type A blood. One with cells having B proteins has type B blood. Some people have both proteins, type AB blood. Other people have neither protein, a type of blood referred to as type O. Maybe you or someone you know has had a blood transfusion, a procedure in which one person receives blood donated by another. Knowing blood type is important for transfusions. As you will learn in the next section, the body has structures that protect it from unknown substances. They are part of an immune system that recognizes and protects cells and molecules that are self from those that are unrecognized or non-self. The body attacks unrecognized substances, including those in donated blood. The blood used for transfusions is usually the same type as the blood type of the receiver. But sometimes other blood types are used. The diagram shows which blood types are compatible. Because the cells in type O blood have neither protein, the immune system of someone with A, B, or AB blood will not attack O blood cells. A person with type O blood, however, cannot receive any other blood type because that person's immune system would attack A or B surface proteins. Check your reading. Why is it important to know your blood type? 19.1. Review. Key concepts. 1. What are the functions of the 2 sides of the heart? 2. What is the primary function of red blood cells? 3. Why can both high and low blood pressure be a problem? Critical thinking. 4. Apply. List 3 examples of the circulatory system working with another system in your body. 5. Compare and contrast. Explain why blood pressure is expressed with 2 numbers. Challenge. 6. Identify cause and effect. You can feel the speed at which your heart is pumping by pressing 2 fingers to the inside of your wrist. This is your pulse. If you run for a few minutes, your pulse rate is faster for a little while, then it slows down again. Why did your pulse rate speed up and slow down? 19.2. Key concept. The immune system defends the body. Before, you learned the circulatory system works with other systems to fuel the body's cells. Structures in the circulatory system work together. Blood pressure allows materials to reach all parts of the body. Now you will learn how foreign material enters the body, how the immune system responds to foreign material, ways that the body can become immune to a disease. Many systems defend the body from harmful materials. You might not realize it, but you come into contact with harmful substances constantly. Your body has ways to defend itself, and that is why you don't even notice. One of the body's best defenses is to keep foreign materials from entering in the first place. The integumentary, respiratory, and digestive systems are the first line of defense against pathogens or disease-causing agents. Pathogens can enter through your skin, the air you breathe, and even the food you eat or liquids you drink. Check your reading. Which systems are your first line of defense against pathogens? Integumentary system defenses. Most of the time, your skin functions as a barrier between you and the outside world. The physical barrier the skin forms is just one obstacle for pathogens and other foreign materials. The growth of pathogens on your eyes can be slowed by substances contained in tears. The millions of bacteria cells that live on the skin can also kill pathogens. A common way pathogens can enter the body is through a cut. The circulatory system is then able to help defend the body because blood contains cells that respond to foreign materials. Respiratory system defenses. Sneezing and coughing are two ways the respiratory system defends the body from harmful substances. Cilia and mucus also protect the body. Cilia are tiny hair-like protrusions in the nose and the lungs that trap dust particles present in the air. Mucus is a thick and slippery substance found in the nose, throat, and lungs. Like the cilia, mucus traps dirt and other particles. Mucus contains substances similar to those in tears that can slow the growth of pathogens. Digestive system defenses. Some foreign materials manage to enter your digestive system, but many are destroyed by saliva, mucus, enzymes, and stomach acids. Saliva in your mouth helps kill bacteria. Mucus protects the digestive organs by coating them. Pathogens can also be destroyed by enzymes produced in the liver and pancreas, or by the acids in the stomach. The immune system has response structures. Sometimes foreign materials manage to get past the first line of defense. When this happens, the body relies on the immune system to respond. This system functions in several ways. Tissues in the bone marrow, the thymus gland, the spleen, and the lymph nodes produce white blood cells, which are specialized cells that function to destroy foreign organisms. Some white blood cells produce a nonspecific response to injury or infection. Some white blood cells produce proteins called antibodies, which are part of a specific immune response to foreign materials. White blood cells. The immune system has specialized cells called white blood cells that recognize foreign materials in the body and respond. The number of white blood cells in the blood can increase during an immune response. These cells travel through the circulatory system and the lymphatic system to an injured or infected area of the body. White blood cells leave the blood vessels and travel into the damaged tissue, where the immune response takes place. The lymphatic system. The lymphatic system transports pathogen-fighting white blood cells throughout the body, much as the circulatory system does. The lymphatic system carries lymph, and the circulatory system carries blood. Both fluids transport similar materials, such as white blood cells. Lymph is the fluid left in the tissues by the circulatory system. It moves through lymph vessels, which are similar to veins. However, the lymphatic system has no pump like the heart to move fluid. Lymph drifts through the lymph vessels when your skeletal muscles contract or when your body changes position. As it moves, it passes through lymph nodes, which filter out pathogens and store white blood cells and antibodies. Because lymph nodes filter out pathogens, infections are often fought in your lymph nodes, causing them to swell when you get sick. Check your reading. How does the lymphatic system help the immune system? The immune system responds to attack. Certain illnesses can cause symptoms such as coughing, sneezing, and fever. These symptoms make you uncomfortable when you are sick, but in fact, most symptoms are the result of the immune system's response to foreign materials in the body. The immune system responds in two ways. The white blood cells that first respond to the site of injury or infection attack foreign materials in a nonspecific response. Some of these cells attack foreign materials and produce chemicals that help other white blood cells work better. The second part of the response is very specific to the types of pathogens invading the body. These white blood cells produce antibodies specific to each pathogen and provide your body with immunity. Nonspecific response. Swelling, redness, and heat are some of the symptoms that tell you that a cut or scrape has become infected by foreign materials. They are all signs of inflammation, your body's first defense reaction against injuries and infections. When tissue becomes irritated or damaged, it releases large amounts of histamine. Histamine raises the temperature of the tissues and increases blood flow to the area. Increased blood flow, which makes the injured area appear red, allows antibodies and white blood cells to arrive more quickly for battle. Higher temperatures improve the speed and power of white blood cells. Some pathogens cannot tolerate heat, so they grow weaker. The swelling caused by the production of histamine can be a small price to pay for this chemical's important work. When a foreign material affects more than one area of your body, many tissues produce histamine. As a result, the temperature of your whole body rises. Any temperature above 37 degrees Celsius, 98 6/10 degrees Fahrenheit, is considered a fever, but only temperatures hot enough to damage tissues are dangerous. Trying to lower a high fever with medication is advisable in order to avoid tissue damage. When you have a small fever, lowering your body temperature might make you more comfortable, but it will not affect how long you stay sick. Check your reading. What causes a fever when you are sick? Specific response. Specific immune responses differ from nonspecific responses in two ways. First, specific responses are triggered by antigens. An antigen is a chemical marker on a cell's surface that indicates whether the cell is from your body or is a foreign material. When the body detects a foreign antigen, specific immune responses occur. Second, a specific immune response provides protection from future exposure to the same material. Three major types of white blood cells, phagocytes, T cells, and B cells, function together in a specific response. Phagocytes and T cells. Phagocytes ingest and break down foreign materials. Small pieces of the foreign materials are incorporated into the surface of the phagocyte's cell membrane. These foreign particles contain antigens that are detected as foreign by T cells. The T cells respond by dividing rapidly. Some types of T cells attack the materials with the foreign antigens, whereas others have different functions. Because antigens that differ from those on a person's cells and provoke an immune response are found on pathogens, the human immune system is necessary for survival in a germ-filled world. B cells. After T cells divide, B cells that recognize the same foreign antigen are activated and divide rapidly. After several days, many of these B cells begin to produce antibodies that help destroy pathogens. Antibodies attach to the foreign antigens, marking the pathogens for killer T cells or other cells and chemicals that can destroy pathogens. Some B cells do not make antibodies, but remain in the body as a form of immune system memory. If the same pathogen enters the body again, the immune system can respond much more quickly. B cells that recognize the foreign antigen already exist, and antibodies will be produced more quickly. Check your reading. Why is it important for the body to store B cells? Development of immunity. After your body has destroyed a specific pathogen, B cells that fight that pathogen remain in your system. If the same pathogen were to enter your body again, your immune system would almost certainly destroy it before you became ill. This resistance to a sickness is called immunity. Immunity takes two forms, passive and active. When babies are first born, they have only the immune defenses transferred to them by their mothers. They have not had the chance to develop antibodies of their own. This type of immunity is called passive immunity. Antibodies are not produced by the person's own body, but given to the body from another source. Babies develop their own antibodies after a few months. You have active immunity whenever your body makes its own antibodies. Your body will again fight against any specific pathogen you have developed antibodies against. For example, it is most unlikely that you will get chickenpox twice. Check your reading. What is the difference between active and passive immunity? Most diseases can be prevented or treated. Given enough time, your immune system will fight off most diseases. However, some infections can cause significant and lasting damage before they are defeated by the body's defenses. Other infections are so strong that the immune system cannot successfully fight them. Medical advances in the prevention and treatment of diseases have reduced the risks of many serious illnesses. Vaccination. Another way to develop an immunity is to receive a vaccine. Vaccines contain small amounts of weakened or dead pathogens that stimulate an immune response. Your B cells are called into action to create antibodies as if you were fighting the real illness. The pathogens are usually weakened or dead so that you will not get sick, yet they still enable your body to develop an active immunity. Today, we have vaccines for many common pathogens. Most children who are vaccinated will not get many diseases that their great-grandparents, grandparents, and even parents had. Vaccinations can be administered by injection or by mouth. Babies are not the only ones who get them either. You can be vaccinated at any age. Check your reading. Why don't vaccinations usually make you sick? Treatment. Not all diseases can be prevented, but many of them can be treated. In some cases, treatments can only reduce the symptoms of the disease while the immune system fights the disease-causing pathogens. Other treatments attack the pathogens directly. In some cases, treatment can only prevent further damage to body tissues by a pathogen that cannot be cured or defeated by the immune system. The way in which a disease is treated depends on what pathogen causes it. Many bacterial infections can be treated with antibiotics. Antibiotics are medicines that block the growth and reproduction of bacteria. You may have taken antibiotics when you have had a disease such as strep throat or an ear infection. Other types of medicines can help fight infections caused by viruses, fungi, and parasites. 19.2 Review. Key concepts. 1. Make a chart showing 3 ways that foreign material enters the body and how the immune system defends against each type of attack. 2. What are white blood cells and what is their function in the body? 3. What are 2 ways to develop immunity? Critical thinking. 4. Compare and contrast. Make a chart comparing B cells and T cells. Include an explanation of the function of antibodies. 5. Apply. Describe how your immune system responds when you scrape your knee. Challenge. 6. Hypothesize. Explain why, even if a person recovers from a cold, that person could get a cold again. 19.3 Key concept. The integumentary system shields the body. Before you learned, the body is defended from harmful materials. Response structures fight disease. The immune system responds in many ways to illness. Now you will learn about the functions of the skin, how the skin helps protect the body, how the skin grows and heals. Skin performs important functions. Just as an apple's skin protects the fruit inside, your skin protects the rest of your body. Made up of flat sheets of cells, your skin protects the inside of your body from harmful materials outside. The skin is part of your body's integumentary system, which also includes your hair and nails. Your skin fulfills several vital functions. Skin repels water. Skin guards against infection. Skin helps maintain homeostasis. Skin senses the environment. The structure of skin is complex. Have you ever looked closely at your skin? Your skin is more complex than it might at first seem. It does more than just cover your body. The skin is made up of many structures which perform many different jobs. Dermis and epidermis. As you can see in the diagram above, human skin is composed of 2 layers, an outer layer called the epidermis and an inner layer called the dermis. The cells of the epidermis contain many protein fibers that give the skin tough, protective qualities. These cells are formed in the deepest part of the epidermis. Skin cells move upward slowly as new cells form below them. Above new cells, older cells rub off. The surface cells in the epidermis are dead, but form a thick, waterproof layer about 30 cells deep. The dermis, the inner layer of skin, is made of tissue that is strong and elastic. The structure of the dermis allows it to change shape instead of tear when it moves against surfaces. The dermis is rich in blood vessels, which supply oxygen and nutrients to the skin's living cells. Just beneath the dermis lies a layer of fatty tissue. This layer protects the body from extremes in temperature, and it stores energy for future use. Also in the dermis are structures that have special functions, including sweat and oil glands, hair, nails, and sensory receptors. Sweat and oil glands. Deep within the dermis are structures that help maintain your body's internal environment. Sweat glands help control body temperature, and oil glands protect the skin by keeping it moist. Both types of glands open to the surface through tiny openings in the skin called pores. Pores allow important substances to pass to the skin surface. Pores can become clogged with dirt and oil. Keeping the skin clean can prevent blockages. Sweat glands, which are present almost everywhere on the body's surface, help maintain homeostasis. When you become too warm, the sweat glands secrete sweat, a fluid that is 99% water. This fluid travels from the sweat glands through the pores and onto the skin surface. You probably know already about evaporation. Evaporation is the process by which a liquid becomes a gas. During evaporation, heat is released. Thus, sweating cools the skin surface and the body. Like sweat glands, oil glands are present almost everywhere on the body. They secrete an oil that moistens skin and hair and keeps them from becoming dry. Skin oils add flexibility and provide part, but not all, of the skin's waterproofing. Check your reading. What are the functions of oil glands? Hair and nails. In addition to your skin, your integumentary system includes your hair and nails. Many cells in your hair and nails are actually dead, but continue to perform important functions. The hair on your head helps your body in many ways. When you are outside, it shields your head from the sun. In cold weather, it traps heat close to your head to keep you warmer. Your body hair works the same way, but it is much less effective at protecting your skin and keeping you warm. Fingernails and toenails protect the tips of the fingers and toes from injury. Both are made of epidermal cells that are thick and tough. They grow from the nail bed, which continues to manufacture cells as the cells that form the nail bond together and grow. Check your reading. What are the functions of hair and nails? Sensory receptors. How does your body know when you are touching something too hot or too cold? You get that information from sensory receptors attached to the nerves. These receptors are actually part of the nervous system, but they are located in your skin. Your skin contains receptors that sense heat, cold, pain, touch, and pressure. These sensors help protect the body. For example, temperature receptors sense when an object is hot. If it is too hot and you touch it, pain receptors send signals to your brain telling you that you have been burned. Check your reading. What are the 5 types of sensory receptors in skin? The skin grows and heals. As a person grows, skin also grows. As you have noticed, if you have ever had a bruise or a cut, your skin is capable of healing. Skin can often repair itself after injury or illness. Growth. As your bones grow, you get taller. As your muscles develop, your arms and legs become thicker. Through all your body's growth and change, your skin has to grow too. Most of the growth of your skin occurs at the base of the epidermis, just above the dermis. The cells there grow and divide to form new cells, constantly replacing older epidermal cells as they die and are brushed off during daily activity. Cells are lost from the skin surface all the time. Every 2 to 4 weeks, your skin surface is entirely new. In fact, a percentage of household dust is actually dead skin cells. Injuries and healing. You have probably experienced some injuries to your skin, such as blisters, burns, cuts, and bruises. Most such injuries result from the skin's contact with the outside world, such as a concrete sidewalk. In simple injuries, the skin can usually repair itself. Burns can be serious injuries. They can be caused by heat, electricity, radiation, or certain chemicals. In mild cases, those of first-degree burns, skin merely becomes red and the burn heals in a day or two. In severe cases, those of second-degree and third-degree burns, the body loses fluids and death can result from fluid loss, infection, and other complications. Sunburns are usually minor first-degree burns, but that does not mean they cannot be serious. Rays from the sun can burn and blister the skin much as a hot object can. Repeated burning can increase the chance of skin cancer. Specialized cells in the skin make a pigment that absorbs the sun's ultraviolet rays and help prevent tissue damage. These cells produce most of the skin pigment melanin when exposed to the sun. The amount of melanin in your skin determines how dark your skin is. Severe cold can damage skin as well. Skin exposed to cold weather can get frostbite, a condition in which the cells are damaged by freezing. Mild frostbite often heals just as well as a minor cut. In extreme cases, frostbitten limbs become diseased and have to be amputated. Check your reading. What types of weather can damage your skin? Protection. Your skin is constantly losing old cells and gaining new cells. Although your skin is always changing, it is still important to take care of it. Good nutrition supplies materials the skin uses to maintain and repair itself. By drinking water, you help your body, and thus your skin, to remain moist and able to replace lost cells. Appropriate coverings, such as sunblock in summer and warm clothes in winter, can protect the skin from weather damage. Skin also needs to be kept clean. Many harmful bacteria cannot enter the body through healthy skin, but they should be washed off regularly. This prevents them from multiplying and then entering the body through small cuts or scrapes. 19.3. Review. Key concepts. 1. List 4 functions of the skin. 2. How do the epidermis and dermis protect the body? 3. Make your own diagram with how skin grows and repairs itself at the center. Around the center, write at least 5 facts about skin growth and healing. Critical thinking. 4. Apply. Give 3 examples from everyday life of sensory receptors in your skin reacting to changes in your environment. 5. Connect. Describe a situation in which sensory receptors could be critical to survival. Challenge. 6. Infer. Exposure to sunlight may increase the number of freckles on a person's skin. Explain the connection between sunlight, melanin, and freckles. Extreme science. Growing new skin. Artificial skin. Skin acts like a barrier, keeping our insides in and infections out. Nobody can survive without skin. But when a large amount of skin is severely damaged, the body cannot work fast enough to replace it. In some cases, there isn't enough undamaged skin left on the body for transplanting. Using skin from another person risks introducing infections or rejection by the body. The answer? Artificial skin. Here's the skinny. To make artificial skin, scientists start with cells in a tiny skin sample. Cells from infants are used because infant skin cell molecules are still developing, and scientists can manipulate the molecules to avoid transplant rejection. The cells from just one small sample of skin can be grown into enough artificial skin to cover 15 basketball courts. Before artificial skin, badly burned victims didn't have much chance to live. Today, 96 out of 100 burn victims survive. What's next? Scientists are hoping to be able to grow organs using this technology. Someday, artificially grown livers, kidneys, and hearts may take the place of transplants and mechanical devices. A self-repairing plastic skin that knits itself back together when cracked has been developed. It may someday be used to create organs or even self-repairing rocket and spacecraft parts. Artificial polymer skin for robots is being developed to help robots do delicate work such as microsurgery or space exploration. Explore. 1. Compare and contrast. Detail the advantages and disadvantages of skin transplanted from another place on the body and artificial skin. 2. Challenge. Artificial skin is being considered for applications beyond those originally envisioned. Research and present a new potential application.
Timelines in Science. Seeing inside the body. What began as a chance accident in a darkened room was only the beginning. Today, technology allows people to produce clear and complete pictures of the human body. From X-rays to ultrasound to the latest computerized scans, accidental discoveries have enabled us to study and diagnose the inner workings of the human body. Being able to see inside the body without cutting it open would have seemed unthinkable in the early 1890s. But within a year of the discovery of the X-ray in 1895, doctors were using technology to see through flesh to bones. In the time since then, techniques for making images have advanced to allow doctors to see soft tissue, muscle, and even to see how body systems work in real time. Many modern imaging techniques employ X-ray technology, while others employ sound waves or magnetic fields. 1895. Accidental X-ray shows bones. Working alone in a darkened lab to study electric currents passing through vacuum tubes, William Conrad Röntgen sees a mysterious light. He puts his hand between the tubes and a screen, and an image appears on the screen, a skeletal hand. He names his discovery the X-ray, since the images are produced by rays behaving like none known before them. Röntgen uses photographic paper to take the first X-ray picture, his wife's hand. 1898. Radioactivity. Building on the work of Henri Becquerel, who in 1897 discovers rays from uranium, physicist Marie Curie discovers radioactivity. She wins a Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1911 for her work in radiology. 1914 to 1918. Radiologists in the trenches. In World War I field hospitals, French physicians use X-ray technology to quickly diagnose war injuries. Marie Curie trains the majority of the female X-ray technicians. Following the war, doctors returned to their practices with new expertise. 1955. See-through smile. X-ray images of the entire jaw and teeth allow dentists to check the roots of teeth and wisdom teeth growing below the gum line. Application. Doctor detectives. Within a year of Röntgen's discovery, X-rays were used in medicine for examining patients. By the 1920s, their use was widespread. Modern-day X-ray tubes are based on the design of William Coolidge. Around 1913, Coolidge developed a new X-ray tube, which, unlike the old gas tube, provides consistent exposure and quality. X-ray imaging changed the practice of medicine by allowing doctors to look inside the body without using surgery. Today, X-ray images and other technologies like the MRI used to produce the image at the left show bones, organs, and tissues. Application. Better dental work. Throughout the 1940s and 1950s, dentists began to use X-rays. Photographing teeth with an X-ray allows cavities or decay to show up as dark spots on a white tooth. Photographing below the gum line shows dentists the pattern of growth of new teeth. By 1955, dentists could take a panoramic X-ray, one which shows the entire jaw. In the early years of dental X-rays, little was known about the dangers of radiation. Today, dentists cover a patient with a lead apron to protect them from harmful rays. 1973. PET shows what's working. The first positron emission tomography machine is called PET Scanner 1. It uses small doses of radioactive dye, which travel through a patient's bloodstream. A PET scan then shows the distribution of the dye. 1976. New scans show blood vessels. The first computerized tomography, CT systems, scan only the head, but whole-body scanners follow by 1976. With the CT scan, doctors see clear details of blood vessels, bones, and soft organs. Instead of sending out a single X-ray, a CT scan sends several beams from different angles. Then, a computer joins the images as shown in this image of a heart. 1977. Minus the X-ray. Doctors Raymond Damadian, Larry Minkoff, and Michael Goldsmith developed the first magnetic resonance imaging, MRI. They nicknamed the new machine the Indomitable, as everyone told them it couldn't be done. MRI allows doctors to see soft tissue, like the knee below, in sharp detail, without the use of X-rays. 1990s. Filmless images. With digital imaging, everything from X-rays to MRIs is now filmless. Data moves directly into 3D computer programs and shared databases. 2003. Multi-slice CT. By 2003, 8 and 16-slice CT scanners offer detail and speed. A multi-slice scanner reduces exam time from 45 minutes to under 10 seconds. Technology. Ultrasound. Moving images in real time. Since the late 1950s, Ian Donald's team in Scotland has been viewing internal organs on a TV monitor using vibrations faster than sound. In 1961, while examining a female patient, Donald noticed a developing embryo. Following the discovery, ultrasound imaging became widely used to monitor the growth and health of fetuses. Ultrasound captures images in real time, showing movement of internal tissues and organs. Ultrasound uses high-frequency sound waves to create images of organs or structures inside the body. Sound waves are bounced back from organs, and a computer converts the sound waves into moving images on a television monitor. Technology. 3D images and brain surgery. In operating rooms, surgeons are beginning to use another type of 3D ultrasound, known as interventional MRI. They watch 3D images in real time and observe details of tissues while they operate. These integrated technologies now allow scientists to conduct entirely new types of studies. For example, 3D brain images of many patients with one disease can now be integrated into a composite image of a typical brain of someone with that disease. Into the future. Although discovered over 100 years ago, X-rays are certain to remain a key tool of health workers for many years. What will be different in the future? Dentists have begun the trend to stop using film images and rely on digital X-rays instead. In the future, all scans may be viewed and stored on computers. Going digital allows doctors across the globe to share images quickly by email. Magnetic resonance imaging has only been in widespread use for about 20 years. Look for increased brain mapping, ability to scan the brain during a certain task. The greater the collective data on brain mapping, the better scientists will understand how the brain works. To produce such an image requires thousands of patients and trillions of bytes of computer memory. Also look for increased speed and mobile MRI scanners, which will be used in emergency rooms and doctors' offices to quickly assess internal damage after an accident or injury. Activities. Writing about science. Brochure. Make a chart of the different types of medical imaging used to diagnose one body system. Include an explanation of how the technique works and list the pros and cons of using it. Reliving history. X-rays use radioactivity, which can be dangerous. You can use visible light to shine through thin materials that you don't normally see through. Try using a flashlight to illuminate a leaf. Discuss or draw what you see. Chapter 20. Control and Reproduction. The Big Idea. The nervous and endocrine systems allow the body to respond to internal and external conditions. Key concepts. Section 20.1. The nervous system responds and controls. Learn how the senses help the body get information about the environment. Section 20.2. The endocrine system helps regulate body conditions. Learn the functions of different hormones. Section 20.3. The reproductive system allows the production of offspring. Learn about the process of reproduction. 20.1. Key concept. The nervous system responds and controls. Before you learned, the body is defended from harmful materials. The body can respond to the presence of foreign materials. The immune system responds to pathogens in many ways. Now you will learn how the body's senses help monitor the environment, how the sensory organs respond to stimuli, how the nervous system works with other body systems. Senses connect the human body to its environment. To maintain homeostasis and to survive, your body must constantly monitor the environment in which you live. This involves organs that interact so closely with the nervous system that they are often considered extensions of the nervous system. These are your sense organs. They give you the ability to see, smell, touch, hear, and taste. Each of the senses can detect a specific type of change in the environment. For example, if you have begun to cross the street, but suddenly hear a horn blowing, you may stop and step back onto the curb. Your sense of hearing allowed your brain to perceive that a car was coming, and thus helped you to protect yourself. The sound of the horn is a stimulus. A stimulus is a change in your environment that you react to, such as a smell, taste, sound, feeling, or sight. Your brain interprets any such change. If it did not, the information perceived by the senses would be meaningless. Sight. If you have ever tried to find your way in the dark, you know how important light is for seeing. Light is a stimulus. You are able to detect it because your eyes, the sense organs of sight, capture light and help turn it into an image, which is processed by the brain. Light enters the eye through the lens, a structure made of transparent tissue. Muscles surrounding the lens change its shape so the lens focuses light. Other muscles control the amount of light that enters the eye by altering the size of the pupil, a dark circle in the center of the eye. To reduce the amount of light, the area around the pupil, called the iris, contracts, making the pupil smaller, thus allowing less light to enter. When the iris relaxes, more light can enter the eye. At the back of the eye, the light strikes a layer called the retina. Among the many cells of the retina are two types of receptors, called rods and cones. Rods detect changes in brightness, while cones are sensitive to color. Hearing. Your eyes perceive light waves, but your ears detect a different type of stimulus, sound waves. Sound waves are produced by vibrations. A reed on a clarinet vibrates, and so do your vocal cords. So does a bell after it has been hit by a mallet. The motion causes changes in the air that surrounds the bell. These changes can often be detected by the ear as sound, although many vibrations are too low or high to be heard by humans. Sound waves enter the ear and are funneled into the auditory canal, a tube-shaped structure that ends at the eardrum. The eardrum vibrates when the sound waves strike it, and it transmits some of the vibrations to a tiny bone called the stirrup. Pressure caused by vibrations from the stirrup causes fluid in the ear to move. The movement of the fluid results in signals sent to the brain that are interpreted as sound. Check your reading. How are vibrations involved in hearing? Touch. The sense of touch depends on tiny sensory receptors in the skin. Without these, you wouldn't be able to feel pressure, temperature, or pain. Nerves near the top of the inner layer of your skin, or dermis, sense textures, like smooth glass or rough concrete. Nerves deeper in the dermis sense pressure. Other receptors in the dermis sense how hot or cold an object is, and can thus help protect you from burning yourself. The sense of touch is important in alerting your brain to danger. Though you might wish that you couldn't feel pain, it serves a critical purpose. Without it, you could harm your body without realizing it. Smell. Whereas sight, touch, and hearing involve processing physical information from the environment, the senses of smell and taste involve detecting chemical information. Much as taste receptors sense chemicals in food, scent receptors sense chemicals in the air. High in the back of your nose, a patch of tissue grows hair-like fibers covered in mucus. Molecules enter your nose, stick to the mucus, and then bind to the receptors in the hair-like fibers. The receptors send an impulse to your brain, and you perceive the scent. Taste. Your tongue is covered with small sensory structures called taste buds, which are also found in the throat and on the roof of the mouth. Each taste bud includes about 100 sensory cells. The receptors are specialized to detect 4 general tastes: sweet, sour, bitter, and salty. The thousands of tastes you experience are also partially due to sense organs in your nose. That is why when you have a cold, your ability to taste decreases. The central nervous system controls functions. The central nervous system consists of the brain and spinal cord. The brain is located in and protected by the skull, and the spinal cord is located in and protected by the spine. The central nervous system communicates with the rest of the nervous system through electrical signals sent through nerve cells. Impulses travel very quickly, some as fast as 90 meters, 295 feet per second. That's like running almost the entire length of a soccer field in 1 second. Brain. The average adult brain contains nearly 100 billion nerve cells, called neurons. The brain directly controls voluntary behavior, such as walking and thinking. It also allows the body to control most involuntary responses, such as heartbeat, blood pressure, fluid balance, and posture. As you can see in the diagram, every area of the brain has a specific function, although many functions involve more than one area. For example, certain areas in the brain process and perceive senses, while other areas help you stand up straight. The lower part of the brain, called the brainstem, controls activities such as breathing and vomiting. Spinal cord. The spinal cord is about 44 centimeters, 17 inches long, and weighs about 35 to 40 grams, 1 25 hundredths to 1 4/10 ounces. It is the main pathway for information, connecting the brain and the nerves throughout your body. The spinal cord is protected and supported by the vertebral column, which is made up of small bones called vertebrae. The spinal cord itself looks like a double-layered tube with an outer layer of nerve fibers wrapped in tissue, an inner layer of nerve cell bodies, and a central canal that runs the entire length of the cord. Extending from the spinal cord are 31 pairs of nerves, which send sensory impulses into the spinal cord, which in turn sends them to the brain. In a similar way, spinal nerves send impulses to muscles and glands. Check your reading. Describe the functions performed by the central nervous system. The peripheral nervous system is a network of nerves. Nerves, which are found throughout the body, are often referred to altogether as the peripheral nervous system. Both sensory and motor nerves are parts of the peripheral nervous system. Sensory nerves receive information from the environment, such as heat or cold, and pass the information to the central nervous system. Motor nerves send signals to your muscles that allow you to move. The peripheral nervous system carries information for both voluntary and involuntary responses. Involuntary responses of the body are necessary for your survival. In times of danger, there is no time to think. The body must respond immediately. In less stressful situations, the body maintains activities like breathing and digesting food. These functions go on without conscious thought. They are controlled by part of the peripheral nervous system called the autonomic nervous system. The autonomic nervous system controls the movement of the heart, the smooth muscles in the stomach, the intestines, and the glands. The autonomic nervous system has two distinct functions: to conserve and store energy, and to respond quickly to changes. You can think of the autonomic nervous system as having a division that performs each of these two main functions. Each division is controlled by different locations on the spinal cord, or within the brain and the brain stem. The cerebellum, which is located at the rear of the brain, coordinates balance and related muscle activity. The brain stem, which lies between the spinal cord and the rest of the brain, controls heartbeat, respiration, and the smooth muscles in the blood vessels. When you are under stress, one part of the autonomic nervous system causes what is called the fight or flight response. Rapid changes in your body prepare you either to fight the danger or to take flight and run away from the danger. The response of your nervous system is the same, whether the stress is a real danger, like falling off a skateboard, or a perceived danger, like being worried or embarrassed. The voluntary nervous system monitors movement and functions that can be controlled consciously. Every movement you think about is voluntary. The voluntary nervous system controls the skeletal muscles of the arms, the legs, and the rest of the body. It also controls the muscles that are responsible for speech and the senses. Check your reading. What is the difference between the voluntary and the autonomic nervous systems? 20.1 Review. Key concepts. 1. Make a chart of the 5 senses that includes a definition and a stimulus for each sense. 2. Explain the process by which you hear a sound. 3. What are 2 body systems with which the nervous system interacts? How do these interactions take place? Critical thinking. 4. Classify. Determine if the following actions involve the autonomic or the voluntary nervous system: chewing, eye blinking, jumping at a loud noise, and riding a bike. 5. Apply. Describe what messages are sent by the nervous system when you go outside wearing a sweater on a hot day. Challenge. 6. Hypothesize. When people lose their sense of smell, their sense of taste is often affected as well. Why do you think the ability to taste would be decreased by the loss of the ability to smell? 20.2 Key concept. The endocrine system helps regulate body conditions. Before you learned, many body systems function without conscious control. The body systems work automatically to maintain homeostasis. Homeostasis is important to an organism's survival. Now you will learn about the role of hormones, about the functions of glands, how the body uses feedback mechanisms to help maintain homeostasis. Think about, how does your body react to surprise? In a small group, determine how your body responds to a surprising situation. Have one student in the group pretend he or she is responding to a surprise. The other group members should determine how the body reacts physically to that event. How do your respiratory system, digestive system, circulatory system, muscle system, and skeletal system react? Hormones are the body's chemical messengers. Imagine you're seated on a roller coaster, climbing to the top of a steep incline. In a matter of moments, your car drops 100 feet. You might notice that your heart starts beating faster. You grab the seat and notice that your palms are sweaty. These are normal physical responses to scary situations. The endocrine system controls the conditions in your body by making and releasing chemicals that are transported throughout the body. Most responses of the endocrine system are controlled by the autonomic nervous system. Hormones are chemicals that are made in one organ, travel through the blood, and produce an effect in target cells. Target cells have structures that allow them to respond to the chemical. Many hormones, as you can see in the table below, affect all the cells in the body. Because hormones are made at one location and function at another, they are often called chemical messengers. In order for a hormone to have an effect, it binds to receptors on the surface of or inside the cells. There, the hormone begins the chemical changes that cause the target cells to function in a specific way. All of the functions of the endocrine system work automatically, without your conscious control. Different types of hormones perform different jobs. Some of these jobs are to control the production of other hormones, to regulate the balance of chemicals such as glucose and salt in your blood, or to produce responses to changes in the environment. Some hormones are made only during specific times in a person's life. For example, hormones that control the development of sexual characteristics are not produced in significant amounts during childhood. During adolescence, high levels of these hormones cause major changes in a person's body. Check your reading. How are hormones like messengers? Glands produce and release hormones. The main structures of the endocrine system are groups of specialized cells called glands. Many glands in the body produce hormones and release them into your circulatory system. As you can see in the illustration on page 689, endocrine glands can be found in many parts of your body. However, all hormones move from the cells in which they are produced to cause effects in target cells. Pituitary gland. The pituitary gland can be thought of as the director of the endocrine system. The pituitary gland is the size of a pea and is located at the base of the brain, right above the roof of your mouth. Many important hormones are produced in the pituitary gland, including hormones that control growth, sexual development, and the absorption of water into the blood by the kidneys. Hypothalamus. The hypothalamus is attached to the pituitary gland and is the primary connection between the nervous and endocrine systems. All of the secretions of the pituitary gland are controlled by the hormones produced in the hypothalamus. Pineal gland. The pineal gland is a tiny organ about the size of a pea. It is buried deep in the brain. The pineal gland is sensitive to different levels of light, and the hormone it produces is essential to rhythms such as sleep, body temperature, reproduction, and aging. Thyroid gland. You can feel your thyroid gland if you place your hand on the part of your throat called the Adam's apple and swallow. What you feel is the cartilage surrounding your thyroid gland. The thyroid releases hormones necessary for growth and metabolism. The tissue of the thyroid is made of millions of tiny pouches, which store the thyroid hormones. The thyroid gland also produces the hormone calcitonin, which is involved in the regulation of calcium in the body. Thymus. The thymus is located in your chest. It is relatively large in the newborn baby and continues to grow until puberty. Following puberty, it gradually decreases in size. The thymus helps the body fight disease by controlling the production of white blood cells called T cells. Adrenal glands. The adrenal glands are located on top of your kidneys. The adrenal glands secrete about 30 different hormones that regulate carbohydrate, protein, and fat metabolism and water and salt levels in your body. Some other hormones produced by the adrenal glands help you fight allergies. Roller coaster rides, loud noises, or stress can activate your adrenal glands to produce adrenaline, the hormone that makes your heart beat faster. Pancreas. The pancreas is part of both the digestive and the endocrine systems. The pancreas secretes two hormones, insulin and glucagon. These hormones regulate the level of glucose in your blood. The pancreas sits beneath the stomach and is connected to the small intestine. Ovaries and testes. The ovaries and testes secrete hormones that control sexual development. Other organs. Some organs that are not considered part of the endocrine system do produce important hormones. The kidneys secrete a hormone that regulates the production of red blood cells. This hormone is secreted whenever the oxygen level in your blood decreases. Once the hormone has stimulated the red bone marrow to produce more red blood cells, the oxygen level of the blood increases. The heart produces two hormones that help regulate blood pressure. These hormones, secreted by one of the chambers of the heart, stimulate the kidneys to remove more salt from the blood. Check your reading. Which glands and organs are part of the endocrine system? Control of the endocrine system includes feedback mechanisms. As you might recall, the cells in the human body function best within a specific set of conditions. Homeostasis is the process by which the body maintains these internal conditions, even though conditions outside the body may change. The endocrine system is very important in maintaining homeostasis. Check your reading. Why is homeostasis important? Because hormones are powerful chemicals capable of producing dramatic changes, their levels in the body must be carefully regulated. The endocrine system has several levels of control. Most glands are regulated by the pituitary gland, which in turn is controlled by the hypothalamus, part of the brain. The endocrine system helps maintain homeostasis through the action of negative feedback mechanisms. Negative feedback. Most feedback mechanisms in the body are called negative mechanisms because the final effect of the response is to turn off the response. An increase in the amount of a hormone in the body feeds back to inhibit the further production of that hormone. The production of the hormone thyroxine by the thyroid gland is an example of a negative feedback mechanism. Thyroxine controls the body's metabolism, or the rate at which the cells in the body release energy by cellular respiration. When the body needs energy, the thyroid gland releases thyroxine into the blood to increase cellular respiration. However, the thyroid gland is controlled by the pituitary gland, which in turn is controlled by the hypothalamus. Increased levels of thyroxine in the blood inhibit the signals from the hypothalamus and the pituitary gland to the thyroid gland. Production of thyroxine in the thyroid gland decreases. Positive feedback. Some responses of the endocrine system, as well as other body systems, are controlled by positive feedback. The outcome of positive feedback mechanism is not to maintain homeostasis, but to produce a response that continues to increase. Most positive feedback mechanisms result in extreme responses that are necessary under extreme conditions. For example, when you cut yourself, chemicals are released from the damaged tissue that signal the blood to clot. The process of clotting causes more chemicals to form that increase the clotting action of the blood in the area of the injury. The upward spiral increases until a clot is formed that fills the injured area. Other examples of positive feedback include fever, the immune response, puberty, and labor. Check your reading. What is the difference between negative and positive feedback? Balanced hormone action. In the body, the action of one hormone is often balanced by the action of another. When you ride a bicycle, you are able to ride in a straight line, despite bumps and dips in the road, by making constant steering adjustments. If the bicycle is pulled to the right, you adjust the handlebars by turning a tiny bit to the left. Some hormones maintain homeostasis in the same way that you steer your bicycle. The pancreas, for example, produces two hormones. One hormone, insulin, decreases the level of sugar in the blood. The other hormone, glucagon, increases sugar levels in the blood. The balance of the levels of these hormones maintains stable blood sugar between meals. Hormone imbalance. Because hormones regulate critical functions in the body, too little or too much of any hormone can cause serious disease. When the pancreas produces too little insulin, sugar levels in the blood can rise to dangerous levels. Very high levels of blood sugar can damage the circulatory system and the kidneys. This condition, known as diabetes mellitus, is often treated by injecting synthetic insulin into the body to replace the insulin not being made by the pancreas. 20.2 Review. Key concepts. 1. List 3 different jobs that hormones perform. 2. Draw an outline of the human body. Add the locations and functions of the pituitary, thyroid, adrenal, and pineal glands to your drawing. 3. What is the function of a negative feedback mechanism? Critical thinking. 4. Analyze. Explain why hormones are called chemical messengers. 5. Analyze. List 2 sets of hormones that have opposing actions. How do the actions of these hormones help maintain homeostasis? Challenge 6. Connect. Copy the diagram below and add 3 more stimuli and the resulting feedback mechanisms. Connecting sciences. Connecting life and physical science. Heating and cooling. The cells in our bodies can survive only within a limited temperature range. The body must maintain a constant core temperature at about 37 degrees Celsius, 98 6/10 degrees Fahrenheit. Body temperature is a measure of the average thermal energy in the body. To keep a constant temperature range, our bodies either lose or gain thermal energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, but it can be transferred from one form or place to another. The major source of thermal energy in our bodies is food. When our bodies break down nutrients, some of the chemical energy is released as thermal energy that heats our bodies. Also, some of the kinetic energy from muscle movement is converted into thermal energy. Body temperature is controlled by the hypothalamus region of the brain. The hypothalamus controls the rate of nutrient use. The hypothalamus also controls shivering and sweating. Heat is the flow of energy from a warmer to a cooler object. Heat transfer between the body and its surroundings occurs in 4 ways. 1. Evaporation. When water evaporates or changes from liquid to gas, energy is required. When perspiration evaporates from the surface of our skin, we lose thermal energy as heat. 2. Radiation. Heat transfer also occurs through waves that radiate out from a warm object or area. Sitting in the sunshine warms us because we gain thermal energy from the sun's radiation. Our warm bodies can also radiate energy into cooler air. 3. Conduction. When two objects are in direct contact, heat flows by conduction from the warmer to the cooler object. If you stand barefoot on hot sand, heat quickly flows into your feet by conduction. 4. Convection. In convection, heat transfer occurs through the movement of particles in a gas or liquid. Your body loses some thermal energy because of convection in the air around you. Explore. 1. Connect. What are some behaviors that help you lose or gain thermal energy? 2. Challenge. Choose a behavior that either warms or cools your body. Draw a diagram and label it with the types of heat transfer that are occurring. 20.3. Key concept. The reproductive system allows the production of offspring. Before you learned, some hormones regulate sexual development. Glands release hormones. Now you will learn about specialized cells and organs in male and female reproductive systems, about fertilization, about the development of the embryo and fetus during pregnancy. The reproductive system produces specialized cells. Like all living organisms, humans reproduce. The reproductive system allows adults to produce offspring. Although males and females have different reproductive systems, both systems share an important characteristic. They both make specialized cells. In any organism or any system, a specialized cell is a cell that takes on a special job. In the female, these specialized cells are called egg cells. In the male, they are called sperm cells. In the reproductive system, each specialized cell provides genetic material. Genetic material contains the information that an organism needs to form, develop, and grow. Both the male and female reproductive systems rely on hormones from the endocrine system. The hormones act as chemical messengers that signal the process of sexual development. Sexual development includes the growth of reproductive organs and the development of sexual characteristics. Once mature, the reproductive organs produce hormones to maintain secondary sexual characteristics. The female reproductive system. The female reproductive system has two functions. The first is to produce egg cells, and the second is to protect and nourish the offspring until birth. The female has two reproductive organs called ovaries. Each ovary contains, on average, hundreds of egg cells. About every 28 days, the pituitary gland releases a hormone that stimulates some of the eggs to develop and grow. The ovaries then produce hormones that get the uterus ready to receive the egg. Menstruation. After an egg cell develops fully, another hormone signals the ovary to release the egg. The egg moves from the ovary into a fallopian tube. Within 10 to 12 hours, the egg cell may be fertilized by a sperm cell and move to the uterus. Once inside the thick lining of the uterus, the fertilized egg cell rapidly grows and divides. However, if fertilization does not occur within 24 hours after the egg cell leaves the ovary, both the egg and the lining of the uterus begin to break down. The muscles in the uterus contract in a process called menstruation. Menstruation is the flow of blood and tissue from the body through a canal called the vagina over a period of about 5 days. Check your reading. Where does the egg travel after it leaves the ovary? The male reproductive system. Testes. The organs that produce sperm are called the testes. Inside the testes are tiny coiled tubes, hundreds of feet long. Sperm are produced inside these coiled tubes. The testes release a hormone that controls the development of sperm. This hormone is also responsible for the development of physical characteristics in men, such as facial hair and a deep voice. Sperm. Sperm cells are the specialized cells of the male reproductive system. Males start producing sperm cells sometime during adolescence. The sperm is a single cell with a head and a tail. The sperm's head is filled with chromosomes, and the tail functions as a whip, making the sperm highly mobile. The sperm travel from the site of production, the testes, through several different structures of the reproductive system. While they travel, the sperm mix with fluids. This fluid is called semen and contains nutrients for the sperm cells. One drop of semen contains up to several million sperm cells. The production of offspring includes fertilization, pregnancy, and birth. Each sperm cell, like each egg cell, has half of the genetic material needed for a human being to grow and develop. During sexual intercourse, millions of sperm cells leave the testes. The sperm cells exit the male's body through the urethra, a tube that leads out of the penis. The sperm cells enter the female's body through the vagina. Next, they travel into the uterus and continue on to the fallopian tube. Fertilization occurs when one sperm cell joins the egg cell. The fallopian tube is the site of fertilization. Immediately, chemical changes in the egg's surface prevent any more sperm from entering. Once inside the egg, the genetic material from the sperm combines with the genetic material of the egg cell. Fertilization is complete. The fertilized egg cell then moves down the fallopian tube toward the uterus. You can trace the path of the egg cell in the diagram on this page. It divides into 2 cells. Each of those cells divides again to form a total of 4 cells. Cell division continues, and a ball of cells forms, called an embryo. Within a few days, the embryo attaches itself to the thickened, spongy lining of the uterus in a process called implantation. Pregnancy. The 9 months of pregnancy can be divided into 3 periods of about the same length. Each period marks specific stages of development. In the first week following implantation, the embryo continues to grow rapidly. Both the embryo and the uterus contribute cells to a new shared organ called the placenta. The placenta has blood vessels that lead from the mother's circulatory system to the embryo through a large tube called the umbilical cord. Oxygen and nutrients from the mother's body will move through the placenta and umbilical cord to the growing embryo. Around the 8th week of pregnancy, the developing embryo is called a fetus. The fetus begins to have facial features, major organ systems, and the beginnings of a skeleton. The fetus develops the sexual traits that are either male or female. In the 12th week, the fetus continues to grow, and its bones develop further. In the last 12 weeks, the fetus and all of its organ systems develop fully. Check your reading. Describe the development of an embryo and fetus at 2 weeks, 8 weeks, and 12 weeks. Labor and delivery. At the end of pregnancy, the fetus is fully developed and is ready to be born. The birth of a fetus is divided into 3 stages: labor, delivery of the fetus, and delivery of the placenta. The first stage of birth begins with muscular contractions of the uterus. These contractions initially occur at intervals of 10 to 30 minutes and last about 40 seconds. They happen continually until the muscular contractions are occurring about every 2 minutes. The second stage of birth is delivery. With each contraction, the opening to the uterus expands until it becomes wide enough for the mother's muscles to push the fetus out. During delivery, the fetus is pushed out of the uterus, through the vagina, and out of the body. The fetus is still connected to the mother by the umbilical cord. The umbilical cord is cut shortly after the fetus is delivered. Within minutes after birth, The placenta separates from the uterine wall, and the mother pushes it out with more muscular contractions. Check your reading. What happens during each of the 3 stages of birth? Multiple births. Do you have any friends who are twins or triplets? Perhaps you and your brothers or sisters are twins or triplets. The birth of more than one offspring is called a multiple birth. Multiple births are relatively uncommon in humans. Identical twins are produced when a single fertilized egg divides in half early in embryo development. Each half then forms one complete organism, or twin. Such twins are always of the same sex, look alike, and have identical blood types. Approximately 1 in 29 of twin births, or 4 in every 1,000 of all births, is a set of identical twins. Twins that are not identical are called fraternal twins. Fraternal twins are produced when 2 eggs are released at the same time and are fertilized by 2 different sperm. Consequently, fraternal twins may be as similar or different from each other as siblings born at different times. Fraternal twins can be the same sex or different sexes. Check your reading. Why are some twins identical and some are not? 20.3. Review. Key concepts. 1. Describe the function of the male reproductive system and the 2 main functions of the female reproductive system. 2. Identify 2 roles hormones play in making egg cells available for fertilization. 3. How is an embryo different from a fetus? Critical thinking. 4. Sequence. Describe the sequence of events that occurs between fertilization and the stage called implantation. 5. Analyze. Detail 2 examples of hormones interacting with the reproductive system, one involving the male system and one involving the female system. Challenge. 6. Synthesize. Describe the interaction between the endocrine system and the reproductive system.
Chapter 21. Growth, Development, and Health. The big idea. The body develops and maintains itself over time. Key concepts. Section 21.1. The human body changes over time. Learn about the different stages of human development. Section 21.2. Systems in the body function to maintain health. Learn about what a body needs to be healthy. Section 21.3. Science helps people prevent and treat disease. Learn how to help prevent the spread of disease. 21.1. Key concept. The human body changes over time. Before, you learned living things grow and develop. The digestive system breaks down nutrients in food. Organ systems interact to keep the body healthy. Now you will learn about 4 stages of human development, about the changes that occur as the body develops, how every body system interacts constantly with other systems to keep the body healthy. The human body develops and grows. Have you noticed how rapidly your body has changed over the past few years? Only 5 years ago, you were a young child in grade school. Today, you are in middle school. How has your body changed? Growth is both physical and emotional. You are becoming more responsible and socially mature. What are some emotional changes that you have noticed? Human development continues long after birth. Although humans develop at different rates, there are several stages of development common to human life. In this section, we will describe some of the stages, including infancy, childhood, adolescence, and later adulthood. Infancy. The stage of life that begins at birth and ends when a baby begins to walk is called infancy. An infant's physical development is rapid. As the infant's body grows larger and stronger, it also learns physical skills. When you were first born, you could not hold up your head. But as your muscles developed, you gained the ability to hold up your head, to roll over, to sit, to crawl, to stand, and finally, to walk. You also learn to use your hands to grasp and hold objects. Infants also develop thinking skills and social skills. At first, they simply cry when they are uncomfortable. Over time, they learn that people respond to those cries. They begin to expect help when they cry. They learn to recognize the people who care for them. Smiling, cooing, and eventually saying a few words are all part of an infant's social development. Nearly every body system changes and grows during infancy. For example, as the digestive system matures, an infant becomes able to process solid foods. Changes in the nervous system, including the brain, allow an infant to see more clearly and to better control parts of her or his body. Childhood. The stage called childhood lasts for several years. Childhood is the period after infancy and before the beginning of sexual maturity. During childhood, children still depend very much upon their parents. As their bodies and body systems grow, children become more able to care for themselves. Although parents still provide food and other needs, children perform tasks such as eating and getting dressed. In addition, children are able to do more complex physical tasks, such as running, jumping, and riding a bicycle. Childhood is also a time of mental and social growth. During childhood, a human being learns to talk, read, write, and communicate in other ways. Along with the ability to communicate come social skills such as cooperation and sharing. A child learns to interact with others. Adolescence. The years from puberty to adulthood are called adolescence. You and your classmates are adolescents. Childhood ends when the body begins to mature sexually. This process of physical change is called puberty. Not all people reach puberty at the same age. For girls, the changes usually start between ages 8 and 14. For boys, puberty often begins between ages 10 and 16. The human body changes greatly during adolescence. As you learned in Chapter 4, the endocrine system produces chemicals called hormones. During adolescence, hormones signal parts of the reproductive system to mature. At this stage, a person's sexual organs become ready for reproduction. These changes are accompanied by other changes. Adolescents develop secondary sexual characteristics. Boys may notice their voices changing. Girls begin developing breasts. Boys and girls both begin growing more body hair. Probably the change that is the most obvious is a change in height. Boys and girls grow taller by an average of 10 centimeters, 3 9/10 inches per year during adolescence. Most adolescents eat more as they grow. Food provides materials necessary for growth. Check your reading. What are some of the ways the body changes during adolescence? Adulthood. When a human body completes its growth and reaches sexual maturity, it enters the stage of life called adulthood. An adult's body systems no longer increase in size. They allow the body to function fully, to repair itself, to take care of its own needs, and to produce and care for offspring. Even though a person reaches full height early in adulthood, other physical changes, as well as mental and social development, continue throughout life. Mental and emotional maturity are important parts of adulthood. To maintain an adult body and an adult lifestyle, an individual needs strong mental and emotional skills. Later adulthood. Changes in the body that you might think of as aging begin at about the age of 30. Skin begins to wrinkle and lose its elasticity. Eyesight becomes increasingly poor. Hair loss begins, and muscles decrease in strength. After the age of 65, the rate of aging increases. Internal organs become less efficient. Blood vessels become less elastic. The average blood pressure increases and may remain slightly high. Although the rate of breathing usually does not change, lung function decreases slightly. Body temperature is harder to regulate. However, one can slow the process of aging by a lifestyle of exercise and healthy diet. Systems interact to maintain the human body. It's easy to observe the external changes to the body during growth and development. Inside the body, every system interacts constantly with other systems to keep the whole person healthy throughout his or her lifetime. For example, the respiratory system constantly sends oxygen to the blood cells of the circulatory system. The circulatory system transports hormones produced by the endocrine system. Your body systems also interact with the environment outside your body. Your nervous system monitors the outside world through your senses of taste, smell, hearing, vision, and touch. It allows you to respond to your environment. For example, your nervous system allows you to squint if the sun is too bright or to move indoors if the weather is cold. Your endocrine system releases hormones that allow you to have an increased heart rate and send more blood to your muscles if you have to respond to an emergency. Every part of your daily life requires interactions among your body systems. Even during sleep, several body systems cooperate. When you sleep, your nervous system allows your muscular system to keep your heart pumping and your lungs breathing. The heart pumps blood through your circulatory system, which has received oxygen from your respiratory system. All this cooperation takes place even while you are sleeping. Your endocrine system releases growth hormone during your sleep, allowing your bones and muscles to grow. The activity of neurons in your brain changes when you fall asleep. Keeping the body healthy is complex. The digestive and urinary systems eliminate solid and liquid wastes from the body. The circulatory and respiratory systems remove carbon dioxide gas. As you will learn in the next section, a healthy diet and regular exercise help the body to stay strong and function properly. Check your reading. Name 3 systems that interact as your body grows and maintains itself. When body systems fail to work together, the body can become ill. Stress, for example, can affect all the body systems. Some types of stress, such as fear, can be a healthy response to danger. However, if the body experiences stress over long periods of time, serious health problems such as heart disease, ulcers, headaches, muscle tension, and depression can arise. All stages of life include different types of stress. Infants and children face stresses as they learn to become more independent and gain better control over their bodies. Adolescents can be challenged by school, by the changes of puberty, or by being socially accepted by their peers. Adults may encounter stress in their jobs or with their families. The stress of aging can be very difficult for some older adults. 21.1 Review. Key concepts. 1. Make a development timeline with 4 sections. Write the names of the stages in order under each section. Include a definition and 2 details. 2. List a physical characteristic of each stage of development. 3. Give an example of an activity that involves 2 or more body systems. Critical thinking. 4. Compare and contrast. Make a chart to compare and contrast the infancy and childhood stages of development. 5. Identify cause and effect. How is the endocrine system involved in adolescence? Challenge. 6. Synthesis. How does each of the body systems described change as a human being develops from infancy to older adulthood? Science on the job. Stage makeup artist. Aging the face. In a movie, Characters may go through development stages of a whole lifetime in just over an hour. An actor playing such a role will need to look both older and younger than he or she really is. Stage makeup artists have a toolbox full of techniques to make the actor look the part. Hair. As humans go through adulthood, their hair may lose the pigments that make it dark. Makeup artists color hair with dyes or even talcum powder. Wigs and bald caps, made of latex rubber, cover an actor's real hair. Eyebrows can be colored or aged by rubbing them with makeup. Features. For a bigger-looking nose or extra skin around the neck, makeup artists use foam rubber or layers of liquid rubber, and sometimes wads of paper tissue to build up facial features. For example, building up the cheekbones with layers of latex makes the cheeks appear sharper, less rounded, and more hollow. Skin. To make wrinkles or scars, makeup artists use light-colored makeup for the raised highlights and dark-colored makeup for lower shadows and spots. Explore. 1. Compare. Look at photos of an older relative at 3 different stages of life, at about 10 years apart. Describe how you might apply makeup to your own face if you were to portray this person's life in 3 movie scenes. What changes do you need to show? 2. Challenge. Research to find an image of a character portrayed in a movie who needed to look very different than real life. From the picture, describe how the effect was achieved. 21.2. Key concept. Systems in the body function to maintain health. Before, you learned, human development involves all the body systems. The human body continues to develop throughout life. Every body system interacts constantly with other systems to keep the body healthy. Now you will learn about the role of nutrients in health. Why exercise is needed to keep body systems healthy. How drug abuse, eating disorders, and addiction can affect the body. Think about, what is health? If you went online and searched under the word health, you would find millions of links. Clearly, health is important to most people. You may be most aware of your health when you aren't feeling well. But you know that clean water, food, exercise, and sleep are all important for health. Preventing illness is also part of staying healthy. How would you define health? What are some ways that you protect your health? Diet affects the body's health. What makes a meal healthy? The choices you make about what you eat are important. Nutrients from food are distributed to every cell in your body. You use those nutrients for energy and to maintain and build new body tissues. Nutrition is the study of the materials that nourish your body. It also refers to the process in which the different parts of food are used for maintenance, growth, and reproduction. When a vitamin or other nutrient is missing from your diet, illness can occur. Your body's systems can function only when they get the nutrients they need. Check your reading. How is nutrition important to health? Getting nutrients. In order to eat a healthy diet, you must first understand what good nutrition is. There are 6 classes of nutrients: carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, minerals, and water. All of these nutrients are necessary for your body cells to carry out the chemical reactions that sustain life. Proteins are molecules that build tissues used for growth and repair. Proteins provide the building blocks for many important hormones. Good sources of proteins are poultry, red meat, fish, eggs, nuts, beans, grains, soy, and milk. Protein should make up at least 20% of your diet. Carbohydrates are the body's most important energy source and are found in starch, sugar, and fiber. Fiber provides little energy, but is important for regular elimination. Natural sugars, such as those found in fruits and vegetables, are the best kinds of sugars for your body. Carbohydrates are found in bread and pasta, fruits, and vegetables. Carbohydrates should make up about 40 to 50% of your diet. Fats are essential for energy and should account for about 10 to 15% of your diet. Many people eliminate fats from their diet in order to lose weight, but a certain amount of fat is necessary. Fats made from plants have the greatest health benefits. For example, olive oil is better for you than the oil found in butter. Vitamins and minerals are needed by your body in small amounts. Vitamins are small molecules that regulate body growth and development. Minerals help build body tissues. While some vitamins can be made by your body, most of them are supplied to the body in food. Water is necessary for life. A human being could live for less than a month without food, but only about 1 week without water. Water has several functions. Water helps regulate your body temperature through evaporation when you sweat and breathe. Without water, important materials such as vitamins and other nutrients could not be transported around the body. Water helps your body get rid of the waste products that move through the kidneys and pass out of the body in urine. Urine is composed mostly of water. To make sure your body can function and maintain itself, you need to drink about 2 1/2 liters or about 8 glasses of water every day. You also get water when you eat foods with water in them, such as fresh fruit and vegetables. Understanding nutrition. Ever wonder what the word light really means? What do labels saying that food is fresh or natural or organic mean? Not all advertising about nutrition is reliable. It is important to know what the labels on food really mean. Groups within the government, such as the United States Department of Agriculture, have defined terms that are used to describe food products. For example, if a food label says the food is all natural, that means it does not contain any artificial flavor, color, or preservative. Another example is the term low fat. That label means that the food provides no more than 3 grams of fat per serving. The word organic means that the produce has been grown using no human-made fertilizers or chemicals that kill pests or weeds. It also means that livestock has been raised on organic feed and has not been given antibiotics or growth hormones. It takes some effort and a lot of reading to stay informed, but the more you know, the better the choices you can make. Exercise is part of a healthy lifestyle. Regular exercise allows all your body systems to stay strong and healthy. You learned that your lymphatic system doesn't include a structure like the heart to pump its fluid through the body. Instead, it relies on body movement and strong muscles to help it move antibodies and white blood cells. Exercise is good for the lymphatic system. Exercise. When you exercise, you breathe harder and more quickly. You inhale and exhale more air, which exercises the muscles of your respiratory system and makes them stronger. Exercise also brings in extra oxygen. Oxygen is necessary for cellular respiration, which provides energy to other body systems. The circulatory system is strengthened by exercise. Your heart becomes stronger the more it is used. The skeletal system grows stronger with exercise as well. Studies show that older adults who lift weights have stronger bones than those who do not. In addition, physical activity can flush out skin pores by making you sweat, and it reduces the symptoms of depression. Lifestyle. The lifestyles of many people involve regular exercise. Some lifestyles, however, include more sitting still than moving. A lifestyle that is sedentary, associated mostly with sitting down, can harm a person's health. Muscles and bones that are not exercised regularly can begin to break down. Your body stores unused energy from food as fat. The extra weight of body fat can make it harder for you to exercise. Therefore, it is harder to use up energy or to strengthen your skeletal, muscular, and immune systems. Researchers have also made connections between excess body fat and heart disease and diabetes. Check your reading. How does lifestyle affect health? Drug abuse, addiction, and eating disorders cause serious health problems. Every day you make choices that influence your health. Some choices can have more serious health risks or possibilities for harm than others. You have the option to make healthy choices for yourself. Making unhealthy decisions about what you put into your body can lead to drug abuse, addiction, or eating disorders. Drug abuse. A drug is any chemical substance that you take in to change your body's functions. Doctors use drugs to treat and prevent disease and illness. The use of a drug for any other reason is an abuse of that drug. Abuse can also include using too much of a substance that is not harmful in small amounts. People abuse different drugs for different reasons. Drugs often do allow an individual to feel better for the moment, but they can also cause serious harm to an individual's health. Tobacco. Nicotine, the drug in tobacco, increases heart rate and blood pressure and makes it seem as if the user has more energy. Nicotine is also a poison. In fact, some farmers use it to kill insects. Tobacco smoke contains thousands of chemicals. Tar and carbon monoxide are two harmful chemicals in smoke. Tar is a sticky substance that is commonly used to pave roads. Carbon monoxide is one of the gases that cars release in their exhaust. People who smoke or chew tobacco have a higher risk of cancer, and smokers are also at risk for heart disease. Alcohol. Even a small amount of alcohol can affect a person's ability to think and reason. Alcohol can affect behavior and the ability to make decisions. Many people are killed every year, especially in automobile accidents, because of choices they made while drinking alcohol. Alcohol abuse damages the heart, the liver, the nervous system, and the digestive system. Other drugs. Some drugs, such as cocaine and amphetamines, can make people feel more energetic and even powerful because they stimulate parts of the nervous system and speed up the heart. These drugs are very dangerous. They can cause heart attacks, and long-term use may cause brain damage. Drugs called narcotics also affect the nervous system. Instead of stimulating it, however, they decrease its activity. Narcotics are prescribed by doctors to relieve pain and to help people sleep. Because narcotics work by decreasing the function of nerves in some brain regions, large amounts of these drugs can cause the heart and lungs to stop. Abuse of narcotics can also lead to addiction. Addiction. Drug abuse can often lead to addiction. Addiction is an illness in which a person becomes dependent on a substance or behavior. Repeated use of drugs such as alcohol, tobacco, and narcotics can cause the body to become physically dependent. When a person is dependent on a drug, taking away that drug can cause withdrawal. If affected by withdrawal, a person may become physically ill, sometimes within a very short period of time. Symptoms of withdrawal from some types of drugs can include fever, muscle cramps, vomiting, and hallucinations. Another type of addiction can result from the effect a drug or even a behavior produces. Although physical dependency may not occur, a person can become emotionally dependent. Gambling, overeating, and risk-taking are some examples of addictive behaviors. Someone who suffers from an addiction can be treated and can work to live a healthy life. But most addictions never go away completely. Eating disorders. An eating disorder is a condition in which people continually eat too much or too little food. One example of an eating disorder is anorexia nervosa. People with this disorder eat so little and exercise so hard that they become unhealthy. No matter how thin they are, they believe they need to be thinner. People with anorexia do not receive necessary nutrients because they don't eat. When the energy used by the body exceeds the energy taken in from food, tissues in the body are broken down to provide fuel. Bones and muscles, including the heart, can be damaged, and the person can die. 21.2. Review. Key concepts. 1. How do nutrients affect health? 2. Explain the effects of exercise on the respiratory and circulatory systems. 3. Make a chart showing the effects of tobacco, alcohol, and other drugs on the body. Critical thinking. 4. Explain. How would you define health? Write your own definition. 5. Synthesize. Explain how water can be considered a nutrient. Include a definition of nutrient in your explanation. Challenge. 6. Apply. You have heard about a popular new diet. All of the foods in the diet are fat-free, and the diet promises fast weight loss. How might this diet affect health? Explain your answer. 21.3. Key concept. Science helps people prevent and treat disease. Before you learned, good nutrition and exercise help keep the body healthy. Drug abuse can endanger health. Eating disorders can affect the body's health. Now you will learn about some of the causes of disease, how diseases can be treated, how to help prevent the spread of disease. Scientific understanding helps people fight disease. Disease is a change that disturbs the normal functioning of the body's systems. If you have ever had a cold, you have experienced a disease that affected your respiratory system. What are the causes of disease? Many diseases are classified as infectious diseases or diseases that can be spread. Viruses, bacteria, and other pathogens cause infectious disease. The organisms that cause sickness are called microorganisms. Before the invention of the microscope, people didn't know about microorganisms that cause disease. They observed that people who lived near each other sometimes caught the same illness, but they didn't understand why. Understanding disease has helped people prevent and treat many illnesses. The germ theory describes some causes of disease. In the 1800s, questions about the causes of some diseases were answered. Scientists showed through experiments that diseases could be caused by very small living things. In 1857, French chemist Louis Pasteur did experiments that showed that microorganisms caused food to decay. Later, Pasteur's work and the work of Robert Koch and Robert Lister contributed to the germ theory. Pasteur's germ theory states that some diseases, called infectious diseases, are caused by germs. Bacteria and viruses. Germs are the general name given to organisms that cause disease. Bacteria are single-celled organisms that live almost everywhere. Within your intestines, bacteria function to digest food. Some bacteria, however, cause disease. Pneumonia, ear infections, and strep throat can be caused by bacteria. Viruses do not fit all parts of the definition of living things. For example, they must enter and exit inside living cells in order to reproduce. Stomach flu, chickenpox, and colds are sicknesses caused by viruses. Both bacteria and viruses are examples of pathogens, agents that cause disease. The word pathogen comes from the Greek pathos, which means suffering. Other pathogens include yeasts, fungi, and protists. Treating infectious diseases. Diseases caused by bacteria can be treated with medicines that contain antibiotics. An antibiotic is a substance that can destroy bacteria. The first antibiotics were discovered in 1928 when a scientist named Alexander Fleming was performing experiments on bacteria. Fleming found mold growing on his bacteria samples. While most of the petri dish was covered with bacterial colonies, the area around the mold was clear. From this observation, Fleming concluded that a substance in the mold had killed the bacteria. Fleming had not intended to grow mold in his laboratory, but the accident led to the discovery of penicillin. Since the discovery of penicillin, many antibiotics have been developed. Antibiotics have saved the lives of millions of people. Infectious diseases spread in many ways. One of the best ways to protect your health is by being informed and by avoiding pathogens. Pathogens can be found in many places, including air, water, and on the surfaces of objects. By knowing how pathogens travel, people are able to limit the spreading of disease. Food. air, and water. Sometimes people get sick when they breathe in pathogens from the air. The viruses that cause colds can travel through air. If you cover your mouth when you sneeze or cough, you can avoid sending pathogens through the air. Pathogens also enter the body in food or water. Washing fruits and vegetables and cooking meats and eggs kills bacteria. Most cities in the United States add substances such as chlorine to the supply of public water. These substances kill pathogens. Boiling water also kills pathogens. People sometimes boil water if their community loses power or experiences a flood. Campers need to boil or filter water taken from a stream before they use it. Contact with animals. Animals can also carry organisms that cause disease. The animal itself does not cause the illness, but you can become sick if you take in the pathogen that the animal carries. Lyme disease, for example, is caused by bacteria that inhabit ticks. The ticks are not the cause of illness, but if an infected tick bites you, you will get Lyme disease. A deadly central nervous system infection called rabies can also come from animal contact. The virus that causes rabies is found in the saliva of an infected animal, such as a bat, raccoon, or a possum. If that animal bites you, you may get the disease. A veterinarian can give your pet an injection to prevent rabies. You can get other infections from pets. These infections include worms that enter through your mouth or nose and live in your intestines. You can also get a skin infection called ringworm, which is actually a fungus rather than a worm. Person-to-person contact. Most of the illnesses you have had have probably been passed to you by another person. Even someone who does not feel sick can have pathogens on his or her skin. If you touch that person, or if that person touches something and then you touch it, the pathogens will move to your skin. If the pathogens then enter your body through a cut or through your nose, mouth, or eyes, they can infect your body. The simplest way to avoid giving or receiving pathogens is to wash your hands often and well. Non-infectious diseases are not contagious. Non-infectious diseases are diseases that cannot be spread by pathogens. They are not contagious. People are born with some of these, and others can develop during life. Diseases present at birth. Some diseases present at birth are inherited. Genes, which act as instructions for your cells, are inherited from your parents. Some forms of a gene produce cells that do not function properly. Most genetic disorders are due to recessive forms of a gene, which means that while both parents carry the defective form, neither one has the disorder. Cystic fibrosis and sickle cell disease are diseases inherited this way. The symptoms of some genetic diseases may not be present immediately at birth. Huntington's disease, even though it is an inherited condition, does not begin to produce symptoms until a person reaches adulthood. Other genes can increase the chances of developing a disease later in life, such as cancer or diabetes, but the pattern of inheritance is complex. The process of human development is complex. Some diseases present at birth may involve both inherited factors and development. Talipes, a disorder commonly known as clubfoot, is due to the improper development of the bones of the leg and foot. Talipes can be corrected by surgery after birth. Diseases in later life. Some diseases, including heart disease, certain forms of cancer, and many respiratory disorders, have much less to do with genetics and more to do with environment and lifestyle. You have learned about the ways in which you can lead a healthy lifestyle. Good nutrition, exercise, and avoiding substances that can damage the body systems not only increase the length of life, but also the quality of life. While people with family histories of cancer are at higher risk of getting it, environmental factors can influence risk as well. Tar and other chemicals from cigarettes can damage the lungs, in addition to causing cancer. Much is still not known about the causes of cancer. Check your reading. Name a non-infectious disease that is present at birth and one that may occur later in life. Scientists continue efforts to prevent and treat illness. In spite of all that scientists have learned, disease is still a problem all over the world. Illnesses such as AIDS and cancer are better understood than they used to be, but researchers must still find ways to cure them. Even though progress is sometimes slow, it does occur. Better education has led to better nutrition. The use of vaccines has made some diseases nearly extinct. However, new types of illness sometimes appear. AIDS was first identified in the 1980s and spread quickly before it was identified. More recently, the West Nile virus appeared in the United States. This virus is transmitted by infected mosquitoes and can cause the brain to become inflamed. Efforts to control the disease continue. Antibiotics fight pathogens, but they can also lead to changes in them. When an antibiotic is used too often, bacteria can develop resistance, which means that the strain of bacteria is no longer affected by the drug. Once a strain of bacteria has developed resistance, the resistance will be passed on to new generations of the bacteria. This means that a particular antibiotic will not stop that particular bacterial infection. Check your reading. Describe the advantages and disadvantages of using an antibiotic when you are sick. 21.3. Review. Key concepts. 1. Define microorganism and explain how microorganisms can affect health. 2. What is an antibiotic? 3. Make a chart showing ways that infectious diseases spread and ways to keep them from spreading. Critical thinking. 4. Connect. Make a list of things you can do to avoid getting Lyme disease or the West Nile virus. 5. Apply. How does washing your hands before eating help protect your health? Challenge. 6. Synthesize. How can nutrition help in the prevention of disease? Use these terms in your answer: nutrients, pathogens, and white blood cells.